Jeremy.
Am I the only one going to be doing a thing this video this time? There he is.
Hey guys,
Good evening, Jeremy Maddox.
hey talk.
Hey, what's up?
What's that?
So,
Not again.
can you not
Can't
hear
hear
us?
I can
Guess
hear
not.
y'all. I guess he can't hear us.
I guess not. Yeah. I guess it couldn't.
I'm on here with a weeb and a Satanist. What's up with this?
Yeah, what can you do? It takes all
I made it.
types to run the world.
Pretty much, yeah.
It takes all types to make the world go round.
We
least
just
I
have
have
our
enough
cool
scotch.
avatars, and I'm drinking vermouth. We're here with our badass avatars, and you're just staring at the webcam like a deer in the headlights.
Yep.
I'm a bear in the headlights.
Yeah, but you're still gonna get hit.
Yeah, but I really am in the headlights because you can tell by the way my pupils are dilated so intensely.
Wouldn't they be contracted though?
No, that's on like amphetamines. I think that they can.
Well, I mean, but if you're in the headlights, your pupils would be contracted, not dilated.
I know my physically altered pupils pretty well, sir, and I'm pretty sure constricted would be under the care of amphetamines.
I'm not talking about. I'm saying that your metaphor is not good, is what I'm getting at.
Well,
right?
he started it with deer in the headlights.
Well, yeah, I know. If you had headlights in your face,
Yeah.
your pupils would be constricted, not dilated.
Yeah,
Plus, bear in the headlight sounds like a fat joke.
Alexa, play White Light, White Heat by the Velvet Underground.
Why?
That you were talking about amphetamines. That's a song about amphetamines.
Right. So, geez, every weekend, every week, I have to learn how to do all this shit all over again. But
Why is that?
I don't. I guess even if I were straight edged, I would have problems. I think because I just I'm neurotic like that. I guess my motor skills are not where they should be. I guess, and they weren't before. So. Anyway.
Yeah.
This is thanks everybody for tuning in who is actually here. This is the quiet place, the coziest craziness on the internet.
Speaking of cozy, you want to see my dog?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. That's very pretty. Very pretty.
Her name is Gracie.
Oh, what a cute dog!
I got a cat named Gracie. So how old is she?
6 months.
You just got her this week?
Yep.
Adorable, yeah. How's she taken to the other dog or two?
Yeah, she's doing pretty good with him.
Gregor, your cam came on for a second. For God's sake, don't.
I know. I saw that.
Okay.
How is it not staring at you?
Yeah, it's in a bookshelf.
Oh.
I've got an external monitor hooked up.
I do not want to know what you look like. I have my own image, and I don't want it ruined.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've got it set up so you can't. Even if the camera does get turned on, it doesn't show me.
Got way too much ice in this.
So, Ben, our guest, did you at least send him the link in case he does remember or care to remember?
I'm sending it to him right now.
Who's the guest?
Well, I don't want to say in case until he actually gets here, But,
Okay, all right.
It's a film director.
Okay, so we've got James Hall talking about Big Pharma in the comments.
That's one of my nicknames. Yeah.
One of your nicknames is Big Pharma.
Shirt?
Huh?
Is that Groiper? No. Okay.
What is it with you and Groiper?
Oh, it's the Muppets.
Frog getting dissected by Professor Honeydew and Beaker.
I don't know Sesame Street, so I thought it looked like a Groiper.
Muppets.
It's Muppets.
Well, they're both by Jim
You
Henson.
don't have to know the Muppets to recognize those characters. I mean, it's just
I don't recognize them.
intentional. It's willful ignorance.
Fucking Zoomer.
I'm
Doesn't
joking.
know the Muppets.
I've never seen. Oh wait, it's the Muppets.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
Kermit the Frog is a Muppet. technically, the Sesame
that's
characters are Muppets too, though, aren't they?
Yeah,
they're all Muppets.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's Beaker and Honeydew.
There was something about Muppets that came up earlier this week that I felt like was worth commenting on, but I can't remember what it is now.
So one of your nicknames is Big Pharma. Is that what you were saying a minute ago?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. I thought he was just talking about Big Pharma getting ready to own us all, literally here pretty soon.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I have a meme for that. Give me a minute to find it.
That's Jeremy's rapper name, Big Pharma. There's too many littles. We need more bigs.
That is true.
And the rattle of a bottle, the pill bottle, is my mating call.
What are you drinking there, Jeremy?
Mellow yellow.
Oh, okay.
That's what I always drink.
Yeah, I haven't drank that for a long time, so I keep
It's
forgetting that's what they.
So much better than Mountain Dew.
Now, Lafroig is better than both.
What is?
Lafroig. Scotch.
Oh, no.
You can't compare Scotch to fucking Mellow Yellow Mountain Dew.
Who drinks? Wait a minute.
Unless you're talking about like literal like Mountain Dew, like moonshine booze.
Who drinks hard liquor for the taste? Nobody.
Me.
I do.
Yeah.
No, hard liquor does not taste good under any.
It tastes amazing. Oh, no, rum. You take that back on rum.
Even apple flavor does not taste good when it's liquor. Everything liquor or alcohol tastes bad, but you tolerate it because, hey,
that's a lie.
You're drinking the wrong kinds of. You're drinking the wrong stuff.
It tastes like antifreeze mixed with that flavor that it claims to be.
That is a lie.
Yeah, you need to see if you can find the Slipknot liquor.
You're just not sophisticated enough, Jerry.
You need to see if you can find the Slipknot corn whiskey in your state. That's actually tastes really good.
I mean, I guess wine tastes the best of the three, but it all tastes.
That's not a hard liquor.
It all tastes like your knees have battery acid running through them. So I mean,
you're just drinking like cheap bottom shelf stuff. You need to like.
You're not a true German, Jeremy.
You have to splurge on the good stuff.
I don't know. I might need you to explain this one to me, Zach. I don't get it.
Oh, is that Lightfoot or whatever her name is?
Yep. Lori Lightfoot, the mayor, or was Lori your first name?
Yeah,
Lightfoot, the mayor of Chicago.
Yeah, but I don't get it.
She's the one going around saying that Thanksgiving needs to be banned because coronavirus.
These people are fucking retarded. This is who we may turn our country over to, in a few weeks. People are saying don't get together for Thanksgiving. Look, you may hate your family, but do you hate them enough that you want them to be as miserable as you are, you old bat? This is fucking pathetic. And the guy in New York, this clown Cuomo, he says for that it can only be like 2 or 3 households gathering at a time and only like for 2 hours maximum. These people are, if you think Trump was bad, I mean, even if he was and he wasn't, he's got nothing on these fucking like dictators who are trying to tell you how long to gather with your family, when to gather with your family, how to gather with your family. These people are truly coming for your freedoms. They're not just on Twitter calling you back a name. This is ridiculous. But
it's going to be rough. We're going to be on freaking permanent lockdown, and they're going to mandate the dang mask.
That's another thing. No, I'm not going to wear a mask in public. In fact, I outsmarted a Walmart employee on that just the other day. So I won that exchange, and I walked right into the store without maskless, and there's not a damn thing she could say about it. So I felt
true. I feel bad going into public and seeing like waiters, seeing all these people who are working forced to wear masks. I feel freaking bad for them. That must be
avoid masks, not people. Fucking retards. I don't care about this virus. I'm not going to let it rule my life. That's another reason that I was proud to support Trump, is because he said not to let it dominate your life, which we shouldn't be. This is fucking retarded.
But that's a really stupid thing coming from him. He has like access to the best medical care of no charge to him.
No,
if someone like us gets coronavirus, they could easily fuck us.
Coronavirus, though, it's a fucking stupid ass meme that's gone nationwide.
It's not a meme. We're at the highest number of cases.
It is a fucking
I think
meme. I'm not going to get marked up over coronavirus. It is a meme. It's a meme that is taking control of our world, and it's foolish. It's retarded. I'm not going to accept it as something that warrants this kind of attention ever.
It's not a meme just because
Yes, it
the
is.
people who run
It will
the
never not
fucking
be a
country
meme.
are retarded doesn't
It will
mean it's
never
not a
not be a
problem.
meme. Fuck COVID, okay? Even if he imposes a nationwide ban, I will not wear the mask. I will get arrested before I wear a fucking mask and let COVID rule my life. If I was homeless, okay, and had access to no health care, it would still be a meme to me. I don't care, and I'm not going to spend another waking moment worrying about something when instead I'm going to not go without a mask and build antibodies against it while the rest of these tools in public are busy cowering and saying, oh no, don't let it get me. Don't let the superbug get me. Fuck that. I'm not going to live my life like that. I don't care what anybody says. Fucking stupid.
Show's over, everybody.
Yeah.
I will no, and I mean, but I mean, avoid masks, not people. It's fucking stupid, and you know, I never thought we'd see the day that there was a dress code for Americans. All that being said, I'm also not going to lose my mind and burn things down if Biden is installed as the puppet dictator. Either, you know, I'm going to accept it with dignity and come whatever may, you know, que sera, sera, and whatever, you know, because. You know, Zach, you know, that's when you fall. That's when your faith, you know, comes into play, you know.
I agree.
And yeah, I'm not going to let it affect me the way these people have for 4 years, you know. But if you think that calling someone a name on Twitter, you know, is worse than someone telling you not to gather with your family during the holidays, to you know, have a dress code for across the nation for all Americans. And all this other foolishness. I mean, I really
more so than the dress code, I'm worried about employers, and in particular, my university mandating vaccines whenever they come out. Now, that's going to suck because I refuse to do it under any circumstance.
My biggest problem is they'll do those things, but they won't give hazard pay. They won't give any fucking rent relief. They won't, you know, do anything to reform healthcare. It's basically all just showmanship. They're not doing anything of real substance.
I mean, it's all about giving up your bodily autonomy, and that's bullshit, right? I mean,
but my body, my choice when it comes to killing babies. But you know, you got to wear a mask, you know, and you've got to let them stick a needle in your arm, you know.
Yeah, the fact, like the evil of like what you just said, how that's lost on so many people, shows you where we're at. Like that's just freaking. And you wouldn't think in a sane, normal society that would be the case. But it's the norm.
I just read, like in Denmark, there was like protests, and like for 9 days, that finally the government decided that they were going to pass this law that would mandate vaccinations. That there was protests outside the Capitol building in Denmark for like 9 days.
You said we're not going to pass it?
Yeah, they stopped. The people protested and they stopped the passing of it. Now, you know, that's going to be temporary. They're going to try to find another way around it, right? Like, they'll just hand over the, they're going to try to do it with government, right, having the power to do it, and then they're just going to outsource that power to the corporations, right? They're just going to say, oh, well, I mean, if you want to have a bank account, you got to have a vaccination. If you want to go to a movie, you got to have a vaccination. You want to go to school, you got to have a vaccination. I mean, it's fascism. I mean, obviously, it's obviously, well, let's say it's not fascism. Well, it is, but it's totalitarianism.
Yeah, it's also
that's pretty much what they.
I don't like do the whole thing because I believe that like all the horsemen or whatever, it's all in the New Age or New Testament age. But from what I've read, the one thing like timeline wise we can be sure of, other than Last Judgment Day, is Mark of the Beast in Judgment Day. So I mean,
it's not the Mark of the Beast.
Mark of the Beast. It would.
I mean, let's just drop that piece, right? Let's say it's not the Mark of the Beast. Let's eliminate anything related to religion out of it.
I mean, if you're going to,
we really want to live in a world where you have that governments or corporations have the power to forcibly inject something into your body, or you cannot go about your normal life, right? I mean, that's total bullshit. You know, and
we already have things that people are required to have if they want to function normally, like the Social Security.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's like that's a big deal, right? I mean, come on, that's not somebody actually injecting something into your body.
Social Security isn't something that you have to have injected, though. It's not going to cause you to have a hangover-like headache, as the vaccine is described to have had on a recent. You know,
it's going to do a lot more than that.
Yeah, my worry is just going to sterilize.
Wait, we got to let Ben talk too, even if we disagree.
I'm referring to something that you're required to have in order to function in normal society. We've already had stuff like that for a long time.
Okay, well, I mean but that's not. But we said we were going to drop the idea of the mark of the beast, though, right? As part of the argument against this, right? So I mean,
I mean,
you could
I don't
say,
think a vaccine will be a mark of the beast. Obviously,
I think
not on your forehead or right hand.
I mean, it doesn't matter if it is or not, right? It's wrong, period, right? It's just flat out wrong.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, what I was getting at, it's just another step towards that, like a serious step towards you have to like submit to some kind of system that's going to do something to you.
You'll have
it goes from social security.
We've had that for a long time. Have you not been paying attention?
Yeah, but I mean, it's like it's incremental. It's like first social security.
So, Ben, you really think that it's appropriate for the government to have the ability to forcibly inject something into your body, and you think that's comparable to having a social security number issued at birth? I mean, come on.
Where did I say that? I'm saying getting worked up about this when we've already had a neoliberal surveillance state for years is.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit different than bodily autonomy, invasion of your actual property, like your most personal property, which is your human being, right? I mean, your human.
You haven't had that for a long time.
Haven't had what?
Bodily autonomy.
Why not?
There are tons of laws that are against bodily autonomy. I mean,
like
the drug war is a good example. The drug war is a good example.
What
you
is
don't have the drug war. That's an example of where you don't have bodily autonomy.
So that's a little different than putting something on or in you.
Right.
I mean, I just think it's like one step away from like a shot to the next thing will be, wearing something that signifies your allegiance to a particular philosophical ideal or just
that's what you already have that. It's called
your cell phone. I'd like to say some stuff too. The thing is that in just the few weeks that Biden has been the presumptive, elector or president-elect, they are already ramping up all these things like, before it's even certified. And no, I don't hold out hope that Trump can pull this off without them dragging it out or, circumventing, or counter maneuvering and whatnot. But I mean, in just the few weeks that he's just been president-elect, not even president, and I mean, it's obvious that they're going to be doing things, through him, not with his, final say. They're already talking about all this shit before it's even certified. That ought to tell you, just how much, Trump's lateral, foundations rattled them back in 2016. But
that likely has a lot more to do with the fact cases are at an all-time high than it does with Biden being elected.
Well,
the election probably distracted from it a lot, though.
That's just the risk that you run being alive. I mean, as I've said, I stayed with a family member who was dying of a flesh-eating disease. I stayed in their room, and I took precautions. I sanitized myself, my hands, even up to my face and forehead. But I was not going to leave them, to just be alone, to complete solitary confinement, and that's the way it should be. You do not abandon your humanity out of fear of something that is so much more benign in comparison to what my family member had.
Right. And if it's not right, they need to disclose it, right? I mean, if there is a justifiable reason to do all the things that they're doing, they need to disclose it, right? Because currently, based on the numbers, most people survive it without having any issues of any major problems whatsoever, right? I mean, 99.99%, right? I mean, come on.
People act like they've never been sick before. I mean, okay, right. I used to freaking every year, I used to get a serious infection when school was ending, like around spring in May or something, and it was just a fact of life. I mean, I would never consider shutting down the world because of that. People get seasonal illnesses, flu type things like that.
Right.
This freaking year, I haven't had anything, and it's been the craziest year. And it's just I don't know. It's like everyone's used to getting sick, and then this something that, like you said, most people don't have any symptoms. We're freaking butchering the economy, ruining people's lives.
They didn't go to these extremes when they were talking up E. coli or Ebola or any of those other things that were supposed to be,
Islamic terrorism.
I mean, if
Ebola
they,
and Ebola don't spread as
there's no,
easily.
none of these people care about your health, period. I mean, it's such a bunch of bullshit, right?
I mean, if they
I mean,
did, every American would have health care at this point.
well, yeah, and also they would say that they would say, oh, there are, various treatments that you can take, right, that will help you, right? Like there's ways to boost up your immune system, right? There are also treatments that have been proven to be effective. If you look outside of the U.S. and look at the studies they've done in India and other places, throughout the world. I mean, ivermectin is allegedly a effective treatment as well as the drug that cannot be named, and then also, amping up your vitamin D input,
Zinc.
zinc. I mean, there's all kinds of things that you can do to boost your immunity, and you don't see that on any of these, on any of these Twitter accounts from the elected officials or any of these daily briefings. They're not telling anybody anything that they can do to actually help themselves. They're just saying, be scared, and do what you're told. That's all they're saying.
Boosting immunity is one of those things when I hear, I reach for my gun because every hack trying to sell you snake oil tells you that that's what it'll do. But in general, that just means being healthy as you are, which yes is a way to prevent any kind of disease. But
I mean, it's been proven that you can take vitamin D, and it's also proven that there's a relationship between people who have had bad outcomes with COVID-19 and being deficient in vitamin D. I mean, that's a proven thing, right? I mean, you can look it up. I mean, it's not crazy. Right?
Being obese or being just generally not being very healthy makes you more susceptible to COVID.
I don't believe it.
That's not really controversial.
Anne's here 2 hours early.
That's what I'm saying. But I mean, nobody's telling anybody what they can do to strengthen their immune system or what they can do to actually help themselves. Or, and there's also plenty of evidence to show that, that the FDA is entirely corrupt and that, certain drugs that are super cheap that are effective are being suppressed, right? And that the expensive drugs where there's a patent are the ones that they're trying to promote. I mean, nobody gives a shit about your health. You need to do your own research and figure it out, right?
I mean, that's obvious. Again, if they cared about that, they would have, give people who are essential workers hazard pay. They would have actually, introduced something like Medicare for all, and they basically would have done a lot more to ensure that, you're not gonna that if you have to be locked inside, you're not gonna fucking starve. They're not just gonna say, here's $1,200, figure out the rest, forehead.
I mean, and also the idea of being locked inside, right? I mean, everything that they tell us to do, right? They're telling us to do is actually something that's going to compromise your immune system, not in any way boost it. I mean, they're telling people they can't go to the fucking beach, right? I mean, that's ridiculous. That's one thing that you would do to actually increase your health and strengthen your immunity in your immune system. Going outside, right? Being in nature, like negative ions and shit is going to help you.
I mean, that's the thing. I don't disagree that stuff if you're one person on the beach are going to arrest you, that's all just a fucking showmanship, that it doesn't do anything.
It doesn't do anything, but it's also counterproductive, though, right? That's the thing, right? Stay inside, be scared, don't go outside. Sit with a bunch of electromagnetic fields, beating you all day. I mean, that stuff is just, it's going to destroy your immune system. Being scared is constantly, and staying inside your dirty ass home is going to destroy your immune system, and that's why we have a second wave.
My home is not dirty; it's disorganized. There's a difference.
Jeremy.
Yeah, okay.
You got arms.
I just wanted to say, by the way, Ann is here 2 hours early, and she can hear us, right, Ann?
Yeah, I can actually hear you.
Looks like you're lost in the desert. Do you need help?
Nope. I like being lost in the desert. I may never return.
Yeah, this is going to be the Quiet Place production of Jerry.
Oh, yeah. The Matt Damon?
Yeah.
That was Gus Van Sant that directed that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure if I like Van Zant's style or not. Go ahead.
I was going to say he directed a movie of just two guys wandering in the desert for 2 hours because he's an absolute mad lad.
him and Terrence Malick, I'm not sure if I like their styles, but they both have like worldwide acclaim for some reason.
Just because people want to be fancy.
Well, I liked the ideas that, like, for instance, with Malick, Tree of Life, it had some good ideas, but I just didn't like its execution. And with Gus Van Sant, well, Drugstore Cowboy is one of my favorite movies, but the deal is that movie actually had a linear narrative and plot. You know, that was before he became like, you know, king shit of Metaphysical Mountain or whatever, you know, where he just decided he could just film, you know, The Wind for 2 hours and it would be an award-winning thing. Well, anyway, that Jerry brought that up on my mind, but when Gregor, when you say, you know, that we shouldn't be scared, and I said the same thing a minute ago.
Oh, holy shit! Look at that. There's a whole little civilization here in this ditch.
Go down there and see what they're like.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah,
I don't know if she might get raped or something.
No, don't.
Yeah, yeah.
No, we're with her. We're with her. It'd be cool.
I don't
you
want her
I
to
mean,
get
not much we can do.
I know. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
So-
you could call the cops, I guess. I don't know.
Right.
No, wait a
But,
minute. Are they actually
Also-
there or are they abandoned? Is it
Uh,
abandoned?
It looks like it's temporarily abandoned. It's man, it's getting close to sundown already. This is bullshit.
Yeah,
the
just-
vampires come out.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
stand there. Yeah, we don't want you in a like the hills have eyes kind of situation.
Yeah, well,
Maybe we do. No, I'm joking.
you know, Palm Springs is kind of like a paradise, or I think it was before the coronavirus and before the governor / mayor of Los Angeles's decision to ship half of their homeless people here and put them up in hotel rooms. I mean, talk about measures that are supposed to help protect us from COVID, but do absolutely nothing.
That's
What's that?
that's a fuck of a way to solve the homeless problem. Why don't we
Yeah,
take all the homeless people and move them elsewhere?
Somebody else.
like the SpongeBob episode to move Bikini Bottom
Exactly,
somewhere
yeah.
else.
Those
Yeah,
homeless people will probably never come out of those hotels, right?
Oh no, I don't know how the fuck they're gonna get
Good.
them out. When I first moved here,
I mean, alive is what I mean. But go ahead.
yeah, well, it's not so good for people who can only afford the Hotel 6 and have to be in the room next to them. When I first moved here, the first couple of weeks I was here, you know, I was looking for a place to stay, and I was staying in the Motel 6, and that happened to be where the governor and his honor the mayor, well, that's just a Chicago expression, but anyway, that was one of the hotels where they put all these people. And instead of isolating themselves and not spreading the disease, they used their hotel rooms as a safe place for 20 people to cram into and smoke the same meth rock. I know this because that's what my neighbors were doing.
Awesome.
Yeah, so you've now, instead of like isolating these people, you've got 20 people sharing a meth pipe.
Right.
Great job, Your Honor.
So,
Great
guys,
job.
I mean,
Oh, their plan was so flawless, though.
I mean, it sounds like their plan's working just fine, really. I mean, based on what
Yeah,
you're
they don't
telling
give
me.
a shit about the homeless, you know, as far
Right.
as they hope that they'll just all die in there and then they won't have to deal with it.
Yep.
Yeah, and if you know, if I get sexually battered and or someone burns down the Motel 6 after they, you know, fall asleep after they've switched to smack, who cares? It's just the Motel 6 and it's just me.
I Super Motel 8.
I've never stayed in a Motel 8.
So, guys, we got that all out of our system, I think, both sides. I think that for the next, 2 to 4 hours, let's try to forget about that, you know, and just try to have fun, right? Because
The best way to do that is to go to the multiverse.
Stop.
yes,
Stop. Go sit in the corner.
Well,
Go sit in the corner.
Wait,
Zach, go
seriously,
sit in the corner.
where am I supposed to stare? I've yet to figure out where. Am I supposed to stare down here or
Yeah, that's where you were. Yeah, where you were. Yep, there you go.
Just stare anywhere you want
Yeah,
to.
that's good.
is that
That's
where
good.
it looks? Is
Yeah,
that where
yeah,
it looks like
that
I'm
is
looking?
correct. Yep.
I can't.
Look off
do
to the side. Look off to the side like you're doing a TV interview.
I can't look just down there. I can't do it. I thought I could, but
There's no rules.
okay. Well, anyway, let's just try to forget our troubles on both sides, you know, for the next few hours. So I guess,
here's a more cheerful bit of Palm Springs. This is probably one of the most expensive trailer parks in the United States. It is the one trailer park that most of us would probably kill to get into. It's like got a perfect mountain view. It's got a pool in there. The only thing is you have to turn 55 before you can live there.
Why?
It's just a rule, like a HOA thing, right?
Yeah, it's a HOA thing. It's a retirement community. I mean, technically it's discrimination, but like what landlord doesn't discriminate? I mean, most of the other landlords here will take all of the rental applications they get and use some sort of algorithm to figure out who's got the best credit scores and whatever. So what happens is the person with a great credit score who just moved to town always gets the apartment, and everyone else who has perfectly fine credit scores but not amazing is looking for an apartment forever. Sorry.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. So
maybe
yeah,
that community is also a private club, and that's why they can discriminate based on age.
Right. And also, I don't know, like young whippersnappers like me would probably drive them nuts with our playing music at 8 p.m. and shit.
Right.
It really looks awesome, though.
I don't know. Trailer park's kind of depressing.
Well, this one looks like it's deluxe.
Yeah, like there's a swimming pool in there. The trailers are all nice. You know, they're probably not all primary residences. They're more like, you know, vacation residences for people who can almost afford a second home.
Right. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't mind living in something like that.
I've seen way more depressing looking trailer parks around here.
Oh yeah, I've seen more depressing looking trailer parks in Los Angeles. Like up in Highland Park, there's just a horrendous trailer park that's like wedged right down by the river. You know, that river that's basically just like looks like a dirty cement sidewalk for 95% of the year. It's really depressing, and it's right in LA, you know.
I live in a van down by the river.
It really fucking is, man. It really is. But
So
goddamn, look at how beautiful this place is. If it only weren't for the Californians.
The place would be great if it weren't for the citizens.
Yeah.
Every place would be great if it weren't for fucking people.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I'm already starting the Cats 2024 campaign.
The what?
I'm gonna get a really smart cat and have it run for president, and then I'll be the regent. So I'll be kind of like Cersei in Game of Thrones.
Oh, that sounds good.
There was a dog that was elected mayor for real in some really small town a few years ago. Go ahead.
I don't care which cat you choose. It's already got my vote. What were we saying, Gregor?
Oh, did the guest get scared off by our earlier conversation?
No, he wasn't going to show up anyway. He was asking if our guest got scared away by our,
I mean, he was very uncommitted in his replies.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It was a long shot to begin with, but
Who was it?
Right.
Oh my God, they're talking shit about the homeless. I can't.
I'm not talking shit about the homeless. I'm saying that the people who run this country don't care, and they think the homeless are basically just cockroaches.
Oh yeah.
Well,
let it out of the bag.
Someone who was assaulted by one of them, I kind of consider a lot of them to be cockroaches at this point.
Let it out of the bag, Jeremy.
Okay, it was. By the way, Ben, Anne's referring to the homeless guy that attacked her. If you know what she's talking about, right?
I know that's different. That's different from just the homeless as a whole.
Right.
But okay, so should we let it out of the bag who it was, or should we hold on to some vague glimmering hope that?
I mean, we're not
put it in the group chat.
Huh? Wait.
Put it in the group chat.
Well,
chat.
I'm asking though, Ben. Should we just go ahead and say it out loud, or is
it's not like we're talking? It's not like we're talking shit about him. I'm sure he's pretty busy, which is why he was pretty uncommitted about it.
If I don't bring up on the air who it is there a chance that he still might come on? So no, or do we run the risk of someone trying to talk him out of it in the future if I let it out of the bag here now?
Just put it in the
chat. You don't have to worry about it, and we know. I just want to know. I don't care.
Well, listeners are probably beyond curious at this point, and we do have a handful of listeners. So
It was Charles Manson.
He's dead.
Charles Manson's dead.
I'm
This
a
is
medium. I am a spiritual medium.
Oh yeah. So
Yes.
you were gonna channel Charles Manson
Yeah,
from the dead.
Charles Manson is dead, but so few. But unlike him, so few ever truly live.
Yeah.
But his message will live with us forever.
No one remembers what the fuck his message was besides Helter Skelter, but
It was kill all the pigs.
His message was, "I live in the mountains. I live in the desert, man. I'm big. My mind is big, but everybody's trying to crown me down and pull me down and bring me to all the things they need me to be, and that's not me at all, man. That's not me."
His
That's
message
nice, but
was.
tell us who the guest is.
His
What?
message was: do you feel blame? Do you feel like
all true quotes. He actually said all that. He did the weird baby gibberish, right? Yeah, literally. When he was interviewed by Geraldo. Yeah.
Who did that?
Charles Manson.
Oh, okay.
His book was: if I wanted to, I'd take this book and beat you to death with it, and I wouldn't feel a thing.
That's nice and all, but who was the proposed guest?
look, a
was your
snake
dad.
hole. Sorry, I found a
Being
snake
awesome.
hole. I'm kind of excited.
Pee in it.
Give me
No,
a
Jeremy.
Who was this person?
Why?
It was your dad, Zach.
Oh heck!
Man, we're all really fucking hyper tonight.
Well, so
I just
who was the
wanna
guest?
know.
You could put it in the chat.
It was Robert Green Hall, director of the Laid to Rest movies. I showed you the death scene from
Oh, okay,
from
okay.
last
He ain't
movie.
coming on here.
where he gave that girl the Glasgow smile, which is
Yeah.
fucking wicked. I mean, her mouth got stretched further than the main character in Snuff. I mean, right?
Yeah, that he ain't coming on here. The way we act.
I don't even know if he was successful in raising the money for Kickstarter. I hope for his third film. I hope he was, but
I
I
looked,
did not-
and the Indiegogo has been canceled. It's been canceled for over like a year. I couldn't find anything.
not
Whoa.
only is he not coming
Where
on,
are you walking, man? Do you have like a destination, or are you just walking?
I'm walking towards a place where an Amazon package might be pick upable if they haven't closed yet, but I'm just kind of enjoying being out of my house and yet not around people. I'm kind of losing it from the isolation, so it's nice to be out, but I'm just fascinated right now by this one burned palm tree. Like, how do you get one palm tree to burn?
Freaking maniac with a flame.
You only need one palm tree to sacrifice a virgin.
True, but how did it not? Maybe it was a lightning strike. Not a lot
That's
of
possible.
thunderstorms around here, though. I don't know. I'm mystified.
God decided he hated that one particular tree.
let's see. Do it
I
again.
thought palm trees were technically related more to grass than they were trees. I'm not making that up.
I do not know that. I'm just thinking of doing genocide on this anthill here.
Do it.
Look at those fucking things. They remind
No,
me of
no.
people.
I don't think they're ants. I think they're sand fleas. Get away, Ann.
What the heck is a sand flea? That's a lie.
If you get bit by them, you'll know forever what they're like. Jiggers or
Oh, chiggers. Oh, I got those all over me one time.
Oh man, you just got us
horrible.
banned. Way to go,
Yeah, racists.
dumbass.
No, he said chiggers, not.
they know that.
Just dig the hole deeper. Go on. Say it again.
No, he said chiggers, not the.
I said jiggers, which are like
Mixing a drink implement. Yeah.
They're almost like chiggers, but not quite. I don't think.
Maybe
Isn't
if
that
I
the
look
term for
around,
when,
Logan.
Isn't that the
Maybe if I
term for
look-
Chinese people who are way too into hip hop?
Oh Lord.
So,
Hey, did you guys know that Michael Aquino died this year? I didn't even know that. That nobody went up crazy on Twitter about it.
Dr. Spock looking NSA Satan,
Yeah.
professor
Yeah.
Satanist guy. He just looked like an all-around scumbag. Like,
Oh yeah.
or if I hadn't heard the stuff from Ted Gunderson about him, I still would have thought he was a creep. But I do have one of his books, and it's like it's a Lord of the Rings type epic based in the modern day, or like a futuristic society. And
Have you read it?
No, but I'm going to eventually. I think it's called We Break the Sword or something.
He was a fag.
He was, but the thing is that doesn't affect the possibility that his book could be good. So I'm still going to read it, And he had a series, and I don't think that he would actually have any kind of moral, claim, moral high ground based on what he wrote in this book. But I mean, it's out there. It was published, and so it warrants investigation to me.
What's that building right next to you? Was it like a big home or an event center?
This one?
Yeah.
Well, it's an example of yet more of the charming pseudo-Spanish type architecture around here, but I think it's an empty office building right now.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
There's like I'm sure it's probably notable in the local history, like practically every building here, since this city was only incorporated in 1938. But it's got like this faded, this destroyed fountain, which is really kind of cool.
Wow.
Yeah, and somebody's been eating Hostess donuts in there. And it looks like something or other realtors is the faded sign right there.
Yeah.
I love those Spanish architecture.
Yeah, isn't it beautiful? I really wanted to live in an apartment like that, but once again, like they gave the apartment to someone who had like a 1 point higher credit score than I did. So
Yeah, the weird thing about out west is like you can't tell the bad part of this, like the cities or whatever. Like they all have that beautiful architecture. At least it's like that in Vegas, because I went around trying to find a bookshop one time, and I ended up in like the bad part like super quick, but it still looked pretty.
yeah, that's kind of the same way in Chicago. You have these beautiful old red brick buildings that look just like the beautiful old red brick buildings in the nice neighborhoods. It's just you got to look closer and see like how many decades has it been since the door frames were painted or whatever, or is there a dog not chained up and running around loose in a fence guarding it, But most of Palm Springs is actually pretty nice. It's just one of those incongruous California things where you have like the most fancy ass apartment building in town, but there are homeless guys sort of orbiting the base of it, hoping to like catch manna from the skies, which actually happens in LA. You guys know the Eastern Building in LA?
No.
It's this big, beautiful mid-rise. It's Art Deco. It was probably built in the 1920s. It's got a big clock face. If you've seen it, you'll recognize it. It's in downtown LA, and it's really near Skid Row, but it's also a very desirable property. And I don't know if you've heard anything about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard marital dispute thing.
Oh yeah.
But they owned the entire top floor of that building, and they had a bunch of penthouses up there, but she was kicking the shit out of him on a regular basis, and they had all of her friends living up there, and it was kind of a zoo. And one day she got pissed off and launched his phone out of the window from the top of this building.
I shouldn't laugh at that.
No, it's fucking hilarious. It gets better. So they sent their assistant down to look for the phone. And of course, there's always homeless dudes orbiting this building, hoping that the rich people will toss something out. And sure enough,
America.
Yeah, sure enough, they found a homeless dude who had Johnny Depp's cell phone. So they were like, all right, we're going to negotiate with you. What's your price? And it was something just totally absurd, like $400, 2 bottles of water, 3 chicken burritos, and like a couple of bags of chips.
Whatever, the rich motherfuckers can afford that.
Well, of course, but it's hilarious because now I've subsequently walked past there and I'm always laughing my ass off because there's always homeless dudes orbiting it. And I'm wondering, like, did a legend spread of like literal money falling from the sky into this building. like they're all kind of orbiting, waiting for something else to fly out.
Hey, Jeremy, put it on the share screen real quick. Speaking of the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp thing.
God, well, no, as Americans, none of us should have
Wes.
had any faith in the English justice system to begin with.
Escape from that sadistic bitch from Atlantis.
I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
The Pirates of the Caribbean movies ran their course anyway. Hopefully, he'll be in something better.
I freaking
Yeah.
loved him as a kid.
Yeah, I liked some of his work with Tim Burton. I mean, generally actors are garbage, but I really, really hate to see somebody who's as abusive and sneaky and manipulative and just, pathological lying bothers me. As Amber Heard not only get away with abusing her partner and her last partner, she beat the shit out of her wife on an airplane the last time she was married or partnered. Like, she got away with that too because they didn't have enough evidence. By
Who
the
was
way,
her
this
wife?
I can't remember the wife's name. Some
Was it
mountain,
An actress also?
some
Sounds like a
socialite.
demon dish.
It wasn't that girl from Blow, was it?
I don't know. She has kind of a funky name, like one of those Austrian royalty type names that are just weird.
Amelia Watts-a-Bottom.
Yeah, something like
Okay,
that.
she's
that
not
kind
an
of name.
actress. She's not
By
an
the
actress. You know what? She looks like
Fucking
By the way,
lesbians.
this is the Motel 6 where they put all the homeless people. By the way.
wait a minute. I
I
got
think-
a joke brewing if I can just summon it here.
Okay, I'll stall for you. By this is an important tourist attraction in Palm Springs. This is the infamous Motel 6, where I got to attempt to sleep next door to 20 people who were trying to smoke the same meth rock in one hotel room.
Looks like Lou Diamond Phillips going as a. Oh no! Wait! Oh God! I'm losing the joke. It's getting away. Stop it!
Get them away.
It wasn't any good anyway, probably.
It was going to be good. I just forgot what you call something.
Something about lesbian domestic abuse, which is, I think that might be the highest rated domestic abuse in any type of partnership. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I've heard
That's what
that.
I've heard. Yeah.
I think so, yes.
And I can
Okay, the joke got away. It was going to be good, but I lost it.
Well, if you find it again, let us know and we'll all shut up because we're all so good at keeping our big fat mouths shut.
What do they call the Jewish rabbi? Looks like Lou Diamond Phillips going as a rabbi for Halloween.
Boo!
It would have been funnier if I'd have worded it right the first time.
It would have
Yeah.
been funnier if I knew who Blue Diamond Phillips was, actually.
La Bamba guy. Guy was in the film La Bamba. He played Richie Valens.
Okay.
What?
I never saw that movie.
Yeah, I mean it's a
Me neither.
it's a a cultural reference before our man Zach's time about a cultural reference before my time. So you know what I mean? Like it's pretty old school.
Like
I mean,
9
I
times out of 10, if you name an actor to me, I'm just going to give you a blank stare.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Especially nowadays, that's for sure.
I guess technically Johnny Depp is actually my favorite actor because I can remember his name.
That is
You know
great.
You know what, Ann? I don't know if you actually have a YouTube account or not, but something that you could probably do to be rolling in, money, to where you don't have to, count on a book advance that's never coming.
You
Or something.
better not say OnlyFans.
No, he said YouTube.
I mean, she could
OnlyFans.
probably do an OnlyFans where she just shows her feet and make a killing doing that.
Mm-hmm. OnlyFans is a good idea too, but that's not what I was going to say. Since you're already walking around town, all day with your smartphone and everything, maybe you ought to try to tap into the IRL community. Now, they're toxic. They're horrible people.
Oh, yeah.
They're like really horrible people. So,
The in real life community.
so
Try
you
to-
might not be their kind of, streamer for that. But, I mean,
Just
I
try
don't
to
know.
be Just try to be more like anything for views and less like Baked Alaska.
There's
Anything for views is actually kind of funny.
IRL streamers are basically in real life is what it stands for, and it's like people who just record their their day-to-day lives, although they're like improvising and they're like acting crazier for the camera and everything, and they get donations rolling in for their monetized channel through Streamlabs and all sorts of all these little things that they can get donations through, and like they're making big bank just for walking around filming themselves eating McDonald's and all this stupid shit.
Hey, why don't we do that? That sounds freaking awesome.
No,
That involves going outside and interacting with people. No thanks.
Yes, exactly.
If you can get paid for it, I'd do it, because you got to do it anyway.
No, it's not worth it for me. Still,
you got to go outside anyway.
Knowing you'd attract the type of people who, when they can do the speech to voice, they would just like type the N word over and over again.
That's the whole IRL community in a nutshell. What are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure.
That's a stupid thing, by the way. The text to speech thing is a stupid thing anyway. To me, I mean, I don't know. I would not have
fingers. It wouldn't be.
I would not enable that. I would not trust any listeners or viewers well enough to put that kind of control in their hands, because they are just going to have be typing inward to in front of a store full of black people. That it's just it's not even funny anymore. They do it. It's all they do now. It's all.
Then
it's not.
Have people fucking calling the McDonald's you're trying to eat in. Yeah, a known white supremacist terrorist is eating in your establishment.
It just, that I would be miserable doing that, man.
But hey, Ann, this is a great idea for you to make money.
It really is.
You're better off just doing the OnlyFans of your feet.
Yeah. Why not both? But, I mean...
It is kind of curious that something as innocuous sounding as just like, I'm going to stream my weird day, attracts like just terrible people.
You'd have to get monetized first, though.
I have a YouTube channel, but I don't post there all that often because I feel really weird about just talking to a camera.
VTubers are the future, though, so you'll have to get a anime girl avatar if you really want to make a killing.
Actually, though, I know Gregor doesn't. I don't think Gregor has a YouTube channel himself, but the rest of you could probably, take this, while it's going and record your own streams simultaneously. I don't know about speaker echo or audio overlap. I don't know how you would block that, but I mean, I see it done all the time with different streamers will come in and out of other people's streams, and then they'll go off and do their own thing. And so, you just have that one little segment that was them, interacting with some other streamer, and now their own stream goes in this other direction, and that person, the other person left, and so they're continuing down this way. And it's almost like a branching thing, it's like non-linear streaming or something.
Okay, somebody call Andrew Yang, because instead of UBI, we're just all going to pay each other to hang out, showing each other our dumb shit lives for no apparent reason, because apparently this was the point of human evolution. Congratulations, everybody.
Speaking of Andrew Yang, okay, go ahead.
Yang should not be working for UBI. He should be working for Catgirl GFs for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, if we perfect filters, everybody can be a hot 16-year-old girl.
Speaking, sorry,
16-year-old. You made that up yourself. I didn't say anything about that.
Well, okay. If you want to put
I think we just revealed some of Anne's deep, dark id right there.
Well, seriously, if everyone can use a filter to transform themselves into hot, 18-year-old girls, none of us will ever have to work again. It's perfect.
Yes, exactly.
So, speaking of Andrew Yang, he's kind of made this.
Oh yeah, I saw this. Oh man,
he's been making this his like, you know, personal issue with the WWE getting around certain, you know, things with their you know, superstars, because they use the independent contractor you know, thing to weasel their way around, you know, giving them, you know, health insurance, covering them with health insurance and all this other stuff. And I mentioned a show or two back where WWE was, you know, having, you know, their talents Twitch stream shut down because they found out, hey, you know, our independent contractors, quote unquote, are actually making a lot of money, you know, just streaming on Twitch, bullshitting and playing video games. You know, can't have that. And so they've gone and they've shut down these Twitch channels just because these talents are using their WWE names, quote. You know, and so from the legal standpoint of the WWE, well, they're using WWE licensed characters to make money, and we didn't, you know, okay that. Which to me is really petty, whether they have a legal, you know, standpoint or not. It's incredibly petty, and they should have just let it go. I mean, you know, it's not like,
you know, basically they should just enforce kayfabe, and that's it.
kayfabe.
Like you don't drop out of character if you want to do your Twitch stream, but I don't understand why if they wouldn't see that it's in their interest to have them continue their characters on a modern format as opposed to pay-per-view.
That's the problem.
Because
They don't.
Vince McMahon is a greedy fuck.
Yeah, dude. Not only that, but he's senile. His shows don't even have a logical like ebb and flow anymore like they used to. Seriously, I mean, they used to have really complex storylines, you know, that you'd have to keep a pen and paper just to keep up with all the players. And I'm not joking. I know it sounds like I am, based on, you know, people who aren't WWE fans, but they used to be able to pull off these elaborate storylines that would take months to build up. Now you've got characters acting completely outside of, you know, plausibility of how their character would act, and forgetting that they used to hate this person and now they're, you know, swearing, you know, to take a bullet for him. It makes no sense, anything that goes on the shows anymore. I stopped watching. Okay, but the point I'm making here is that, yeah, Vince McMahon is greedy, and he not only that, but he's senile on top of that. And I have to think that has something to do with this sudden cracking down on Twitch channels. Now, you may say, why is this such a big deal? Because Zelina Vega, a.k.a. real name Thea Trinidad, she refused to turn her Twitch channel off out of protest. Okay, and she tweeted out, "I'm in support of unionization for workers." Okay, well, she knew that by then when she tweeted that, she signed her own, you know, death warrant as far as being employed by WWE, and that was the point, I think. Okay, now a labor union president has reached out to her about, you know, legal options she has at this point. Yeah, so they've been getting around this whole issue with, you know, crushing their talents, any independent spirit from their talents for decades now with the independent contractor excuse. And now, you know, Vega is getting represented. This is one of the few things where, you know, I guess I do kind of take a slightly liberal, you know, approach to, because I mean, even conservatives, even hardline conservatives, you know, should you know, not want people to have, you know, their daily lives scrutinized and controlled, micromanaged, you know, just because of a loophole in you know, technicality in the legal world. Okay, but
Well, yeah, we've come to the point of like clown world where conservatives seem to be the only people who give a shit about labor anymore.
Yeah, but see, these people were able to supplement their income with possibly a more lucrative, you know, thing that they could do, you know, which is, you know, play video games and talk to your fans, you know, on a late stream at night. And these people have barely any free time as it is, and
Right.
And now we're going to say they can't even do that and get paid for. You know, they can't.
I mean, aren't they trading on a brand that the WWE owns, though?
Yes, but I mean, it's what is the WWE out on a street corner jingling a cup? I mean, they got all that blood money.
Yeah, but why didn't they just say, give us a cut, right? That's my question, right? Like, hey, guys, you can still do this, but we want you to give us a cut because, you are using the brand that we own. It'd be like, Mark Hamill doing a Luke Skywalker Twitch, right? He's not going to be able to do that without giving some money back to the big mouths, right?
Except that Mark Hamill didn't become crippled playing Luke Skywalker. It's the same.
I hear what you're saying,
and like I say, he was part of a actors union while he was doing that.
I get what you're saying. I mean, but I'm just saying, like, they're basically trading on the characters that the WWE owns, right? So, I mean, I don't see a problem with the WWE saying, give us a cut of that Twitch money, but it does seem ridiculous, right, that they would just shut it down. Nobody gets the money then, right? I mean, it seems stupid.
Right, exactly. I mean, I'm sure the WWE is within their legal rights. It's just insane.
Yeah. It's. I mean, I agree that it's like scummy, right? However, it just seems to me like, why don't they just say, give us the money, give us some of your money?
Exactly. They're like turning away money, and they're turning away a chance for their brand to be exposed. If you want to talk about their brand,
Hey, Jeremy, do wrestlers they generally come up with their own characters, or is it like the WWE that comes up with them?
I think that they have input on their characters. See, it just depends, really.
Like comic books, right? The comic book creators, right? I mean, if you're in Marvel or DC, you might come up with a character, but you don't own it.
Which is bullshit.
But these.
Well, I know it's bullshit. I'm just saying.
That's what it is. These performers are in a live action character. They're helping to create this illusion, and a lot of their input can go into character development,
right.
And even with how feuds turn out, the results for how that turns out and everything. Now, here's the real question. Do wrestlers are they members of the Screen Actors Guild? Since they are primarily actors, there's a lot of overlap here because a lot of these
they probably say they're not, right? Because they probably say that they're some other kind of performer, right? It's athletes or something.
Well, that's an interesting question because
that is an interesting question.
Demands like constant juggling to keep himself from having to pay more consequences for dealing with them. That he's constantly juggling to stay out of this realm. He doesn't want them to be called athletes. He doesn't want them to be called this or that. He's firm on the term superstars. As a branding thing. But anyway, I think that Vince has bitten off more than he can chew this time. Because now people are finally taking notice of wrestlers and saying, man, it's like the last vestige of unrepresented, talent, employees. And let's face it, for a company that demands this kind of loyalty, dedication, and just, man hours, they give up like all but one day out of their week to travel. That's changed since COVID. But I mean, they demand an exorbitant amount of commitment and time and energy from these people, and they get around things by calling them independent contractors, but they also don't, have the benefits of being independent contractors. They can't even pursue, like endorsement deals. That's another thing that opened the floodgates of this thing. Because someone dared to get sponsored by Bang energy drinks, And
oh my God, 400-year-old people should not
Bang
be
energy
drinking.
freaking rule.
What, did you almost get
My
hit?
favorite flavor is the cotton
Yes,
candy.
he was just fucking wandering around, couldn't see anything. I think I just almost got killed by Joe Biden.
Wait a minute, I missed something. What?
This dude
Bang
who could
energy,
barely
don't
see over the steering wheel. He was so old, just almost plowed me over because he couldn't just died where the fucking road was. And he looked just
your
like Joe
nose
Biden.
is hanging out. You got to cover your nose.
It's okay. No, you
I'm
don't.
not indoors
I'm
yet.
just
Well,
kidding.
you almost
Just
died.
kidding. I
She
know.
almost died. Give her a break.
And
I'm
take it.
just
Yeah,
kidding.
That
was
was
not
make
joking.
good content.
take it out. Take it off altogether, Ann. The mask. I mean.
Well, I'm about to
at
go
least-
into a store.
I mean, look at it this way: you dying would have
movie.
made good content.
That's true. That's true. And I am an independent contractor.
Yeah,
That is
but
true.
to go back to the previous story, Zelina Vega confirmed for Base Comrade, and Vince McMahon gets the guillotine.
Dude, I'm just trying to figure out. I don't even think I think he legitimately thinks he's going to live forever, but also I think he is so.
He won't think that when his head's in the fucking guillotine.
I think he legitimately doesn't even want his daughter and son-in-law to inherit his empire. I think he wants to live long enough to where he doesn't even have to where even they don't get to have a run with controlling it. He's incredibly petty, and I mean, there have been horror stories from people from former writers for WWE talking about how he has no patience for people when they sneeze or cough. He thinks that you should be in control of your own body at all times, and no yawning. I mean, he would go off on a tangent for people who yawned or sneezed.
So
Can
it's
you imagine having sex with this guy?
it's
Yes.
like I would rather not.
Like, no, you need to come in 30 seconds, bitch. Can I tell you
Wait.
orgasm now?
By the way,
is it like a mommy dearest situation where he's just screaming at his kids? No wire hangers.
I guarantee you that more. I hope that more people, more talents, are going to get in touch with this president now. And kind of stand with Zelina Vega where they weren't going to before. I hate the term scabs because people should have the option, should be able to pursue the option of not. Speaking with unions, of stepping over the picket line if they desire, because...
Oh, I thought you said you hated the idea of scabs that's in the heart, like blood that gets on a cut.
No, scabs are the name for people who break the picket line when a union is striking.
My
appropriate name.
My grandfather was a scab, but he had a family to feed, and he didn't have time for that bullshit. Now...
So that's the rest of the union.
That's too bad. He chose to work. That was his choice. But this is the rocky situation, because the problem is that these union people, they want unquestioning, like, religious fervor when it comes to this. No, everybody gets to make up their own mind about which they choose to do, and that's the way a free society is supposed to be. That's a problem with both sides, is that they want total control, and really we're supposed to be observing checks and balances, on both sides. One is supposed to balance the other out on both sides, And in a way, our forefathers kind of created an absolute nightmare when they set that up. Sometimes I wonder if we would be better off under one or the other, and then you have to just resort to old school usurpation in order to, get it changed. But I don't know. Checks and balances is probably the best way to ensure that, people can continuously, get the victory decision sometimes without a 100-year struggle every time. I don't know if I'm making sense, but.
Oh yeah, I call this the Ron Johnson theory of governance. The whole point of checks and balances is to keep all of the assholes who want power delightfully busy stabbing each other in the back so that they can't really do anything.
Yeah.
I approve.
Yeah, I do too.
So get this, though.
I love checks and balances.
There was another girl who was retired, essentially. She had to retire due to major injury in WWE, and her name's Paige. And she also had a Twitch, and she went on a rant on her live stream about this. And,
I was looking at her wrong.
What?
I was looking at her wrong.
Okay. Anyway, so she is also, up in arms about this, but the deal is that she has not been performing for WWE, and yet they want to keep her, a stranglehold on her as well. Okay, and that's all she has is Twitch, streaming, and unless they decide to use her in a segment on WWE television. So I mean, all she had was Twitch, that made her, feel better about not being able to work and everything, and still make money. Really, what they should do is just use their own real names. But I think that WWE wasn't going to let any people, just change their their handle names to their real names. I think they would make them have to start completely from scratch with a new channel. They were not going to let them continue under a different name with those that they acquired using WWE intellectual properties. It's a big mess, and this is one of the few instances where I hope that the liberals do win as far as this situation goes.
And that picture right there, she kind of looks like Leatherface from the 4th Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Okay, you're not going to get me to. You're not going to get me to agree
The
that
4th Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Look up Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Next Generation.
You're not going to
tell me that she does not.
No, she doesn't, dude. You're not going to get me to
one picture.
No, you're not going to get me to agree that Paige looks like Leatherface. She is fucking a bombshell from hell. I don't know what you're talking about, Zach.
In that one picture, not the other pictures.
Which one?
No,
the one
She
that's
looks pretty in all of them.
She looks like Paige in all of them. I don't know. What
I'm not saying
about.
she doesn't look pretty, but in that one picture, it just reminds you of
Which
that.
picture?
The one that's enlarged.
Oh,
I don't know.
One?
I find it hard to believe that
fucking
Leatherface
kidding?
looks like that in part 4.
How does that look like Leatherface? If anything, she looks like Kat Dennings.
What was that? It was like a reboot where Leatherface is a woman.
Is that
a hot girl?
Is that
Well, he was in drag, and he looked exactly like that, except obviously a dude.
Well, then Leatherface is a hot bitch. Then I don't know what you're talking about.
That's gay, dude.
I mean, if you're gonna, what you're saying is
Not
utter
gay
folly.
if he's wearing a dress.
What you're saying is utter folly. You're saying Paige looks like Leatherface, and it makes no sense.
It's utter folly.
You're not gonna win this one, Zach.
Utter folly.
You're just wrong. Admit you're wrong. And go sit in the corner.
It's utter folly.
Look it up and
Yeah, well, your dog looks like
a dog.
Chop Top.
Dog.
What?
Your dog looks like Chop Top.
Chop Top.
And are you still here? Did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Look up Leatherface Texas Chainsaw Massacre 4.
So
we lost her because we're a bunch of nerds arguing about Texas Chainsaw Massacre now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking, man, we've been locked up in this weird situation for 8 months, and everybody's wondering why people are stabbing each other over the election. We will fight about fucking anything right now.
I just want to know.
Everybody needs to take a deep breath and go, maybe all this rage that I feel towards my quote-unquote enemies is a result of the psychological effects of being isolated, fucked up, and terrified for my life from an invisible thing.
Right.
I just want to know, Ann.
What's that?
You're like occasionally you will, with women, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
Would you with her?
I can't see her. Let me. Sorry, I wasn't actually shunning you. I was trying to figure out where I'm going. All right, what does she look like?
Yeah, right there, big titty goth GF.
Oh, she's adorable.
That's what I'm saying.
Why do you think she looks like Leatherface?
Go up to that one picture, the one that you had enlarged.
I mean, look in there's a link in the chat.
Like at best, that looks like a badly made wax dummy of her.
I mean, she looks like if that overweight goth girl who was part of everyone's friend group in the 90s. If she like hit the gym and developed a personality, that's what she'd look like. She's adorable. I just don't see the Leatherface thing.
Right. And
Do the share.
I mean, I looked at at best it looks like a badly made wax dummy of her.
Yeah.
Well, has she made like wax museum status yet?
I don't know. maybe.
So that's
yeah,
that's
that does-
Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre 4. That looks like a great movie.
You forget every time Zach compares things to Texas Chainsaw Massacre, he's so far off base that it's not even.
Every time he does it, how
You
often does he
sound
do
like
it?
he has to think of-
Like
He
that
has to
time a
think
month
of.
ago when
He has to think of Leatherface every time he has sinful thoughts about a woman to keep his mind pure.
like that time about a month ago when he said that car that was getting surrounded by people sounded like it was making the car horn sounded like something from Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, and it sounded nothing like. I don't know where he gets this shit other than
I've watched these
drinking
movies
fan.
so many times.
The
that
drinking
they permeate my reality, Jeremy.
Yeah, clearly.
You know what this reminds me of is like speaking of ideologies, when somebody's like a feminist or a whateverist and they see like literally everything in the world through that lens.
Right.
Like they look at that palm tree and see the patriarchy.
It's
Like
phallic.
Yeah, it's just like a phallic domination. Yeah.
If your penis looks like that, you really need to get to the hospital. But anyway,
Mine doesn't look like that, but it's about that big.
Mine doesn't look like that. It feels like that.
Might want to go to the doctor.
Seriously, as a lifelong wrestling fan, who had a who WWE's enhanced a lot of my Saturday mornings and Sunday afternoons and whatnot, Monday nights with their whole package deal or whatever, with their characters and their stories and whatnot. I'm inclined to agree that it's time to just kind of humble Vince McMahon.
Breaks his back
what are they
and makes
doing
him
now, though?
humble.
No, I'm not. But I'm not talking about it like a communist thing or like a thing where he has to be humbled because of patriarchy or because of the color of his skin, or
Switch over to Billy Corgan's wrestling.
wait, that wasn't a joke? Billy
No,
Corgan is wrestling?
He does. He took over the NWA, which is the longest running wrestling promotion, even going back further, before Vince McMahon.
So, what are these wrestlers doing now with the COVID bullshit?
Being gay.
They're doing the same, but they just
I'm just
have
gonna
the
pretend
empty
back in-
stadiums.
Okay, they have this thing called the Thunderdome, where it's oh god,
I
it's
read
so,
about that. Yeah,
it's so
they have-
cringeworthy that you can feel Vince McMahon's the desperation. You can feel Vince McMahon's desperation in trying to keep his head above water with
It's
this.
called the Thunderdome. Does he have the rights to use that term?
Yeah, there you go.
Well, what it is basically is it's a virtual thing where people are tuning in like through their webcams and stuff, but they don't have a filter. So it's just like things like what was the name of that wrestler that killed his family?
Chris Benoit.
Yeah, so they have like just pictures of Chris Benoit and shit like that on there.
What is it? I'm not following. How's there any wrestling going on?
Yeah, I didn't get to.
Well, they're wrestling, but they just have like a virtual dome where people like tune in via their webcams.
Okay, and there are screens in where the audience would normally be. Can you see there? Let me get it closer. Those are not people there. Those are all like little screens that are placed where the person would be sitting normally.
Wow, we live in hell. I mean, we have gone to hell.
Feel Vince's desperation. But here's the thing: they got all that Saudi.
We've always
blood.
been in hell.
They've got
What'd you say?
they've got that Saudi blood money from where they took they toured through Saudi Arabia overseas. Months for the last 2 or 3 years, and so they got millions.
The girls have to wear. How did that go? Was there like no female wrestlers there? Did they all have to wear like a fucking?
They didn't have to wear the whole thing, but they did have to cover up to where they didn't have their, any arm showing, any leg. They definitely couldn't just come out in nighties or lingerie,
Lame.
I know.
I agree.
It's lame to do to make your woman dress like anything. And by the way, that means we're just as bad as the Middle East when it comes to clothing now because
because of the
masks.
mask.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to go there, but I mean, it is there in the back of my mind, like, Jesus, this is as bad as Sharia law, having to conceal your, all of your face, but your eyes and all this other stupid shit, I mean.
Yeah, they're pretty soon though. They're going to be having you along with the mask, be wearing cat ears and maid outfits too.
Maybe so.
But I didn't understand that.
Pretty soon, they're also along with the mask. They're going to be having you wear cat ears and maid outfits.
Still don't follow.
It's a weed show.
Yes, they're gonna force you to be a cat girl.
Yeah, a sexy maid cat lady.
You keep bringing up the cat boy or cat girl. What's his name? Ben or Frank or James? What was the guy's name?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Nick.
Is it Nick Fuentes?
Yeah. Nick Fuentes is a closet case who likes cat boys.
Cat boy or something.
Yeah.
You keep bringing him up. I have never even heard of the guy.
He's just funny. I used to say that he was like a kid wearing his dad's suit, but that applies more to John Doyle.
No, but I mean, you said that Cat Boy was like scum, just like Fuentes, though. Before.
No, the cat boy that he dates is a Nazi too.
So Fuentes does in fact date him, or is that just hyperbole?
I mean, some possibly hyperbole, but the way they interact is it definitely looks like flirtation. It wouldn't surprise me if Nick is a very unhappy closet case. His last name is fucking Fuentes. Like in any other era, he would have been, run out as not being wide enough.
What is the significance of Fuentes?
It's like a Spanish name.
No,
Yeah,
I know
it's a
that, but
name.
what?
It's Spanish for closet case.
Pretty much. Although there's Carlos Fuentes, who was cool.
Well, anyway, the point, I actually hope that Vince McMahon, like I said, I am so conservative that I could not be anything but conservative. Believe me, there have been times where I tried or thought I aligned up the other way, but the deal is that I legitimately think that Vince McMahon does need to be humbled, and not because of patriarchy or because he's a white man, but because he's just fucking utterly curmudgeonly and insane, and he has shat on one employee after another for over 30 or 40 years, and in very subtle ways. Okay,
Doesn't sound that subtle, really.
No, it's really not. I mean,
he's just exploiting his workers. I mean, that's what it comes down to, right? I mean, that's what you're saying.
This is the guy.
Vince McMahon's probably going to run for president in 2024.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No.
And that was embarrassing when he trotted out his wife to try to run for whatever it was she was running for, Senate or something. That was embarrassing too. And
was she a porn star or something?
No, she was a business woman. She was a business person just like him. She was the vice president of WWE for like 25 years.
Was she a former wrestler?
No.
Was she actually like a business person before she met Vince, or was it? Oh, okay, yeah, because I was thinking
she had some sort of communications background. I don't know.
Okay,
but no, dude, Vince McMahon. I mean, he's just. Here's the thing. I've been reading, like backstage reports for so long. That's an entire, industry of its own. Where they're called like, dirt sheets. Where people who specialize in reporting stuff about wrestling from backstage, that they get filtered down to, to them from, wrestlers on the inside,
gossip rags.
They want to leak a story, and they'll do it through the Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer, or this guy over here, or WrestleZone or whatever. Now the deal is that he has a history of wanting to punish talent, and he will, when he wants to punish talent. Okay, I mean, this is all very sadomasochistic sounding. When he wants to punish his employees or contractors, he can saddle them with an embarrassing gimmick, like say he took Dusty Rhodes and to kind of tear him down when he went to work for Vince. He made him dress in a big polka dot outfit, and it's like he'll give him these embarrassing things that are meant to make them not get over with the fans.
What was that one wrestler whose whole gimmick was literally that he was retarded?
Eugene.
Yeah.
That guy is one of the best technical wrestlers, or was at one time, and that's what I'm talking about. Vince
Pull that guy. I want to see what that guy looks like. Pull that guy up.
Okay, he just looks like a normal guy, but his whole gimmick was that he was retarded.
Here's the deal.
Oh, he doesn't look like he's retarded though.
No, he just looks like a normal guy, and he's got a normal name.
Yeah, retard streak.
Here's the thing. Eugene or Nick Dinsmore was one of the greatest technical wrestlers, of the new millennium, and just because he could, Vince saddles him with this gimmick of he's like an idiot savant, or he's like a one of those types that's special, that has a special gift, where he's like a genius when it comes to wrestling, but everything else he's slow and dim-witted, So there it is, Eugene. Yeah, he took a really talented wrestler and made him anything but, Okay, Here's another example. And I mean, I bring it up a lot. I've brought it up before, but I mean, Lita or Amy Dumas is a real name. Okay, there was this cool there was this angle where she had been managing this tag team called the Hardy for like a long time, right?
That's why you like her.
And anyway, so Matt and Lita, Matt, after seeing Lita beat a guy who had been bullying her, for the last 2 months, stalking her, sneaking in on her in the shower, all kinds of creepy shit. And then he would bully her even and get her in headlocks when, after they'd beaten down the Hardys that she was managing. Okay. So they do this big thing in the ring where after Lita finally pins this man in the middle of the ring, and Matt kisses her just out of, to help her celebrate with the moment. And she has this shocked look on her face. She's covering her mouth and looking out at the crowd like, oh my God, did that just happen? And then he's all apologetic. He leaves the ring like, well, I've done it now. It's over. She follows him out of the ring, pulls him back and kisses him, right? It's a big soap opera angle or whatever, right? But it was a genuine moment that, fans could get behind, right? Okay, are you following me so far?
Yeah, I'm following. Yeah. What's the point?
Well, the point is that that's another thing, is that they just want to do the same thing over and over when they see it catches on, with no alteration. So what happens when Lita doesn't want to do the same thing, for 3 weeks straight of kissing Matt, each time like it was the first time it happened? And she says, it might take away from the special feeling of this moment if we just do this every week. This was a special thing that happened and it got ratings and everything. If we do it all the time, it's going to lose its special value. Right. So they said, all right, you don't want to kiss Matt? All right, I've got another thing for you. And you see where I'm going with this, right?
No.
Okay, so
He kisses another dude or some chick?
No. So you don't want to kiss Matt, huh? There you go. That's what happens to Lita the next week.
Now she gets the stink face.
Yeah. That's how petty Vince McMahon is. Okay? Now.
Oh, wow. But you love it. You love a stink face.
Yeah.
Well, it's good for him, but not good for her.
Right.
No. Okay, so the point is that.
Vince McMahon gets to get a theme.
Yeah.
I'll give you one more example, and then I promise we're moving on. This girl named Lana. She got a sponsor deal, she got a sponsor spot with.
I think the wrestling talk's over.
I think Jeremy
McMahon got him.
Yeah, McMahon hacked into our stream to try to shut Jeremy up.
Yeah, I think so. when you got a true fan like Jeremy talking shit like this about WWE, you got to shut it down, or
He's getting
WWF.
too close to
Yeah.
the truth.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Yeah.
WWE now. It was WWF, and they got sued by the World Wildlife Federation because
Yeah.
like, people were going to get confused. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when that happened.
Petty
Yeah.
shit. That's some real petty shit.
Yeah. It's
You're a
bizarre.
wrestling fan, man.
And
Me?
like NWA should have gotten sued by the rap group.
Yeah, exactly.
I actually used to be a WWF style mud wrestler in Madison, Wisconsin. There was a mud wrestling troupe that we set a bunch of restaurant employees at the time that we set up.
Yeah.
That's how.
You weren't like a sexy wrestler. You wore like a ridiculous mosquito costume, didn't you?
Yeah, exactly. I had this big like polyester mosquito suit with wings, and then I had a dildo on my head in place of a stinger.
Yeah,
Because we got
okay,
drunk and thought that would be a good idea.
Okay, so all right, that was good timing for my computer to lock up, wasn't it? Huh?
Yeah.
Very fortuitous. Okay. Anyway, this is my last point on this, and then I swear we'll talk about something else. But so this girl Lana gets this limited sponsorship thing with Bang energy drinks, and
Bang energy drinks is very good.
Okay. Anyway, so maybe I'll try it sometime. But
The cotton candy flavor is the best.
yeah.
Jesus.
So she did not clear that with WWE management, and her husband left to go work for AEW, which is run by the guy in the NFL, Tony something. Anybody know who I'm talking about? Anyway,
No.
Tony.
Sports is freaking lame.
Boy, Zach, you really
I said
have
sports, not wrestling.
boy, you sure have a poignant delivery and way of communicating your ideas. I want to subscribe to your newsletter. Anyway, so, and this is the last one. So Lana does that, and then her husband leaves to go wrestle for AEW, and whereas Lana's stuck with WWE, right? They decide that she's caused enough drama for the time being, so Vince is going to punish her on the air. So for the last 8 weeks, and I'm not exaggerating, that is the exact number. For the last 8 weeks, Nia Jax, this big Amazon woman, has been power bombing Lana through a table. Everybody's seen the table spot in wrestling where they'll land on a table. Their opponent will put them through a table. It'll break, right. And it's supposed to, look like their backs are broken.
Right.
She's done the table spot for 8 weeks straight. That is the pettiness of Vince McMahon. You don't want to do a kiss, storyline. You get an ass and rubbed in your face. You don't want to separate from your husband who's going to wrestle for another entity, or you want to do energy drink spots without clearing it with management. You will get your back broken with a table for 8 weeks straight. This is the pettiness of Vince McMahon, and so this is why I say that he needs to be humbled. Since he's so big on humbling everybody else, he needs to be taken to the cleaners legally and actually lose. None of this, I'm in a neck brace. Surely you're not going to send me to jail for steroid, corruption. Are you honored since my neck is practically broken? That's how he got out of the steroid scandal in the early 90s, is that neck brace. It was like a badge, it's like a
steroid scandal. What's that?
Seriously, Gregor? You didn't know about the steroid scandal in wrestling in the 90s?
Steroid scandal?
I mean, but what's the scandal? I mean, why can't you use steroids in professional wrestling?
They had a doctor on the payroll who would give the wrestlers whatever, painkillers, steroids, mood enhancers, psychiatric.
The great steroid scandal of '93.
Whatever they wanted. His name was Dr. Zorian, and he would come to he would be flown into each wrestling event with a like two-story tackle box full of pills of every kind you can imagine.
But why was McMahon in trouble because of this?
Because it happened on his watch, and because some people were saying including wrestlers, were saying that they felt compelled to take steroids in order to get any kind of financial bump up the card or any kind of
I see.
within the company.
Yeah, because otherwise, I mean, I don't see a problem with it, right? I mean, it's not like it's really truly a competitive sport, right? I mean,
this is what I'm saying though. He would use, the how did I do that?
Jeremy has ascended.
Yeah, I guess so.
I think the end times are here.
Yes. It's the rapture.
Okay.
Jeremy, are you okay?
Oh, shit. There's 2 of them now.
No, I'm busy. Yes. I'm busy. Anyway.
He's doing this to assert his dominance. Are you there, Jeremy? He has ascended beyond human perception. He can't hear us.
I think so. I think that he's with
He is one
Celestial
with
Masters.
he is one with the gods right now.
Freaking pagan.
Okay.
We just lost Dan. And we got Jeremy. We have 2 Jeremys. Oh no, they're multiplying.
Hey, while he's
Like, do something.
Now let's say the worst things we can about wrestling, and he can't do anything about it.
Wrestling is like I don't know. You say something.
Freaking gay.
What is Jeremy doing? What's going on with his body? It
Okay,
seemed like he had a little seizure or something.
All right, you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy your trip of being one with the universe?
Yeah,
WWE's fucking with me. That's what it is.
I'm sure.
Well, I'm not going to kiss anybody's ass, Vince, so you can forget it.
You still watch his program, right?
No, I stopped watching. So anyway, when I came back in the first time,
here.
what was Ann saying about getting drunk or something and doing what?
Oh, she became a
God, I'm all
mosquito
over
one time in
Wait.
Wisconsin.
Ann, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so what were you talking about when I first came back in the first time, and you were talking about getting drunk to do something? What?
She became a mosquito in Wisconsin.
Okay, that was her wrestling days.
Right.
Yeah.
What were you
Right. Yeah,
calling
that's how I lost all my front
The
teeth.
incognito mosquito, right?
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Which actually, yeah, the incognito mosquito. I came up with that name while I was goofing off at one of my.
One of your what?
And we just lost Dan.
No.
Freaking earbuds itch.
I gotta get it. This is
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah.
So
anyway,
sorry, I was.
Yeah, you're breaking up pretty bad, Ann.
try exit and come
All
back
right,
in
well-
like I did.
Yeah, I'll tell you the rest of the story once I.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay. I was. What was I talking about? What the fuck was I talking about? Oh yeah. So for some reason, I wound up using the name Incognito Mosquito for the name of my surf band, which ended when our lead singer got his. I think he got his skull cracked by somebody in Milwaukee, and then he got a bunch of painkillers and took them all at once and passed out on the bathroom floor for like a week, and we just walked over him. And after that, we were all kind of sick of each other. But I also use that name for the fictional band in my book Nusquam, which is actually going to be out as soon as I just got to fuck around with Amazon and the guy who's helping me with the formatting.
Wait a minute, I've got Nusquam on my Kindle right now, though. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a new edition,
Oh, okay.
like a new paperback.
I have the first version. That one is that's a really great book. I highly recommend it.
Thank you.
Where can I hear this music from your band? Is it on Bandcamp or anywhere?
Oh no, this was like the '90s when you had to have hundreds and hundreds of dollars to put out an album.
So you never actually recorded anything. You just did some shows.
Yeah, we did show. We recorded things on like cassette tapes, which have probably disintegrated 20 years ago. And like I said, it was kind of ill-fated because our lead singer was just such a massive piece of shit.
Did he sing good though?
No. It was a terrible band, but we had fun.
What were y'all called?
The Incognito Mosquitoes.
Oh.
That's one of the many places that for some reason I kept reusing that name. I just really liked it.
And what did you play?
I can't even. I play the drums. I still like to play the drums, but it's hard to. Drums are a hard thing to, obviously be able to practice when you're living in an apartment.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we live where it's nice right now, so I don't know. Maybe you could buy like a cocktail drum and then just take it out to the desert to play it there. Actually, you could do that. You could do that for YouTube. Just like set up your camera and just play drums in the desert.
Actually, that sounds like a really awesome way to spend the entire rest of my life.
Yeah.
I could see doing that right now. I don't know. This whole lockdown, you'd think it would have just given me a break from humanity and I'd come back like feeling more generous and open to experience. But actually, I'm more annoyed by everything people do than I've ever been before in my life. Like, I've actually gotten spoiled by having people be locked away from me. And now that they're venturing out, even though, there's a third wave going on, nobody cares anymore. Nobody has any patience for the lockdown anymore whatsoever. So now they're all out being people.
Well, lockdowns are a term for prisons, and the fact that they're using it on us now, that people ought to be disturbed by that. What's next? Cavity searches door to door? I mean,
You'd like it if
You're not wearing
cops were coming and searching your asshole every day. Don't lie.
Yeah, that kind of sounds like a fantasy to me. But
maybe if it was a female officer.
Is this a cautionary tale?
If it was a female officer, it was a female.
Yeah, you're gonna get a big black dude.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my god! You guys, this is the porn film that we were all born to make. Get a filter. You can be the female officer.
Who can?
Anybody, really. I mean, you could be an 18-year-old or 16-year-old female officer.
I wish I
I'm
had.
getting arrested for one.
What's the worst prison experience you ever had?
Being on the show.
You can see my hands. My hands are in frame the whole time. What's your word? What's your
I mean, I've only been in prison
I
once.
spent like 2 days in jail. Yeah, I've only been in jail for like 2 days.
You've never been in prison, though.
No, I don't have any prison stories.
They sent you to a psych ward, though, right? Now, you said that on the air, so that's not...
Yeah. Yeah, I've been sent to a psych ward, which is, I don't know, it's since I've never been to prison, I can't tell you which is worse, but I can tell you that in the psych ward where I got sent in Los Angeles when I had typhus...
Wait a minute, wait. This is a horrible time for you to fade out. Say it again.
The robots have taken over, Ann.
Yeah.
Who's meowing?
I think that's Zach.
Is that yours?
There's a cat meowing. Wait, Ann, I couldn't hear that. What now?
Well, I'm the one.
Huh?
I was saying when they mistakenly put me in the mental ward in Los Angeles, there were convicts there who had just gotten moved from prison to the mental ward, and they said they wanted to go back to prison. So that's the only direct comparison I know of mental wards versus prison, because in prison you can at least smoke.
You can?
Well, they'll let you go out in the yard and smoke. In the mental ward, all these guys had to wear patches, and they were like itching and complaining. And I mean, you can't go outside at all in a mental ward. You used to be able to in Chicago, but then I guess their insurance company said they couldn't let people out there anymore. So yeah, if you're in a mental ward, you're in there for as long as they decide to keep you, which is usually as long as your insurance lasts, honestly. But you never know when you're getting out. Like they might decide to let you out this week. They might decide to let you out 3 years from now. You don't know, and you can't go outside. And most of the time, because of the suicide screens, you can't see the sun. But man, my worst mental hospital story is when I was in a mental hospital in Chicago, and there was this like 16-year-old girl in there, and she had tried to kill herself. She had these bandages on her wrists because she had actually slit her wrists. But one of the counselors there just took this extreme dislike to her. I don't even know why. But he had a bit of an attitude, but my God, he's a suicidal teenager. But one day, just to fuck with her, he decided to break the rules and let everybody go up onto this sort of garden on the roof of this mental hospital that nobody was allowed to use anymore because of their insurance company, or that was the excuse they used. But he was like, this one day, he was like, we're going to break the rules. We're going to let you guys all go outside and be on the roof and look at the city skyline and get some fresh air. So everybody's all excited. Like some of these people have not seen the sun for months. So we're all excited. We're all getting ready to troop up to the roof. And he turns to this girl who's still got bandages on her wrist from slitting her wrist and goes, everybody can go, but you have to stay in your room.
Wow.
So she went back. So she went back to her room crying just because this psychotic bastard like wanted to prove a point. He broke the rules that they supposedly had from the insurance company. No one can ever see the sun, but he was willing to buck the insurance company just to fuck with this poor kid who had just tried to commit suicide. Yeah, that's probably my worst mental hospital story.
She probably rebuffed his advances or something, you know.
Well, he was gay.
Oh.
And I don't think it helped when she yelled at him. What was it she said? It was like, you remind me of my mom's boyfriend if my mom had a dick. And, and that was not meant as a compliment. I think her mom's boyfriend was somehow involved in the suicide attempt. So he was kind of livid after that. And then he was out to get this 16-year-old girl. And this is like this is a grown-ass man, you know?
Yeah, who's supposedly, you know, trained to be able to, like, you know, put that kind of stuff aside because he's dealing with people that are mentally ill.
Right.
You know?
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
He's like a male nurse ratchet.
Exactly.
Yeah. Ratchet.
Well, you know, I think Ken Casey must have been in a mental hospital at some point because the Nurse Ratchet character was so right on.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think everyone who works at most mental hospitals. Hi, just a second. Hi. I want to buy these, but also I supposedly have a package here from Amazon. I'm going to mute myself.
So, has anybody seen that Nurse Ratched show?
No.
There's a show.
Who plays Nurse Ratched? Yeah, it's the girl it's the crazy evil nurse from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Who is playing her though?
Some Latino girl.
Huh?
Okay, well that's already not in line with the source material, so there's no connection to One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Then,
What do you mean?
It's a different canon then, because you know the Nurse Ratched that was not, you know, did not have that ethnic background.
I don't think it's a Latino girl that's playing her though.
So, okay, who said that? Ben or Zach? It was Zach, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
No, it was Ben.
It was your dad.
But either way, I mean, I have no desire to see the show. I mean, it looks just, you know, like crap to me. But
It was me.
Like, what's the point?
yeah, I know.
Nurse Ratched is more of a archetype of control than she is like a fully fleshed out character.
Yeah, exactly. We don't need to have a backstory of her. I mean, it's just ridiculous, you know. I mean, nobody wants to go forward. I just don't understand with this obsession with going backwards.
Today's storytellers,
We've reached the end.
Today's storytellers are just not.
Yeah,
they're still.
I recently read Babbling Corpse by Grafton Tanner, and that was a big theme
Ooh,
of
is that
that
the
book.
hauntology thing?
Yeah, Babbling Corpse. It was 0 books. It's about Vaporwave mostly, but it does cover hauntology and things like that.
I'll have
And
to
a
get
big
into
theme
that.
of it is the idea that most pop culture now is just recycling. There's very little new. It's like people buy into the idea that this being the end of history, so all we can do is repeat, things from the past.
So I mean, who buys into that though? I guess what is
Only
it? What's that?
the idea came from Francis Fukuyama, who I think is an economist. He basically argued in the 90s that with the fall of the Berlin Wall, that it meant that neoliberal capitalism is the end of history, and there will never be anything better than this. And Grafton Tanner kind of argues that this is sort of implicit in a lot of modern pop culture because it keeps repeating things rather than trying to build new things.
Yeah, we have no frontier anymore. Like everything's so like secularized to the point that everyone's just like a consumer. It's like there's no freaking going forward. It's weird.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know about that theory. I mean, it doesn't just seem to make sense to me as far as that being a cause of
Well,
it,
obviously, the idea that this is the end of history is absurd, but it's implicit in a lot of things that people think like there will never be anything better than this. Like Mark Fisher wrote about that in the book Capitalist Realism.
Yeah, it's pretty weak.
I mean, to be honest,
I think it's just a matter of just brand recognition more than anything else, right?
Yeah, that's a
Man, I really wish Fukuyama could have like looked at 2020, like just could have had his nose rubbed in it from like if he just had a premonition of how fucking wrong he was.
Yeah, I mean Fukuyama is still around. I don't know if he still believes in the whole end of history thing, but
No, it's the end of history after the plague and the 2 presidents and all the stabbings. Then we'll be at the end of history. Like, shut up.
Well, this history is
Yeah,
lame.
I mean,
though.
hold on.
What the heck?
Oh, that's a nice hand.
Actually, that brings back a memory. I remember being in a car when people still just listened to radio in the car because there weren't even tape decks in cars, and they were talking about that dude and his theory on the radio in the very early 90s. And I was thinking, wow, that sounds really weird. Like nothing's going to happen. Isn't that going to be boring?
Yeah.
I think that was like 5 minutes before we started the first Iraq War, actually.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty. I mean, I think it's. I mean, as far as just the fact that there's no risk taking in popular culture, it's just a matter of just people, money men not want to take any risks, and they're just recycling old properties. I mean, that's what it seems like.
Right. That.
What the fuck is that picture supposed to be implying?
That's the fact that they spend so much fucking money shooting films because they want to employ the same old actors that have gotten, however many people in however many butts in seats. So they using the same old actors who all want $80 million per film. So of course it costs more to shoot the film. So of course you've got this huge investment and nothing can go wrong. So yeah, so you have to make the 50th fucking Spider-Man film.
It's kind of been reversed. It used to be like TV was, the disposable, where you dumped everything disposable, and movies were supposed to be like, the important thing. But now it's kind of reversed. Like prestige TV is like the big thing now, and like all the movies are fucking Marvel movies.
Yeah. And the thing is, Marvel movies still manage to bomb once in a while. Like, they're not even making money right,
I don't know if any of them have actually like bombed per se, but there are a few that have underperformed.
Oh, that movie that they made out of A Wrinkle in Time was just a massive bomb.
Well, that was a Disney movie, not a Marvel movie per se.
Yeah.
Right, but it was a huge budget movie that I think. What did they take in, like half of what they spent on the fucking thing?
Oh yeah, it was a total bomb. Of course,
they didn't hire someone to write. Yeah, they didn't hire someone to write a new script. They just figured, well, this book sold however many million copies in 1973. Turned out no one remembered the book except people my age who are not going to go see a children's film unless they have children. Like, why didn't you just hire somebody contemporary to write an awesome children's film?
Yeah. I mean, they also took a story that was it was a Christian allegory or something, right? And they just stripped all that out of it.
I never actually saw the film because, once again, it was a children's film, so I don't know how it actually turned out, but I know it bombed because all the kids that they thought would flock to see it were like, "What? I've never heard of that. I'm going to see Spider-Man."
Well, yeah, and it was just tacky as hell. I mean, it just looked like the costumes and everything was like so terrible. It's like, I don't understand.
Yeah, I did see a preview, and it looked like, oh, they really went fucking apeshit with the CGI, didn't they? You know, they got like Whoopi Goldberg growing angel wings or some shit.
It was Oprah Winfrey,
really,
I believe.
Really cheesy.
No, but
some other actress, I can't remember her name.
Oprah Winfrey's going to be in the Stand remake that's coming out here soon.
What horrible movie was Whoopi Goldberg in lately? I can't remember.
I don't know.
I don't even know.
But she's going to be in the Stand.
Like, even like Disney, they've like run out of ideas of being able to recycle like fucking fairy tales. Now they're just recycling themselves. They're fucking Ouroboros, and they're losing money because of it.
Yeah, didn't they make Mulan twice?
And they're firing Johnny Depp.
They've remade like almost all of their famous movies at this point as live action movies. Yep. I saw the Lion King one. That was fucking garbage.
I've not seen that one. I saw the Beauty and the Beast one. That was terrible.
Yeah, why would you do that live action? It makes no sense.
It's barely even live action. It's basically just a CGI cartoon.
Yeah, it just looks like live action. Yeah, I mean, it's just dumber than shit. Yeah.
Fucking suck. They cut out most of Be Prepared. They cut out most of that. They did Can You Feel the Love Tonight during the day. For some reason, they made there's this one weird thing I noticed about it. You know how like in the original, like Scar is kind of like fruity. Also, he's almost like a gay villain. It feels like they made up for that in the live action one by having this subplot where Scar really wanted to bang Mufasa's wife, and then making Timon like turning him from like a frat boy into like the gay best friend.
Wow.
You know what this live action movie needs? Dead Carrie Fisher.
Oh yeah, what they did with the fucking Disney Star Wars.
Yeah,
that is just baffling because they clearly did not have a plan for those movies. They just like, Star Wars, make money, make more Star Wars, we make money. Who cares about like having a decent plot or anything?
I just remember being seriously hooked out when Uncanny Valley Carrie Fisher showed up.
Oh, you're talking about
they did that in Rogue One.
Yeah.
Why the fuck did they do that? They didn't need to.
I don't know, but it turned it into a horror movie.
Yeah. Did anybody actually see Rise of Skywalker?
No.
I didn't either.
I fucking stopped after The Last Jedi. I stopped. I didn't see Solo. I didn't see Rise of Skywalker. I've heard The Mandalorian's good, but I'm not watching that.
Yeah.
I saw the one where Luke Skywalker died or something. Was actually, I really liked the porgs, the cute little animals that they had in there. But there was that one action sequence where the dude is about to kill, the land Death Star, whatever it was. Basically the equivalent of the Death Star. They have the same gimmick every movie now. But then, like, the girl who was his partner somehow grabbed him off because she was afraid he was going to die.
Fucking stupid.
Trying to kill the thing that was going to kill them all if he didn't destroy it. Like, no, don't die that way. Die with all of us. Like,
fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Finn is like wasted potential because he had the most interesting story. Being a former stormtrooper to the rebellion, but they just made him a fucking clown. He's like, how do you take look at us, we're diverse. We have a lead, and we just make him a fucking clown who's a simp to the white girl.
Yeah, I mean, how do you take a reformed stormtrooper and fuck that up?
Yeah, I know.
Even John Boyega realized.
I mean,
how
because
fucking
he
stupid it was.
he never acted like you would ever expect like a formerly brainwashed stormtrooper to act, right? I mean, it just the characterization made no
No, he
sense.
was a clown
right?
and
I
a
mean,
simp.
it was just stupid.
Yeah, like you're right. You got none of the psychological fallout from being
Right.
in that kind of a cult and then
Right.
emerging.
You know,
Right.
did
Like, he
anybody
basically-
really dislike? Oh, go ahead.
He basically Mary sued deprogramming and just was a normal person who was a simp.
Right, and like a well-adjusted, kind of funny guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, come on.
Yeah,
Did
like
anybody
you guys
really
could have
hate-
gone so far with this on a psychological level. It was just nah, we're just gonna have this girl steer him away from saving everyone. What?
Anybody really hate Jar Jar Binks in the prequels?
I thought it was funny.
I mean,
Well, you're
yeah, I
fucking
didn't like him.
wrong, and I hope you're happy because you got a live action one in the sequels.
What?
Well, he
basically
was
what Finn
live
was.
action. He was live action in the prequels.
You was CGI, not the same thing.
Same thing.
I don't know. I had kind of a policy of like not bitching about any of the new Star Wars and just enjoying it because it was Star Wars and it reminded me of being a little kid. But then I just got bored.
It reminded me of being a little kid when I saw The Phantom Menace in the theaters and was extremely disappointed.
Oh, that's right. You're younger. See, I was one of
Yeah.
the very first memories is being in a car seat in a drive-in theater and seeing the first Star Wars. And I must have been like a year or two old, but I vividly remember it. I remember, well, I fell asleep for a while in the car seat, but I remember, the last scene where they're putting medals on it. It was weird. Like,
Yeah.
it must have been one of the last drive-in theaters in Wisconsin, anyway.
Speaking
I
of
remember going to
Wisconsin,
it.
have you ever had spotted cow?
Yeah,
I got me one.
those are good. Those are good beers.
They are good.
They're very delicious.
I'm just drinking vermouth. I do remember going to a drive-in theater when I was a kid and watching Sister Act.
Sister Act? I don't know.
My aunt absolutely loves that movie.
My grandma does.
It's an
That's
okay movie.
definitely an anti-grandma kind of movie.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
They think
Like,
it's like
oh,
the
funny
funniest thing.
nuns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's in that with Whoopi Goldberg?
I recognize the face of the woman who plays the Mother Superior, but I don't know her name.
Okay.
I don't remember anybody. Oh, the one of the nuns was also one of the witches in Hocus Pocus.
Is Bette Midler in it?
No, she the chubby, goofy witch,
Okay.
whatever her name is.
Yeah, I kind of know who you're talking about.
I know we try to avoid politics, but it just struck me how fucking absurd it is that people are literally stabbing each other in the face. Well, maybe not in the face. I don't know the details over an election. And we're like, man, Sister Act is kind of a cute movie. Da-da-da-da-da.
Well,
I remember Hocus Pocus.
Encino Man was my favorite movie from that period. I still Encino Man is still one of my favorites.
got problems.
I don't think I've seen that.
It was great.
I've never seen it, so I can't really say.
He's
Yeah,
a
I've never seen
caveman. That was a great moment. Everybody starts cheering. It's supposed to be this big revelation. He says, he's a caveman. Like, yeah, whoa, party down.
I've not seen that.
Never seen Encino Man, huh?
No. And then wasn't he also in Blast from the Past or something where he's like a dude that was in a fallout shelter or something and got something, you know what I'm saying?
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I can't remember what that's called. I mean, what's that dude from The Mummy, right?
Brendan Fraser.
Brendan Fraser.
It is Brendan Fraser.
Yeah.
George of the
Man.
Jungle.
But I can
Yeah,
understand your
yeah.
confusion because Pauly Shore was the feature star of the Mummy.
Right.
So,
Right.
And one of
Pauly
the
Shore
things
was the leading role in The Mummy Returns. So yeah.
No, he didn't.
In an alternate universe, though.
That would be awesome.
Did anybody
Something
actually
really
ever
awesome.
like Pauly Shore?
That's a good question. What happened there?
No.
What
Wait,
was
what
that?
is it?
I don't know. Maybe Biodome happened.
You gotta keep
Well,
up. I mean,
Well, I mean, I think that he had just had connections. That's why he had the gigs that he had, right?
He was basically like a great value version of well, I don't know if that works because Keanu Reeves wasn't primarily a comedic actor, but especially in Biodome, he was basically just a great value version of Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, I mean, I think he just had connections. Doesn't his mom is like the owner of like the Comedy Store in L.A., right? So I mean, I think he had
You
Like his
guys,
whole thing was just being a complete obnoxious jackass.
yeah.
there are so many places in Palm Springs where you can walk like 5 minutes away from the shopping mall I was just in, and all of a sudden there's much less light pollution, and I can actually see constellations.
Oh, that's cool.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
pretty bad when that's pretty bad when there is a great value version of Keanu Reeves, because Keanu Reeves is a great value version. No, actually, I'm gonna just
You shut your whore mouth.
That's what I know. I'm about to take that back because John Wick,
Nah,
Devil
those are
Advocate,
lame.
is that what you have to contribute? That was lame.
Wrong.
That's cool. This was lame. You're gay. I mean, it's
Exactly. That's how you
That's
sum
it.
up the world.
you can
Jim.
do better than that, dude. I
He
mean,
says he got a string, and that's what he says.
here's something you're gonna have to. Here's something that you're gonna have to come to terms with, Zach. We're friends, and you definitely have something, that an intangible that makes you all right, but. Given your background, you're not an authority on cool, so I would abandon that kind of surface judgment.
I'm the freaking authority on cool above all else.
Oh my God, that very statement was uncool. Oh my God. No, it's okay. I'm not cool either. But I mean, at least I
That
acknowledge
is true. You aren't cool.
right.
Is it?
You have no authority or background. You have no credibility in determining what is cool and uncool. So that's
Here's something
the
funny
people
that
who
happened
work
on
at Hardy.
Facebook.
Wait.
What's my job title have to do
None
with
of us are
You
cool. We
are-
work in bullshit jobs.
what-
Hang on. How do you get certified to be cool, by the way?
Don't ask Zach.
You have to go to the community college for 2
Now
years.
he's attacking my my employment as somehow that is like
Well, here's something funny that happened on Facebook. Zach tagged me in like a story about like human chimp hybrids, and he said it looks like Ben, and I just I replied back, yeah, because I'm the big dick gorilla fuck beast, and it turns out it was on Ken Amy's page, and he replied, "Watch your manners, sir."
Oh my God! Watch your manners, sir. Yeah, dude, that's cool. That scene over there. That's what has the final say on cool. Yeah. No, hey, so seriously though, how
Somebody just called you a gorilla, but you're in trouble for saying "fuck beast."
so
What's
seriously,
what's that line from that one $1 million extreme sketch? I'm the big dick gorilla pimp. I make dyke pussy wet.
so seriously
Wow,
though,
that was the most uncool possible way to say that.
That was kind of the point, though.
am I
But
picking up?
seriously, I want to get certified as cool so that I can tell people what they should and shouldn't do, and like what they should and shouldn't wear, and what they should and shouldn't consume as far as entertainment products go. Because
my mic
that really
picking up?
sounds like a good time.
Can you
I
guys
don't know,
hear me?
maybe get a job.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. They're
Yeah.
just ignoring you.
Yeah, I know.
You have to get a blue check mark on Twitter before you can do that.
No, that's an indicator of being like super lame beyond belief.
Dude, you're not an
Well,
authority
yeah,
on
it is.
lame
But
or cool. I'm telling you,
live
abandon
in-
that.
I'm right on that.
No, you
What
are
is
not. You
but
are
we
not.
live in top.
Dude. You're good. You're a good guy, but
I'm right on that.
no, you are not credible when it comes to cool stuff. I'm sorry.
I'm
We live
more
in
than
hell
credible.
world, so
Super credible.
the absolute lamest are in charge of
That's what
what's
you-
cool.
Well,
Yeah,
anyway,
Man, what wasn't the blue check just supposed to show that you were actually you and not like some
At one
fruitcake
point,
pretending
yeah,
to be
no.
you?
Yeah, but
Yeah, you got changed to just being a status thing.
Okay, I've been
Yeah.
trying to get this out for 5
Get
minutes.
it out, Jeremy. Get it out.
I'm
you
trying.
have the power to mute people too,
So-
don't you?
No,
People
I
are
don't want to do that.
garbage.
Huh?
I just said people are garbage.
Anyway,
well, they are, yeah.
so Zach, what is going on over on your show for to get people in the loop, because people do listen after this is fully people come back and listen later. So what's going on with your show over there? What all have you been doing over there?
Oh, we have been having a freaking fantastic time. The next to last episode we did was with a guy named Johan Edebo, who is a musician in a black metal band, like a Swedish Catholic black metal band, and they're freaking awesome. I can't pronounce
So
their
like
name.
a white metal band.
Yeah. But anyway, we had a full hour and a half talk about hauntology and retrofuturism, and to prepare for it, I read one of the academic books on hauntology, and that was super, super fun. The last episode we did ruffled one person's feathers who happens to be related to me, but it was with this guy from some apologetics thing, and we did just a show on some of the really wacky out there churches with bad theology, like the real weird ones. But it's been pretty fun. We have some dude who writes about aliens coming up next. We have who's it?
What dude's that?
I forgot his name. I'd have to look it up.
Mm.
But yeah, we've been doing pretty good. That hauntology
Ken
episode
Amy?
is super fun. Huh?
Is it Ken Amy?
No, he's like the permanent co-host.
I know.
But,
I was kidding. He writes about aliens.
yeah, that is true. About how they're fake and demon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And you don't like when I point out what a fuck piece I am.
But man, that freaking hauntology episode was really fun to record. And we had Schism 206 on 2 times. You might be familiar with him, Jeremy, because back in the day he did a lot of really good conspiracy stuff. So it's fun talking to him.
Schism 216.
206.
Now, how am I supposed to know him though?
I just didn't know if you were familiar with him. He did a lot of good conspiracy stuff back in the day. He recently unlisted all his videos, so if you're looking him up, he won't be on there. Like his YouTube page will be on there, but the freaking hour.
Is he the guy that tries to sell Christianity to people by talking about the Matrix? Is that the guy you're talking about?
I don't know about that. He's done a lot of occultish stuff. He's a little more, still armchair, but a little more semi-academic. So he's not like full-blown like super conspiracy territory, but he's pretty cool, dude. Yeah, it's been pretty fun.
And Ben, you don't do that Bandcamp Massacre thing that hasn't.
I plan to do it again, but I don't know when.
You've had one episode or 2 episodes of that?
2.
Okay.
You need to go. I tried getting a freaking Bandcamp dude on my thing, but he didn't. He turned it down, sadly.
Yeah, I'm not sure who I'm going to ask when I feel motivated to do it again.
I know who you should ask. Skull Crusher, because she's pretty.
I don't know. I'm thinking about seeing if I can get Douglas Lane on. He was interested.
Who?
Douglas Lane.
He unfriended me randomly.
I can't believe you're shocked about that.
Yeah.
I love it when people like unfriend or unfollow you, and it's probably they're trying to send you a message that they're displeased with something you did. But if you're like me, I don't really check that shit all that often, so I'll find it out like 5 months later, and whatever they're trying to send me a message about in their passive aggressive way, I have no idea. I'm just like, guess he was mad about something.
I don't
It's
know.
really lame. I've noticed people do that, and just Ironically, they've done it to me a lot, but
I don't assume that they're trying to send me a message. I just assume they don't want to see shit from me.
Well,
That's their
I
message.
guess I'm extrapolating from the fact that every time someone's announced to me that they're like blocking me or muting me or unfriending me or whatever, like they'll tell me that they're angry, and then they'll, with much ceremony and drama, like block me. And usually 2 weeks later, I get another friend request from them.
That's stupid.
The weirdest thing is when they do it silently. I don't know what it is, but that gets on my nerves. Like, it's not.
It's a lot better when they do it silently because it just means, well, I don't like what I'm seeing. So that's called being a normal person.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's like a person that you talked to before, like on a personal basis, it's just kind of weird. But
I guess I'm just used to people being fucking dramatic, but I always just interpret it as, God damn it, this person is pissed off and they want to send me a message, but they don't even have the balls to tell me what the message is. It's just like they assume that I'm going to see it the next day and be like, oh, that must be because of X behavior I did. But I don't actually see it till 6 months later. And I'm just like, I guess whatever message you wanted to send me, I will never receive. Have a nice life.
yeah, I never do that to people. Like, I just don't unfriend and unfollow. Rarely. I've done it before, but that's usually after they either showed, like, talked to me and were freaking strange. Like this one dude who was a member of a cult, and I'm like, no, you're off of here. But other than that, I never do that.
Yeah, I just don't pay that much attention to all that shit. And, people will yell at me because someone is my Facebook friend, and I'll be like, who?
I've done it to people who are especially egregious. Like I recall I did it to one person on Facebook who started ranting about black people and using the N-word and shit.
I'm surprised you haven't done it to me. I haven't done that, but I've said some things that gotten people really freaking mad at me.
I've done it to people who've like specifically come on my page to hurl racial epithets at my friends. I'm like, okay, you are black.
I think the only people I blocked are people who actually like send me spam, or someone who, when I didn't reply to them, like got mad at me, and then I just blocked them.
Yeah, but usually I just don't even pay any attention to it. So, like the idea that people will like dramatically block me and announce it because they're mad, and then send me a friend thing like 2 weeks later, or will like stealth block me because they're too mad to even tell me they're mad, and I don't even know what.
Have you ever had anyone try to do that to you anonymously? Like I had one person who made an anonymous email account named John Doe something, and then they were emailing me and stuff, and I still don't know who it was to this day.
That's just so weird.
Yeah.
Like maybe it's just because I'm old, but the idea that people like consider these spaces to be reality is it's like waking up every day and I'm in a horror movie.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, like 9 times out of 10 when I'm scrolling through Twitter, I'll see somebody and I'll just be like, "Oh my god, log off!"
Like me.
Well, and then I'm not very bright, so it's not that often that I have a meta thought. But the other day I was, some major, YouTuber, somebody got censored and they weren't allowed to be on Twitter anymore. And I was getting a little annoyed about it because, First Amendment and dystopia and George Orwell and all that shit. And then I kind of stepped back and I was like, okay, this is basically an interactive video game we're all playing. And why is it suddenly tantamount to having your books burned to be kicked off of a fucking video game? Where did we go wrong?
Yeah, I mean, the social media sites were basically just made to harvest your data and advertise to you anyway.
Yeah, and they've somehow turned into our public square and our publishing industry and our entertainment industry, and it's just too much, and it's just this really unhealthy, gross, weird. It turns everything into high school, and now there's
Yeah, Twitter is a hellscape.
it really is, and it's kind of designed to be that way.
I locked my Twitter down to where only people who follow me can see my stuff.
Twitter is basically the equivalent of shoving a razor blade in your sinus.
Yeah, I basically only go on. This is how evil Twitter is. I basically only go on Twitter to check my DMs. But every time I go on Twitter to check my DMs, I glance something that's meant to grab your attention, and because I have ADHD, I will click on it, and then I'll read it, and then I've completely lost my train of thought, which I was only interrupting to see if I had a DM from someone I actually give a shit about.
And then you're disappointed or really pissed off, right? I mean, it's one of the two things that you see like on Twitter every day.
Yeah,
you're so disappointed or just so pissed off.
Yeah, like I came on here to see if my friend is okay, but you can't just look at your DMs. If I've researched it. There's no way to just look at your DMs. It just throws the whole thing in your face.
The thing about that gets me is getting on Facebook, and like, I don't know, I'm almost happier that Twitter is an echo chamber for me, because seeing the normal people on Facebook gives me no freaking, like, it just makes humanity seem like we got to turn some things around, because like, it's literally every normal person is like, oh, Kamala Harris is the first black woman vice president, and it's everyone. I'm like, this is freaking like insane. Whereas I can go on Twitter and people will be like a little bit more honest.
When Kamala Harris was running for president, her slogan was, "I have the black vote locked down."
Oh, it took me a second to get that one, Ben. Oh, you will vote for me, or you'll be in here another 5 years, buddy.
Oh, felons can't vote.
Which is bullshit.
And Kamala Harris, it is. But Kamala was saying that.
That is not right. Yeah, I agree, because you don't give up your citizenship because you go to prison.
Yeah, and I mean, people can be wrongly convicted of a felony, or it can be just a bullshit ticky-tack little felony. Like, if somebody shoplifts, do they, like, it's really easy to shoplift enough shit from a Macy's. Like, I had a French translation client who, like, had a psychotic break and stole enough shit from the Macy's in the middle of a fugue to commit a felony. So does that mean you shouldn't have your franchise for the rest of your life?
Right.
I mean, I can almost see it for murderers, almost, but they're going to be in jail forever anyway.
Right.
And of course, when Kamala was a prosecutor, she saw too that as many, people didn't vote as possible, especially black people.
Yeah, exactly. Well, great, Kamala. You've got the black vote locked down. Too bad none of them can vote because of you.
Progressive prosecutor.
Just of her dancing. Like, it just makes Wine Mom so happy.
Oh, God.
Are the ideas of guillotines appealing to you yet?
No.
Kamala Harris belongs in there.
Are you saying you think so, or what?
What? Kamala Harris deserves the guillotine?
Is that what you're saying? What? No. What is your reasoning?
She's a fucking cop.
No, wait a minute. She was actually on the force.
Well, she was a prosecutor, which is the same damn thing.
I think he's referring to the fact that she used to call herself Top Cop or some bullshit like that.
Yeah. I don't know if she called herself that, but I know a few people were calling that. I know that she called herself a progressive prosecutor, which meant shit.
Which meant she found new ways to throw people in jail forever.
Yeah, she was a co-author of the Cessna Foster Act, which all of that did was screw sex workers over. She supported a law that made truancy a crime.
Your parents could go to jail. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Let me guess. She decided that streetwalkers should be heavily prosecuted right after she hit the wall.
Probably. But if you really, if you want to, if you want to see the best kind of porn, just rewatch Tulsi's
Just don't
takedown
watch-
of Kamala.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good porn.
That shit is just like that. That gives me life when I watch it.
I actually have come to like Tulsi Gabbard quite a bit, but I'm a sucker for a military.
She was she would have been way better than any of the most of the other ones.
Oh yeah, it's
Like
just she's never going to have a successful campaign for president until Hillary Clinton dies, because Hillary Clinton will never forgive her for not supporting her. So that's kind of a.
Well,
mean
she also
girl
needs to
story.
support war.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I mean, once you've been in combat, you're probably not going to vote for a war. Sorry.
Right. But, you got to support war. You're not going to become president.
Yeah.
I'm
And
trying
she's
to find like
fantastic
impromptu.
person.
I'm trying to find like impromptu like guests, combing like Instagram and like emails and stuff. Just trying to find anybody who
You
might
have an
pop on
Instagram?
randomly, only as a guest scouting thing. That's it.
Jeremy, tell us what you read this week.
I was gonna get to that, yeah, but I didn't want to deflate what we're talking about right now.
Which
Yeah,
is
it
what
seems
is
like we're just getting
completely
back into
depressing.
topics that everybody can get inundated with, and
It's true. It's true. Yeah.
I mean, it's all horrible. I'd rather hear about what.
And really,
I'd rather hear about what
really,
books you read.
I wanted tonight to be an escape for all of us from all
Right.
that.
I mean, Kamala Harris is obviously an evil person. I mean, there's really not more we can say about it, really.
It's just kind of depressing, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
Give me a
Yeah, and
second.
seeing the wine moms get like they just don't pay attention. and
Give me
it's driving
a
me
second.
crazy.
Keep talking and give me a second while I send out a few messages to see if anybody wants to guest last minute, and then we'll start, putting it in a different direction here.
call me cynical, but I think a lot of wine moms who are low information just want to signal liberal because they get the idea that that's cool, and they really want to cheat on their husbands, and they figure they need to be really cool to get away with it.
Yeah, I would think that you're probably. I mean, a lot of that is true. They just think it's cool. Yeah.
There are a lot of, I don't know. I am cynical, but I think, if you boil them down to what they want and what they, if you take their words at face value, both American liberals or American Democrats and American Republicans they both have a lot of ideals that sound really great. It's just that most of them turn out to be such depressing assholes.
Right. Yeah. It's all terrible. Everything is horrible now.
Everything is terrible. Everything is horrible. I mean,
Everything is horrible now, which is a book written by, was it next week's guest, Edward Lorne. Everything is horrible now.
Actually, I thought it was written by Ben, but I'm interested now.
Yeah.
Edward Lorne.
Go ahead.
Edward Lorne is one of the more prominent booktubers, and I hope nobody tries to talk him out of it based on them knowing a week ahead of time that he is coming on. But fuck it, man. He's like one of the better book reviewers as far as the kind of books that we talk about in our little corner of YouTube. I don't even know if he's considers himself a booktuber of that community, that booktube community, but
I mean, I think so.
He covers. I've picked up so many like horror novels based purely on his recommendation. I just picked up recently Salt Blood.
I heard that one's the one that they're all raving about as of late.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I've had trouble getting into booktube because like most of it, all they review are like young adult novels.
They really are. But that one, she branches out occasionally. I think her name's Murphy Napier. Her and Edward Lorne are the main booktubers that I pay attention to because Murphy covers a lot of like epic fantasy, that multi-volume, doorstopper, epic fantasy novels. And I found out about Foundry Side through her, which which they've got a unique magic system in there in that series anyway. But those are the two main booktubers I pay attention to.
I like Well Red Beard. Have you watched him?
No, but that sounds like a cool. Cool.
Yeah, you should check out Well Red Beard. He does almost exclusively independently published horror.
Really?
Yeah.
Why don't we have?
I've watched James Toulos and Crimson Rogue. Both of them do these long form breakdowns of bad books. Like James Toulos did a good one of Battlefield Earth.
Yeah, that sounds like it could be all right.
Okay, so what was it we were talking about? Like what books we read this week?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what did you read this week, Jeremy?
Yeah, by the way, I hope everybody's getting their top 10 reads for the year. I hope they're, making a list and checking it twice as far as that goes.
Yeah, I should have mine ready by next week. Usually I like to do it.
Well, I'm doing that, but with my enemies list.
Oh, nice.
Well, I mean, we ought to save it for like the last.
I like to do it well in advance of Christmas so that people can get presents for themselves or others.
Oh, come on. You're going to go ahead of us? I was going to devote a show to
that's what I do every year. Every year I put my top 10 out or whatever it is, top 10 or 12 out.
On your blog, but I mean, if you go ahead independently of the show, you could still bring, talk about it on the air. But I feel like maybe we should wait until the last or next to last week of December. That way, if we read something between now and then that we want to mention, the only rules is that it doesn't have to be a book. They don't have to be all books from released this year. The point is whatever books you read this year. And I've got a worst of list that I put together in no time as well. So I'm going to be covering like 20 books on that episode. So
okay, well, yeah, I mean, I'll do my own side thing as far as the releasing my top 10 prior, and then whatever episode you want to do it on, we can do it on.
You did 11 last year, if you
I think I might have.
11 bests. I thought about doing that, going to like 15 myself, but no, that then it loses all its meaning. You've got to narrow it down,
right?
The 10. And even if you have to sacrifice other good ones, you've just got to narrow the playing field down.
Yeah. Can you narrow it down to 15?
No, I'll narrow it down to 10. I'm not going to
be
go 10. Then it won't mean as much,
Right.
But by the way, we may have a wrestler coming in here a little bit later, or maybe next week, and I don't know. But that's a discussion I'm having with someone on Instagram. Okay, they may be on next week then. That's okay. We can still have them and Edward Lorne on at different times next week. So before I get into, what I'm reading and we start off that roundtable discussion, I actually obtained permission to read a chapter from this one book that is very deeply affected me in terms of gross out factor and also just like my shock meter. It's a very uncomfortable chapter, but I got permission from Stephanie Klein to read this, excerpt from Planetoid Sassafras. So everybody settled in?
Yeah. Okay. Zach, interrupt him a whole bunch.
All right.
Yeah.
No, I swear I will mute if anybody interrupts me while I'm doing this. To chime in with something stupid, or
Zach, stick your dildo in your mouth so you keep quiet.
No, yeah, seriously, have some decorum and poise, and don't interrupt while I'm reading something that is very well written, very uncomfortable, and this person refused to come on as a guest because they're just that stage frighty. So this is the only way that I can connect with them.
Don't ruin this like you ruined the Jason Sinclair story, Zach.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that one needed to be ruined.
No, it didn't. I'm serious though. I will be legit mad if you chime in with some non sequitur while I'm reading this. Okay, this is good shit right here. So this is taken from Planetoid Sassafras by Stephanie Klein, and the chapter name is Belly Mundus. Let me get the Planetoid cover up on the screen for visual reference. And then, by the way, Anne, are you working on? Have you read 10 books worth talking about this year?
I can't remember. I'll have to look back through my Amazon account. This year has been so long. I must have.
You've had more pressing concerns, no doubt. But
I mean, I've definitely read. I know which one's going to be my number one, and it was written back in the 80s, but it was Tom Wolfe's novel. But whoops, spoilers. Okay, go on. I'm just going to mute myself.
Okay, so Belly Mundus from Planetoid Sassafras. The camera pans in. We are looking down on a wet, Edenic sort of planet, a very lush and rotting place, and we are overwhelmed by an atmosphere of sweat and slime and semen and death. The place looks so warm and so virginal through the view screen that if you look closely, you may notice a few of our tiny, intrepid male astronauts below sporting colossal erections. They turn away from their mates shamefully, avoiding eye contact and attempting to shift the material of their oh-so-tight spacesuits to hide their bulges. Being just a passing death thought in the mind of an 18th century jellyfish, you may not immediately recall that quite a lot of disgust is piled onto humans of the plant sexual persuasion these days, and that it is currently illegal in 4 galaxies. In our view screen, a few of these unfortunate fellows break off from the main deck and wistfully relieve themselves inside their cold, steel hibernation cribs. Yikes, but in their excitement they forgot napkin or rag. Oh well, it's been a few years since they've seen anything but the eternal void of deep space after all, so you can't really blame them. Just clean up after yourselves, please, it's all that we ask. This campy sci-fi flick is starting to feel a bit boring now. You yawn and hit fast forward while thinking vaguely of steak and cream of mushroom soup. A bird's eye view suddenly appears on screen. You press play and look down on an unnatural clearing in the center of the jungle. In the clearing sits a massive pinkish mound of undifferentiated voluptuous flesh, rising and falling rhythmically. If you had to guess, it looks around 3 stories high. We will call this new creature the Belly Mundus. A few coarse black hairs grow out of it, some friendlier fur fellows congregating in public patches, while the other, less social hairs, grow off by themselves in world-weary loneliness. At the very top is a cute spiraling hole that reaches down into the object's center, similar in many respects to a human's belly button. You wonder if this is how it feeds, and if it is an omnivore or a carnivore. Oh, distractible jellyfish, you really must desist with those systematizing questions. Here I am trying my absolute best not to write zoological textbooks for the converted, while you're sitting pretty and endlessly distracting me with your banal taxidermic echoes and pontificating oceanics. I'll skip ahead a few more scenes just to spite you. Many animals are gathered at the foot of the Belly Mundus in various stages of distress and euphoric pleasure. Our astronauts are there too, covered in bruises, holes, and multicolored pus. Some are sporting great big blissed-out smiles, while others look drained, dead, and empty. They came across old Belly Mundus a few months ago, you see. Oh God, it is no use, I guess I must write. The life cycle of the Belly Mundus. From what we can discern, the Belly Mundus is a large flesh creature that either landed on the Edenic planet in order to infect it, or is an evolutionary descendant of an as-yet undiscovered native habitat line. No one knows how it initially spouts, it just does. It starts small, a little baby tumor snugly fitted onto the back of some recently deceased plant or animal carcass deep in the jungle. It sucks up any black beetles unlucky enough to walk along its belly button during the first year of its life, but after that, no feeding has ever been recorded. It expands slowly. It overtakes and kills the surrounding plants until it's reached its preferred size, and then it stops. At this point, a collection of uncomfortable-looking red pustules grow and spread along the lower half of its heaving body, and a heavy green and red liquid seeps from the wounds. Approximately 20 to 30 stingers then push their way out from the sores. They're cruel-looking little bastards with very sharp ends. When I first saw these things, I had vaguely thought of them as some sort of erotic wasp-inspired torture devices. They gave me the uncomfortable feeling that I had stumbled upon someone's deeply private fetish world, that I had seen a very secret thing, perhaps dreamt up by some resentful hermit over the course of a very long and painful celibacy amongst goats. Darkly whimsical stinger blueprints furtively written down on moldy and semen-stained parchments, later to be mythically forged by the patron saint of all sadists as his final act of appreciation, and forever after consecrated in the blood and feces of all poetically inclined deviants. But I digressed as to my original impressions. According to my observations, these unpleasant stingers secrete a powerfully addictive venom with a rather unique cornucopia of mental effects, and all mammalians of this planet are irresistibly drawn to it. In order to better explain its behavior, I will now tell you a tale of one such relatively routine encounter I witnessed. Billy is a young deer. He is newly independent and living the good life. While walking about, Billy smells a sweet smell in the forest air. It reminds him of his dear old mother's holiday baking, a fresh cake, or maybe an apple pie. Actually, the smell is merely a pheromone lure secreted by the belly mundus, but our plucky hero is a fool. Billy runs in the direction of the smell, growing very hungry. He reaches the source. No pie in sight. Oh well, but suddenly he sees the big flesh mound and the suggestively drooping stinger. It is just hanging there, swishing about and trembling a bit, as if saying, "Come hither, my sweetness, my love. I am a nice, soft, warm hole to hide in. I am a place to call home." The deer shyly walks over to the stinger. He's blushing awkwardly. His brain is in a fog. He can't really think straight. He feels very cozy near the mundus, but there's something missing. He could feel even nicer somehow. He sees the stinger and bats his eyelashes at it. An unexplainably powerful, utterly irrational urge overtakes his thoughts. He turns his body around and slowly backs up towards the protruding stinger. It gives him a little jerking upwards movement, a little hop of anticipation. With quivering excitement, he lodges the sharp point deep inside his flesh. He feels a majestic wave of euphoria wash over him. What is this marvelous feeling? He pulls his electrified body out and then forcefully penetrates himself with it again. Wow, he likes it! A lot. Inside his body, little packets of drug-laced sperm swim around, clinging here and there. Some will take root, some won't. In any case, he spends all of his days now at the foot of the belly mundus, alternating between moments of blissful, erotic frenzy and moments spent in a sleepily incoherent fog. The sperm contains a small amount of nourishment, too, so he doesn't completely starve. He must be kept barely alive. He has a purpose now. Bloody punctures and bruises cover his slowly fading body. Wait now, what's that little growth over there under the left leg? A little bulbous flesh egg is formed. Some time passes. He doesn't inject or move around a whole lot these days. The tumor egg is so heavy that it makes it hard to move, and the injected semen is made up of some kind of new chemical that his body is unable to break down. The stuff is still swimming around inside him, clinging wildly to every squishy soft organ, an extracellular lover that crosses its path. This stubbornly indestructible semen is now causing him to hallucinate wildly. He sees the world completely covered in yarn. He sees detached pupils and old bones making earth-shattering speeches to cheering crowds and scantily clad corneas. He sees all the colors of the rainbow speaking to him, whispering sweet promises of a future bliss in all his sensory organs. He would only sweetly disintegrate for them. Become sand, become silica, they murmur, then purr together suggestively. He obliges. From the egg bursts forth a dripping, screaming, furless caterpillar, a frightened new animal mercilessly thrown into this existence at the exact same moment that that old deer vehicle has expired. It looks about the same length and thickness as my arm, and the fanciful family doctor weighs it in at a hefty 38 pounds. The caterpillar's skin is pink and pleasantly loose, like a hairless cat or a naked mole rat. You want to play with it too, don't you? To squeeze its skin, to pinch it. Too bad this is just a story. Fanciful family doctor then goes on to plant some rather hard and manly pats on the backs of all those unfortunate enough to be present whilst shouting, "Congratulations, champ, it's a girl." It slowly crawls out into the forest, living for 100 years and feasting mostly on dead birds. It never has any children. No one yet knows why the belly mundus creates these pink caterpillars or anything else. But we know that they must have something to do with the other belly mundus that are showing up on the other continent. Zach, could you please hold the ululations or whatever until I'm done? This is what I'm talking about. Okay. Here ends my explanation of the life cycle of the belly mundus. Please don't ask me for any more of the zoological details. You will be utterly bored and have only yourself to blame. So anyway, the astronauts exploring this Eden look-alike planet noted. Okay. Noticed a pleasant gingerbread smell hovering in the air, which couldn't help but remind them all of the good old times with Grandma, and they were soon led to the towering belly mundus. They were extremely confused by it, but like all mammals, they quickly fell into the old routine of erotic injection, euphoria, foggy brain, erotic injection, hallucination, and so on. Something about these pliable new human bodies pleased the belly mundus much more than its usual meat vehicles. It found a new way in which to keep them alive from birth to birth. A hazy month of procreation and pain quickly passed by, and the men now had numerous half-open and poorly healed birth holes crisscrossing their tired and battered bodies. They had given birth to caterpillar twins, to caterpillar quadruplets. Some had even given birth to caterpillar quintuplets. This went on for quite some time, and the caterpillar babies had become so numerous. They had even started building claustrophobic little caterpillar civilizations, and would soon be discovering cannibalism. The long-haired man, however, had had a long string of unsuccessful births. This the belly mundus attributed to the poisoned purple berries, which he could not stop himself from gorging on, whenever he was not laying around in a state of complete euphoric immobility. He came from a long line of noble mushroom hunters back on Earth. It was in his blood to forage, and he just wouldn't listen to reason. Belly mundus had said, "Stop." The long-haired man had replied, "No." It was your typical toxic relationship. Eventually, this weird emotional back and forth caused the belly mundus's glands to manufacture and secrete a special neurotoxic subhealing substance into the next sperm package it deposited in the troublesome long-haired man's body, causing a very painful allergic shock. This new chemically enriched semen was freshly sentient, but it was not at all organized. It felt a bit lost and unprepared, mixing and mingling with all the wise old bronchial arteries and well-read lymphatic capillaries. It felt like it would much rather be off playing freak at the circus or fucking a termite colony. But it had a job to do, so it did it. It impregnated the long-haired man's left baby toe. A more experienced sperm would have known immediately that this was the absolute worst sperm, a worse place to impregnate. But more experienced sperm it was not. In the beginning, this new fetus looked just like all the other mundus babies, but once a few more of those hazy and delirious days had passed by, the tricky little growth could be seen coalescing into a surprisingly unexpected yet very familiar shape. This was no caterpillar child, to be sure, but could it really be a human fetus? Well, we soon found out. The pink pod burst open on the 7th of July, 2178. On that same day, and with no discernible connection between the two events, the civilized caterpillars began cocooning en masse. There's a large mountain of pus, blood, and uterine crustaceans at the foot of the old belly mundus. Offal of every conceivable shape and hue vibrates prettily above this long-anticipated thing. Look a bit closer and you'll see the violently expelled human father's organs, appearing now almost gold and shimmering beneath the light of the waxing triplicate moons. The deceased body of the long-haired man lies next to the mound. Time of death, 11:15. Good riddance. Some shivering and jerky movements are seen within the pile. The new creature is panicked and suffocating. It strains to get itself out of the sticky afterbirth. It gives a violent thrust forward, breaks through and is triumphant. It looks up at the sky and opens its mouth very wide. Noble voyeurs, we listen together with eager expectations of a primal howl. And yet there is none, only silence. There will be no placentophagy occurring today. There will be no mother and no father. We observe this sublimely moist being with wide open eyes as it stares resentfully at its supremely perfected form. Who is this new man now standing before us, this exquisite faucet of erotic slime left carelessly dripping and warm for all eternity? The creature gives the universe a hungry smile, or perhaps a distorted grimace, and it turns and faces us in the mud. It has no eyes and no nose. It has no fingernails and no toes. It has no organs. End of that chapter. Anyone?
So yeah, I mean that's great, but this is actually a novel.
It's a chapter from a novel, yeah, Planetoid Sassafras. It's on screen there, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so it's actually I thought for some reason it was a short story collection. It's not. It's a novel, huh?
Yeah, it kind of meanders all over the place, which is why it can give that feeling. But
yeah, that would make a really great surrealistic short story. But if you're talking novel, there's eventually there's going to have to be some sort of psychological.
Yeah, it's the rest of the book isn't like that, although it does occasionally lapse into descriptions of flora and fauna, of this alien world,
Yeah.
Well, that's going to happen.
I don't think you would consider that info dump, would you?
No.
No, I don't consider it an info dump at all. It's just there's no compelling personalities or characters.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great short story. It's a great short piece, right? I mean, it just doesn't, yeah.
If you go into it, this book, expecting, high, interpersonal intrigue between, the crew members and, inhabitants, of this place or that on that world, you're probably going to be left cold. But if you kind of
that's not exactly what I'm looking for. It's just, stuff like how does a deer's mom bake stuff? There's a lot of beautiful imagery. It's very weird. It's very strange. It reminds me actually of stuff I used to write in my early 20s. Before, I started bothering to try and figure out what made other people.
Wait, before what?
Before I started bothering trying to figure out what made other people tick. I still don't know, but at least
I really like that
try to
passage,
figure it out.
that chapter or whatnot. Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool,
Yeah.
and I would like to read the
Yeah,
book.
it's really cool. I
just don't know how it fits into a novel, I guess. And I don't really want you to tell me how it fits into a novel, really.
Right.
Because I kind of want to read it myself, but it is intriguing in that it seems like this isn't really a novel per se, but maybe it is. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a setup, but I'm just saying, I guess it's not so much. I don't want Roy Rogers or Buck Rogers or whatever to show up. It's just more like you need more of a hook to hang your curiosity.
But
on.
it is interesting that she's got the flesh mounds in it, though. I mean, it's very much like the flesh mounds from my series. Except for hers are larger. Her flesh mounds are larger.
That would be a cool. That would be a cool crossover, like if you two collaborated,
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Does that make you feel
I've got flesh mound envy. Yeah.
Have you read Hanover Block by Gregor? And I don't guess you have you?
No, I haven't. But
you know what? That's what we should do.
Send me a link. With
the next, if we want to do another. Okay, it didn't start off the best with the Polonic assignment for whatever reason.
I'm still totally ready to discuss that shit, but go on.
Well, we could do that tonight. As far as your end, I didn't finish in Snuff or Lullaby yet, which I intended to. But I mean, Ben has read at least a few. He read the latest one by Kalani. But that's one thing we could do. We should start trying to do the book club thing at the beginning of every month. And make it like on a week by week basis that we decide.
Yeah. But yeah, if you were about to suggest that like we should read each other's books, that would be interesting.
We could trade off.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we could like trade off. Hey, I want to read your book. And do you want to read? We can like trade off, or we can just each. But we should make it to where everybody has a piece of their work being read by somebody.
Right, and yeah, and then that'll give us something in common to talk about instead of everyone talking about. Yeah, that would be cool.
Okay, so I own at least one book from everybody present here. So I don't know which one I would settle on. Do we want to just? Okay, I figured you'd be back, Zach.
Sorry, hit the button.
That's okay. I thought you'd finally had enough of my verbal abuse and.
Nah.
Okay.
You got mad at me for laughing.
Huh?
You got mad at me for laughing.
Well, no, I said don't interrupt with anything.
It was an accident. It's because Ben sent a text and it's funny and I laughed.
Oh, talking shit over there, and
Yeah.
No, Ben.
No, it's it. And Zach will keep coming back for your verbal abuse because Zach is a little shame pig, so he loves it.
That's right. You like it, don't you, baby? Yeah.
This is freaky.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Kevin said he might be on. Let me go.
Okay.
Well,
it's whatever, but I figured, it's been a long time, and I don't want him to think that I'm like avoiding him or anything. I did wish him happy Halloween and we exchanged words, but I figure, why not have him back on? I think he's had enough time to kind of sort out, what he believes and what he wants to believe going forward. And so hopefully I won't be a negative influence at this point. He's had enough time, but totally up to him. He doesn't have to feel obligated to come in either. But hey, what about Cunt Crusher? Get him in here if you can.
Oh, actually, heck. Actually. I didn't plan that.
Yeah, I'll bet.
No, I really didn't.
So yeah, try to get Cunt Crusher and Punch on here too. We need some people to help us push some momentum forward here. But I also got a reply. I got a reply from one of the wrestlers that I was talking to on Instagram too. They might come on next week unless I can talk them into coming on tonight. But anyway, so what I was saying as far as the book club thing, because I do want to try to do that, at least once a month. But we should probably do it for like at the beginning of each month. But for as far as the second half of November here, why don't we all trade off one work with someone else? We partner up though. That way, no one has an advantage over. Well, mine are being read by at least one of mine's being read by somebody. But like say like I could trade off with Ben. Ben would trade off. Ben would read like I guess one of my short stories that I published, one of a handful. Or Gregor and Ann could trade off a Hanover block with an Electra's Revenge, or Zach could trade off with Phoenix if he was here tonight, but he won't be. But you get what I'm saying. We should all trade it off to where we each have our work being read by somebody, and So the question is, if do we want to do this, and if so, who would do it? Who would do it with who?
I'll read Hanover Block because I already have it on my Kindle.
Okay, well he's already read Indie Rock Cabin, so if he doesn't want to read something else, then he's excused.
Well, I gotta, something else has got to come out.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, Dinosaurs and Potted Plants should be out.
This is totally voluntary too, so but
I've read 2 of Zach's books, and I've read 3 of Ben's books. and I read your short story. I just haven't read anything by Anne yet. I was waiting for her to get a book cover, but she's not going to put a book cover on the book, so I'm just going to read it.
And there are cover artists out there who are dirt cheap and but also are pretty quality. So
really, because you guys were just at the store with me while I bought a pen that I'm going to use to trace my guinea pig on fire.
Oh, I can get her get the dude who did Dinosaurs and Potted Plants cover, plus the new cover for the new novel I'm going to have out, other than Dinosaurs and Potted Plants, either at the end of December, maybe early 2021.
Okay.
I mean, I've got the Hanover block on my shelf, so I need to read that at some point. But I would recommend.
The thing is that I just don't want anybody I just don't want anybody to read it and not want to read it, right? I'm a firm believer in like every book's got its time, you know what I mean? So
yeah, right now I'm not really in the mood for horror.
Aw, kitty. There's my kitty.
Okay, so what does that mean? So who do you want to read then if we're doing this book club thing? Which, by the way, you were all for. So if you want to, if you're gonna, bring up the book club idea, I mean, you got to actually participate. Otherwise, what's the point?
I mean, I'd recommend
a short story.
I'd recommend.
No, wait a minute. No. No, but we want to like trade off to where it's like we each, it's like
I love you. I love you.
If I read, say, like, Ben's, and then he reads one of mine. See, we don't want to do this, where it's all a big mess. It's like a clean trade. You know what I'm saying? That way, it's easier to keep track of, right? So.
I mean, for Gregor, I'd really recommend either getting Nusquam or The Talkative Corpse. Both of those are great.
Okay, so who's doing Gregor?
I'll do Gregor. I'm curious now. I'll read Hanover Park.
Yeah, but that means Gregor would have to read you. Is that what
I
you
mean?
mean?
I mean, I was coming up anyways, right?
Okay.
I mean, I was planning on doing it anyhow, so it's not
okay.
a big
So
deal,
Okay, I'll tell you what.
But I'll pick one of the books that exist, right, based on premise, right? What's
you pick what you want to
be, right? Yeah.
Unless they only have one book out, we all pick what we want. Yeah. I am going to go with one of Zach's early novels, which I have copies of because I've already read. Who was that? Anne?
What's that? Oh, sorry. I just got home, so I was petting my cat.
Technically, I'm already reading one of everybody here. Just in spurts. I'll go ahead and put it on the books. I'm reading one of Zach's early ones. I guess.
Which one is it?
Either a rock band called Steve, or what was the other one?
There was Park Masters and then Sea of Medium to High Pitched Noises, and all three of those are out of print. I can send you paperback.
You sent me.
Okay, that was Rock Band named Steve.
There was another one you sent me though.
I'm not sure if I did. I don't remember that. I never had ebooks of those. Well, I mean, they existed, but I didn't have them.
Okay, tell me every book that you.
I had Sea of Medium to High Pitched Noises, Park Masters, a rock band named Steve. Had two short stories in one from Permuted Press and another Burning Bulb one. And then Walker Arms, Hospitalized, Factory of Pain, which are now out of print. And then Susan the Savage Swamp Beast, Indie Rock Cabin, and coming up soon, Dinosaurs and Potted Plants.
I guess a rock band named Steve is the only one of yours I haven't read, unless
you haven't read Park Masters or Sea.
I don't have that. I don't think.
No.
You have a copy of that?
Yeah, only paperback though, so I'd have to mail them to you.
Well, you can do that if you want, but I'm going to go ahead and read a rock band named Steve because I think I've read everything else of yours. So that's mine. So that means that you've got to read one of my short stories then. Okay,
just email me one and I'll read it.
I'm just going to send it. I'm going to send it to your Kindle.
Okay, hold on real quick. I'm going to go upstairs and check to see if I actually do have copies of those books, and then if I do, I'll show them on here.
Oh, there's one thing I actually found out. Matthew Rivert's first three books are coming back into print.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Through who? Clash?
It's 11 press.
See, it seems like something Clash would put back in print. Clash is doing a lot of good stuff right now.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they put out his what was it? His art book. I know that 1111 Press also put a bunch of Sam Pink's old lazy fascist stuff back into print.
What now? Repeat that again. I'm
1111 Press.
Yeah, 1111 Press.
11 after 11, like on a clock.
Okay, so I'm going to be reading a rock band named Steve Bizak, and I'm assuming he's going to read I don't know, Street Artist or Pachyderm. Who wants to figure out a trade off next? Gregor, or who are you reading? Nan?
I guess Gregor's reading me, and I'm reading Gregor. I thought that's
Yeah. I just haven't decided on which one I'm going to grab yet, but
I can coordinate this with you all if you.
I mean, I've read books from all of you except for Gregor, so I need to read Hannibal Block.
So
if anybody needs a free copy, I probably still have PDFs of most of them.
I'm just gonna buy one from Amazon based on whatever I want to read.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're going to do that, okay? And
yeah. I mean, why not?
Yeah, I'll just get yours on Amazon then.
I mean, do you read Kindle?
Yeah, I read Kindle. I read.
I mean, Hanover Block's 99 cents, right? So I mean,
yeah, I'll just go get it.
I mean, might as well.
Okay, I'm gonna write this down. So that way, and then
I just have no idea what people's financial situations are.
I hear you, but I mean,
so
99 cents.
And we can discuss this every week leading up to us finishing them. And this will be a good exercise for like getting inside each other's heads and stuff. Yeah.
I get the feeling this is going to wind up in a bigger fight than the presidential election, but that should be entertaining.
I don't think so.
I'm just joking, but it would probably get us more viewers if we killed each other.
No, it's true.
Okay, if I do, I'm gonna do it Chrome Skull style with the Glasgow smile thing on the steps. That's how I'm gonna do you all in.
We would definitely probably be infamous at that point if you did us all in like that. I mean, I was going to say it's been a boring week, but it hasn't. Like, it's been a boring week, and I'm like, no, actually, we're on the brink of civil war, aren't we? But anyway.
Oh, don't say that. That we're escaping from that. Remember, and besides that, I don't think so. I think there will be a lot of unrest. But let's not go back there. This is our escape. This is what we look forward to every week, or at least I hope everybody does. I know I do. This is an oasis in the desert for me every week.
I'm literally in the desert.
What? Yeah.
This is an oasis, and I'm literally in the desert.
Yeah, this is literally your oasis. So, Zach, are you still there? Did he go upstairs? He said.
I don't know.
Okay, so Gregor and Ann and Ben, where does that leave you? What? Phoenix, Michael?
I still need to read some of Phoenix's work, yeah.
Which one, do you think?
I don't know.
He's got some really cheap ones.
I've got a bunch on my Kindle.
Okay. So you'll take Phoenix, and Phoenix, I think, is already reading one of yours anyway.
Yeah, he's reading Elaine.
There, boom. That's it then. Am I leaving anybody out? Michael is only like an occasional guest. He's not on here consistently every week, so we don't have to include him, necessarily unless he wants to. But so that's everybody's matched up with somebody then. So, and this, yeah, okay. Zach, did Ann leave? She got.
I don't know.
I think her connection bonked out.
I trust she'll be back. What's wrong, Gregor? You're not getting bored, are you?
No, I'm looking through these books, see which one I want to read.
All right, so I'm reading Rock Band Named Steve. Street Kid would probably take you longer than a month, Ben. You might want to start shorter, like Mind Blade or The Lonely Children of New York, or I don't know, whatever that other one is that he did. He did, let's see, Contorted Royal. It was pretty cool. And Silent Noise. But, okay, anyway.
So I have this one I can send to you that's super old.
Park Masters?
No, that's Sea of Medium to High Pitched Noises. So I literally wrote that when I was probably 16. Now the Park Masters copies, I don't know where they're at. They're put up somewhere, but I could not find them. So I'll look later, but this is the only one I can find.
That's the one that you're not very proud of, is Park Masters, right?
Well, when I was young, I was proud of it. I am actually, proud of this one, considering this is really my first novel. But Park Masters, at the time I was proud of it. Now I'm not. But even still, the publisher made me change the ending, which I never should have conceded to. But that makes me not proud of that novel, because basically what you'd be reading isn't what I wrote and how I intended it. Look at this. It's so freaking cheesy. I got a freaking picture.
You look exactly the same.
Yeah. 60,000 words and freaking super tiny font too. And actually, this novel, the prologue of it is the first short story that I ever got published. And I took that short story and then turned it into a novel.
What's wrong, Gregor?
Nothing. I'm just buying this book, Talkative Corpse. All right. Got it.
That's a good
So,
book.
now that we got that out of the way, what's everybody been reading that they want to talk about?
I've been reading Beneath the World of Sea. I've been enjoying that. I'm about a third of the way through it. That's a good book so far.
Oh, yeah. The one that I really liked.
Yeah.
So set it up for people based on how you're reading it. What comes across to you.
No, I'm too tired.
But
that's what I'm reading.
You need to jet soon?
Yeah, I'm going to jet here soon, and I'm not going to be able to explain anything in such a way that's going to do the book justice. But it's definitely good. I mean, that's all.
You're not like
Oh
pissed.
yeah, Kevin said he might be coming on in an hour.
Okay,
I'm not what now?
You're not pissed or anything for some reason.
No, I'm just tired.
Okay.
I'm also coming down with a cold or something, so it's no big deal.
Oh,
You have freaking Rona.
no,
Probably.
Nah.
If I do, then I do.
No need to change the world's entire script because of it, right?
That is correct.
But who does want to go? And if you need to dip out, man,
I want to hear what people are reading.
Okay.
I'll chime in. I finished 12 Rules for Life by Jordan Peterson.
Okay.
I didn't like it that much. He had some, pretty good practical stuff and wisdom, but mostly it was really cheesy. It really was just a pull yourself up by your bootstraps thing. And then he would use Christian allegories and then talk negatively about Christianity, which didn't make sense. But to me, it wasn't that impressive. I guess to someone who's hyper lost in the SJW type mindset, I could see how it could really be a shock to their system. And for that, I think, he did good work, but he ultimately really, I can't get on board with him with how kind of negative almost blasphemous things he says, from Christ being what do you say, androgynous to other crazy stuff, like just quoting apocrypha like their scripture, and just he knew what he was doing, which was strange to me because like someone who'd studied that much would know those distinctions, but he just didn't note them. I don't know, but anyway, for fun, practical advice, I mean, I think it was definitely pretty good, but overall, it was just kind of cheesy.
And which one?
12 Rules for Life by
Yeah,
Jordan.
I couldn't make it through it. I think I got through the third rule or something like that and gave up on it. Third or fourth.
I didn't want to finish it, but I borrowed it, so I had to. Then about done with The Exorcist, but not yet, so I'm not going to talk about it yet. And I've also been reading. I've been reading a lot, but I'm reading like several books, but they're all big, and so I haven't finished any of them. I'm about done with Behold the Pale Horse by William Cooper.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm really bored with it. Like it's.
Oh, yeah.
He's
I've
got
not
some
read
cool-
it, but yeah.
Yeah, he says some cool stuff, but then some of the documents and stuff, they just kind of go on, and they're not that intriguing, like at all. Then I've got about done with Ken Ammy's 50 Shades of Grey Aliens. So, heck, next week I might be having like a plethora of books finished to talk about. But for this week, I just finished the 12 Rules for Life. And I refinished the Gospel of Matthew in the New King James Version. Then I went back and I'm reading it in the Lutheran Study Bible, and it's liking it in that. All the notes and stuff they have.
Okay.
And that's about it.
Oh, you read this week?
Yep.
Okay. What? Just 12 rules, and that's it.
That's the only one I've finished, but I have been reading a ton.
By the way, I don't know if you heard while you were away, you stepped away, and Ben said that Matthew Rivera is republishing his first 3 titles, which you were looking for, right?
Oh, heck, yeah, that's pretty awesome. I really, when I was in high school, I freaking loved Tumors Made Me Interesting.
I love that book. It's for such a goofy title and premise and everything. It's really touching in the end.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I want to read some of his more out there ones like Basal Ganglia and definitely a million versions of Right, just because it was so rare. But
yeah, that one, Tumors Made Me Interesting, and How to Avoid Sex are being reprinted.
Yeah, this next year though, I'm really just planning on finally digging in, like seriously into fantasy and sci-fi, just because my whole life I've absolutely ignored those genres, and now like I don't know anything about them, so I'm just digging right in. Because I mean, I've not read anything in that genre aside from maybe 1 or 2 books, and then movies. I've literally always just been like autistically horror.
Read the Valis trilogy.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I'm going normie and reading all the Lord of the Rings books, but that A, because it's pinnacle of Christian literature, and B, they are, everyone says they're really awesome. Even Jeremy said he likes them quite a bit.
What, Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I almost prefer the movies because he tends to just babble on about the countryside, the scenery, and the food they eat and where they stop for the night over and over. Just endless descriptions of food and scenery, and it's bad enough that he does it. Then Robert Jordan inherited that bad habit from him. I hate that shit. Epic fantasy should be epic enough to get to the point. Okay, anyway, go ahead, because Gregor doesn't have much time now, I fear, so go ahead.
Me or Gregor?
Don't know.
I think Ben was going to tell us what he read.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, well, I read Babbling Corpse by Grafton Tanner. It's a Zero Books book. It's a study of vaporwave, hauntology, and nostalgia.
You should send it to me.
I only have the Kindle version.
You suck.
Oh, that's a
What
real
is your mom?
groundbreaking contribution there. That's real groundbreaking rhetoric.
You suck too.
Wow.
So does your dad. But
Dude.
yeah, it's really good. It's a good breakdown of the roots of vaporwave, some of the artists, and the commodification of nostalgia. I highly recommend it if you enjoy vaporwave or hauntology. And I started reading Stephen King's From a Buick 8. I'm not even 100 pages into it, but I am enjoying it so far.
Oh, speaking of hauntology, I've got to pull that meme up that you sent me. Find it.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Been a while.
How bad is that, though, that, and even King referenced this, that, 30-some years, probably more than that, writing, and, or he may be close to 40-some years now, I think. And he's going back to, he went back to writing about a haunted car, an evil, like a supernatural car. It's like he even knew that he was, a hack act at this point.
I mean, so far it's relatively different from Christine. Like, Christine is just a normal car that's possessed by a spirit. From a Buick 8, it gets basically it's abandoned at a gas station by what do they call them? One of the other stories they call them like the dark men in long coats or something like that.
Or like Men in Black type of guys.
Yeah, he ends up abandoning it, and the car just looks off in every single way. And it hasn't really gone into what happens with it. Like, there's stuff like when they set it inside and turn it on, it feels really cold inside, and just things that are off like that. They haven't really gotten into like the meat of what it does.
Yeah, I started reading that. I read probably maybe a third of it or something, and I abandoned it. But it wasn't as terrible as the people like to say it is. I mean, I don't know. I lost interest for whatever reason.
Hey, am I still on here? Like, my thing's freezing up.
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Did the share screen do anything, or like I might have
No,
to?
it's on From a Buick 8. Why?
But there was nothing about it, Ben, that like I don't even remember why I stopped reading it. Right, so it wasn't like I'm not trying to influence your reading pleasure in any way. But yeah, it was just one of those things where maybe I got distracted, never went back to it, kind of a thing. It wasn't necessarily like something happened, I got pissed and just gave up on it or something, So
yeah, but I think it's all right so far. I rarely ever abandon books, so that's pretty much all.
I mean,
I've
it had some
reading.
good characters in it and stuff. I mean, I remember liking the characterization of the cops and whatnot at that police station and everything. It was pretty good. I mean, pretty good character building.
Yeah, that's pretty good so far.
Yeah.
I know there are 2 snacks in there now.
I tried to get
the snacks are multiplying.
I don't know. I literally have no clue how to freaking get rid of that one. There we go.
So what'd you read, Jeremy? What'd you read?
You muted yourself.
You muted yourself.
Okay. So what was the last thing after From a Buick 8 you mentioned?
Well, that's all I've read so far this week.
Okay. There wasn't something else you needed to mention?
No.
And I hope Anne's coming back. What happened?
I think her connection just dropped.
You don't think I creeped her out with the whole laid to rest death?
No. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
No, it's her. You know how bad her connection is.
Yeah. If you're sure.
Her freaking phone battery lasts forever.
I mean, if she hasn't been creeped out by you yet, I mean, come on.
Yeah, if she hasn't been creeped out by you yet, you probably have to do something especially egregious.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. What was the question?
What did you read this week?
Okay, yeah, I've got about eight of them listed here.
Let's hear about it.
Jeez, yeah, this was definitely the week to clear out the reading queue somewhat. So, hang on, I'm getting there. Okay.
There yet?
First up, Night of the Pumpkin God by Chris Kosarek.
Oh yeah, you talked about that last week. You finished that one?
The problem with this one is that, well, for one thing, it's set in like late summer instead of fall or Halloween or anything, and say, let me pull up my review and make sure I hit all the high points of what I was saying about it. It had a lot of potential. About this guy whose mother passed, and there's this witch in the woods that cursed him. Okay, and fuck it, I'm just gonna read the review itself because I'm like, mentally handicapped on this one. Talk about a story with great potential that falls way flat in the last quarter of the story. The author does something here by switching up the scene order. That's what really messed me up, is that right smack dab in the middle, he pulls a Tarantino. It's like the ending takes place in the middle instead of at the actual end. It was a shameful plot device. It wasn't even done cleverly in the way Tarantino did it. I don't think he successfully pulled it off. It was totally sloppy. And another problem I had with it is that the main character was ruined. The author Chris Kosarek, he ruined a perfectly good main character by making him fantasize about the rape of his arch nemesis, this girl who is friends with the creepy witch in the woods who cast a spell on him. Okay. It turns him into a rape-hungry, knife-wielding, petty, dad-hating maniac way too soon with not enough build-up. And I wasn't really convinced that the people who were seeking revenge on the main character deserved to get their revenge. I mean, they seemed just as bad as him. So the first half was okay, but ultimately I had to add it to the bad ending club. Throw another one on the pyre, boys. Yeah.
Just like the third dinosaurs and potted plants on the pyre.
You sound like we're losing you. I'm sorry, man. I hope I'm not boring you. So.
No, I'm just not feeling real well.
Oh man. Well, if you are coming down with something serious like that, I hope you're not gonna go all in on the propaganda then.
No.
And as far as Anne goes, man, I'm still worried that I might have creeped her out. And I didn't mean to.
No, you didn't creep her out.
Okay.
It creeped me out.
I'm leaving. Everybody's leaving. Everybody's trying to leave me. All right. The Working Dead by Eddie Wallach or Wallach. I don't know. The problem with this one is that it was a major departure from the first in the series, which is called the Debt Hex. Somebody else drop out?
Something happened. I hear like an absence of, there it is.
No, I just muted myself.
Okay. There it goes again.
It's quiet now.
Yeah, so what the hell's up with that book cover? I mean, come on, man. Like, what is this?
It is bullshit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on, let me wake myself up here.
You're not going to show us the image of that going on?
I mean, show it.
Yeah.
I thought I was.
No.
Do it again?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing?
He's waking himself up.
Well, are you doing the Tyler Durden thing?
Anyway, okay, I think I'm awake now, but probably not.
Do it again.
I mean, like that.
like really put some weight behind those slaps.
I mean, what's up with this? The debt
There.
hex must end, and that end
There,
being like
and I've been punishing myself until you came back.
No, I wasn't
Easy.
furiously
Yeah,
angry. I just my phone ran out of batteries and I'm trying to put my groceries away and pet my cats, and I'm too tired to deal with too many things at once, so I just
What
put
kind
the
of groceries did
away.
you get?
What a question! This real probing journalism there.
No, I'm so tired. I'm like, what did I get? A bunch of freezer
I hear
shit.
you. My brain is like is on delay right now. Anyway, I think I woke myself up because I want to get through. I want to blaze through this because I feel bad that Gregor is starting to, lose consciousness and whatnot. So
Yeah, it's not even late here, and I'm tired as shit. I think.
I think I roofied myself.
Here's something funny. Do you remember the activated almonds meme?
Yeah.
Apparently, like the guy Pete Evans who came up with that, he's a Nazi now.
Wait, what
A
now?
Nazi?
Yeah, the Pete Evans who came up with the whole activated almonds thing. He's a
Activated
Nazi now.
almonds.
Now wait a minute. Nazi is in hyperbole that the.
I mean, there's a picture from his Facebook. It shows
Dude,
like
Nazis aren't around
Yeah,
anymore.
because if he has a time machine, I want to get in on this shit.
it's a picture from. I mean, tell him that, but he's. It shows a picture of a caterpillar with a MAGA hat, and then next to it is a butterfly with a sun wheel on it.
A what?
A sun wheel.
What's that?
The black sun symbol.
oh, like the AOC group is all in on. Is that what you're talking about?
What?
There's
The
too much.
the Sunrise Group or whatever they're called. That have
No,
that,
the sun wheel, the black sun symbol.
Well, I know what you're talking about, but the AOC is part of some kind of cult or something that uses that now, right? The Sunrise Group or something.
I have no idea what you're talking about. But
Yeah.
I know what he's talking
yeah, it's a
about.
pretty
I-
explicitly. It's a pretty explicitly Nazi meme.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
those two are related. They might be, unless it just doesn't seem like. Okay, I've got to look that up. It's pretty weird.
There's too much esoteric symbology going on. I mean, we can't have a fucking separate dog whistle for every fucking breed of dog.
Yeah, no
Well,
kidding.
I think
I mean, the sun
I'm gonna-
wheel is pretty explicitly, a Nazi symbol.
Yeah,
you know what?
Sunrise Movement's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
I just
Sunrise and Crystal are good.
I just got an idea for like the perfect guest to have on here if they'll go for it.
AOC.
No, I'm gonna get Rikishi on here to talk.
Who?
Who is that?
Who the hell's Rikishi?
Never mind. Yeah, I'm gonna.
We killed
What
that.
are they? Another neo-Nazi like Mike Enoch you wanted to bring
No,
on?
it's got nothing to do with Nazis. But I'm gonna see if I can't get him on as a guest sometime soon. Yeah. But anyway, so The Working Dead. So in the first one, this guy goes around and he goes by the name Rich Pig Killer. Okay, that's the pig mask guy from the Det Hex, the original.
Yeah, that one had a decent cover. Why does this one look like bullshit?
Exactly. Well, the inside of this book is bullshit also. And the thing is that the Det Hex, while flawed at times, it really had a sense of catharsis in this guy working over and slowly torturing these rich care-nothings, for the lowly grunts below them that work for him. He tortures them to death, essentially. At one point, even, crashing a plane into, freezing water in Antarctica. Okay. But, and he uses a parachute to bail out, which it's ingenious. The death traps he assembles for these rich people who all cast a quote unquote debt hex onto the lower the poorer population. Part 2 is essentially, him developing cult status, like becoming a folk hero. Now, he's not directly involved as a character in the sequel, The Working Dead. It's like other malcontents who hold a grudge with the system, and they start following his lead and starting to take out rich people who fuck over in their lives in different ways, to pay tribute to Rich Pig Killer. Is any of this making sense?
No.
I didn't ask you, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So, God, I'm struggling for the words. I did myself in this time for real. So, basically, The Working Dead is extremely poor follow-up to the Dead Hex. It doesn't have the same energy, the same catharsis. It's basically just people sitting around and talking about what the guy did in the first one. There's no arc. That's all it is.
That sounds kind of like bullshit. And the dude didn't even try with that book cover.
That's what I'm saying. He didn't try with the book either.
Yeah.
I would love to get Eddie Block on to talk about this because clearly he cared enough to write a sequel. And I'm trying to establish contact with him to have him on before he.
I mean, I like the premise. I mean, that you described.
Well, I want to have him on and possibly avert a crisis, prevent him from ruining a possible third entry, because clearly he wants it to be an ongoing thing. First off, you got to get Rich Pig Killer back in there to kill some rich pigs, do his thing. Starting to lose my voice too.
So what else did you read?
I'm getting there. Is it showing up on the screen? It's not, is it?
Yeah, we see it.
The cat creeper. So these people break down. These people break down in the middle of nowhere, and this rich guy takes them in, and to use a phone and stay the light, provide lodging for the night, and they're hopefully going to get a tow truck and everything, and then they start realizing that his cat is like way abnormal. There's something wrong with his cat. And it kills one of their, friends. Kills one of them in the group, and then he tells them the story as to why his cat is so different. And basically they're feeling like they're being held hostage at this point. Basically, it's like Pet Cemetery, only with a more clumsy execution. Basically, what happens is he did this black magic spell that requires you to kill your greatest enemy in order to bring back your loved one, whoever you want to bring back, that's your loved one. And what happens is that the bodies merge. Hence why this cat is so different. It's a cat creeper. Okay. It's actually better than I'm describing it, but it's still a 3-star occasion. It's still a 3-star. If I had gotten to this earlier in the evening, I could be more lucid and coherent with it. This one right here, this is where I'm going to get impassioned. This whole thing, there's something wrong with this here. I liked it at first. It's about this goblin. It exists in a world where almost like an alternate reality deal, which is all the craze with all authors right now. The main character, Icarus Isakov, is going home. I think because of a funeral. And he's a goblin, and the way he talks, he talks as if he's like one of those disenfranchised horror writers from a Brian King novella, but he's a goblin. In this reality, goblins are just as prominent in society as humans, and there's elves and dwarves and all this, but it's in a modern, like, urban setting. It's bullshit. Again, let me refer to the review for more clarity.
Is he a sad little goblin?
Sounds like it.
But let me see what I was thinking at the time. From past me will explain it to me. All right, so explain this to me, past me. Well, future me, this is a weird one. It's written by a goblin named eponymously, Icarus Isakov. He's coming home for a visit and taking several trips through memory lane by way of magical alcoholic beverages. The problem is that it is written in a style that has become really bothersome to me. Yeah, the problem with this is that it's one of those 9-to-5 fantasy novels. Does anyone know what I'm talking about when I say 9-to-5 fantasy?
Yeah, I do.
It's like
No.
take everything from a fantasy novel with these magical, artifacts, the sword and the stone, and like goblins and centaurs and elves and whatnot, and drop it into a modern setting where a goblin can be like just a schlep, a drunken slob, who barely manages to get through a work week of 9 to 5, so basically you would be no better off if you had just written about regular humans. And who keeps banging the mic? Are you walking in? Or okay?
No, I'm at home.
Okay. All right. I barely know who I am right now, so this is another one of those 9 to 5 novels, and it's really a really cheap way out. It's a terrible way to write, to me. If you're going to write about fantasy creatures and you're going to do it in a modern setting, don't take the 9 to 5 route where the main character is your typical suburbanite slob. Put some effort into it. It works with the Dead Jack, the zombie detective Dead Jack, in those novels, but only barely. It's just such a subgenre that's become so standard, it immediately makes me want to stop reading. And why didn't I? Because there's a tricky thing to 9 to 5 fantasy. They're easy to use as a stepping stone to go into higher territory. Such a story begins that way, doesn't mean that it cannot regain its dignity or find something worth communicating in its remaining pages. Many authors don't know how to navigate away from this trite, painfully predictable setup, and this one is also going in the bad ending club. Let's see. There. Just look at the title.
That's awesome.
The history of Fred. Oh, I saw your review on this.
This is all you need to know. Is that cover and that title? There is nothing else noteworthy about this book whatsoever.
Wait, is it actually what it says it is?
I don't know what it is. It's
The history of Fred Lobster.
I don't know what this Pete Gerbine person was meant. Maybe this is one of those like monkeys chained to a typewriter type, or maybe it was like a novel that was like built in a few seconds by some smarter child algorithm or something.
How did you find this?
It was free on Amazon.
Okay, so
Did you read it?
I really did read it, but it was horrible. What happened?
What was it, like a
about?
schizophrenic or something that wrote that?
The history of Red Lobster.
Fred Lobster. Where are you getting red?
Oh, it says Fred Lobster. Okay, I didn't see that.
Like,
So-
what the heck?
I
was
thought it said Red Lobster, like the restaurant. I was like, what?
It's
Okay.
fucking bizarre.
What is it actually about?
I don't know.
You read it.
You don't know.
I
You
know.
read it.
That's how poorly written it was.
What, does it just have no plot?
I don't know. It has something to do with superheroes and a guy who likes to get. I don't know. What are you asking me for?
A
'Cause
guy
you
who
read it.
likes to get drunk and superheroes. Like, what the heck? Okay,
Yeah, I didn't see that
fucking
F at all. Yeah.
The oral history of Fred Lobster that had been handed down from generation to generation was thought to have been lost forever. See, it doesn't even work as like an artifact, book as an artifact type thing.
I've got a feeling that the dude who wrote this is literally like just some like dude who gets drunk like crazy and wears tank tops and is like freaking furry.
This book is like nothing,
It describes you, Zach, in 10 years.
I'm not furry. I can't grow facial hair.
In 10 years, I said. Oh,
Yeah.
I think you said 30. Oh, you're saying furry. Oh, okay.
This one here, Chainsaw Man, it's an anime or a manga, and it's one of those you can tell it's from Japan, not just because it's a manga, but because they do the whole. You know how in Japan, it's like backwards, or at least in from our perspective, it's backwards. It's like from right to left. You turn the pages from right to left.
Yeah.
You read it from right. It's horrible. I don't know. I don't think they have any excuse for doing that. They just do it. They can blame it on
So
history.
they don't have to flip the images.
It's great art. Okay, basically, this guy gets taken in as a pet of this devil hunting organization, and this girl like talks to him like he's actually her puppy, and like makes him go out and hunt devils if there's one around, while she enjoys her umami noodles or udon noodles or something. And it's just, and there's a kaiju at the end that's pretty cool though. It's a giant bat thing. I don't know, something like that.
And it's called Chainsaw Man. Huh.
Yeah. See, it did not live up to the potential of that cover, though. Even though it had nice art, but no,
Yeah, that's a cool cover. Yeah.
I don't even know what I'm doing with my life anymore, though. After that,
after Fred Lobster.
yeah,
Broken. He's a broken man now.
I don't know what I'm doing anymore. This one here, I did not finish it, but I still count did not finish as a finish.
Wait, how?
It seems like I've heard of this one before.
Does anyone present feel that it's unfair to call a did not finish a finish still?
Yes.
Yes.
It's unfair?
Yeah. No, I don't think it's unfair.
I think Ben and Zach.
I mean, you can't call it a finish, but you can say why you didn't finish it.
I did not finish it, which basically means
You're finished with it.
What's that noise? Ann, are you cooking again?
No, I was just scraping the bottom of my dish. Sorry.
Yeah, that's exactly like the show.
God damn, when did you turn into Aaron Clary? I was on his podcast for a little while, and he would just become fucking livid whenever he could hear any kind of background noise. Just like steam shooting out of his ears. And I at the time I was living in this neighborhood in Chicago, the same one where the guy broke into my apartment and raped me. I wasn't the only crime victim in that neighborhood. It was sirens kind of 24/7 to the point where I didn't even notice the sirens anymore. Like they just didn't register. So he'd get so mad because I wouldn't mute my mic when the sirens came by because I didn't hear them.
Wow.
Because like there was always a shooting or a fire or some kind of fight or something. There was just 24/7 sirens, and I just stopped hearing them.
So Jeremy, why are you so angry
At what?
at noises?
Oh, I wasn't. I was just trying to figure out what was going on.
I don't know. You sound pretty angry to me.
No, I'm not angry. If you had done it, Zach, I would probably be angry if it had been you doing it. But Ann gets a pass.
You should be mad about that.
I would be mad if it were you doing it. It's bad.
What's up with the mother maggot?
Okay.
What?
Well, you can see the trickery, the image trickery on the cover, right?
Looks like a pussy and a maggot.
Yeah. And maybe even some lips in there. Yeah.
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 It's human lips, but it's also a pussy. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I like the cover.
It's a nice cover.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys know me. I like gross stuff. Okay, but there's it can be fun. To see people grossed out. I don't know why, but it just is. This is just like it's too much gross. It's like gross permeates every syllable, not just every word, not just every sentence, page, chapter. It's every syllable is filthy with this motherfucker. This guy.
It sounds like it could be good. So what's the wrong with it?
It's overboard. It's excessive with its gross. There's never any let up. You never get a breath. It's just one atrocity, one libidinal atrocity on top of another.
So what? How long is it?
It's like to the point when he Ann said a while back that it takes a lot to offend her, but when Poloniuk writes about vaginal embolisms in Choke, that's where she kind of bows out. Well, when I'm reading about like luxuriating in his partner's dead partner's piss on the bed, and like making sure that he claimed that as his side of the bed and rolled her over on the other that was clean. And okay, you get what I'm saying here? This is like filthy stuff. Hey, buddy, are we cool?
Yeah, I wasn't
Kevin.
actually
Kevin,
offended.
can you hear me?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Hear you. You haven't put me in the show.
Huh?
Oh, you haven't put me in the show.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
Whoa.
you're in the show.
Okay. So
Whoa.
we're
Strange
going
how
over,
smoke weed.
We're going over my long ass list of books. What were you asking, Ann?
I can't remember now.
Right.
I'm so fucking tired. Oh God. What was I asking?
So you made that comparison. I'm making that comparison with the vaginal embolisms from Choke.
Oh yeah. I was saying I wasn't really offended by it. I was just it triggered my neuroses. I wasn't mad at him for writing that. I was just like, okay, I can't read this book and I might not ever sleep again, and it's possible that I will only have clitoral orgasms for the rest of my life because nothing's going in there ever again.
So that's kind of what.
So it wasn't like offended, like I want Chuck Palahniuk canceled. It was like I can't handle this, Like
I couldn't handle this.
Yeah, it sounds kind of hard to handle.
How many
I
pages?
feel about putting my asshole in the bottom of pools.
Oh, like guts.
Oh,
After I read his book, Haunted.
Yeah.
I never put my asshole in the bottom of a pool again.
So wait,
How long is the book?
126 pages. So I guess that's not
You
novella,
couldn't
right?
even take it for 126 pages. Wow.
Dude, you don't understand. It's every single word, not just every other, page. It's everything. He is putting his all into.
Is it any good though?
I don't think so. Let me briefly give you a few sample, like little audio bites here, and they won't be long. Quote, I don't know if I'm. No, wait, that was me.
What do you mean that was you?
I'm trying to find good passages to read.
But when you said, "Oh, hold on a second, that was me," what do you mean? Like you don't know what? I don't understand.
He has just walls of text all over his laptop screen, and he can't tell what's his own writing and what's from a book.
I'm looking at at some of the stuff I wrote on Goodreads about it. This one's pretty dumb though. Yeah. Here's a passage. Eddie wasn't sure if she was dead, but he was too close to coming to stop now. He pounded Doris into the mattress a few more times before he filled her up. That was almost as good as bingo. Thank you, Eddie. She pecked him on the cheek. Now, if you don't mind, I need to get ready for bingo. Here's page 12. You're not going to break my bones. You're not going to break my bones. I've been having calcium injections for my osteoporosis. Really pound that pussy. Eddie did, and the wayward uterus went back to the ovaries to tell them there was no escaping that way. Doris screamed, coughed, screamed again, and then went limp. There's another one of a guy sticking maggots up into his asshole. Like fingering his prostate with writhing maggots. Okay? And when he pulls his finger out, it's that like it was like juice from some gourmet meal. Fucking disgusting.
On that note, where did you get a webcam?
After
he needed to get one for his OnlyFans.
After Ann complained that we that was the reason we talked over each other's because we couldn't see who was going to talk.
I can't see you now because there's a big red live covering your face.
Yeah.
Huh?
What?
Yeah, like the live banner at the top left covers your face most of the time.
Okay. Why do you need to see my face?
I don't, but you were talking.
So you can get a nut.
But it turns out the real reason we all talk over each other is because we're assholes.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty much, yeah.
So,
This sounds a little try hard, but no, I'm curious.
whatever, dude. Don't blame me if you don't like it. Like you
I
didn't
mean,
like
last time that the lockdown trade-off, that was pushy shit.
that one. That one was dumb too.
This sounds really try hard. But that's kind of what I was saying earlier about. Once again, this is what happens when you let fucking people in their 20s rule the world. No offense, but this is the kind of shit that I was writing and thinking I was clever for writing in my 20s, and now, I'm actually writing real books, and I'm too old to be relevant. Relevant, my favorite word. Just, the Twitter running politics and try-hardism passing for literature is what happens when you let 20-somethings run the world. And get off my fucking lawn.
Yes, Zach.
I surpassed my goal of 215 books. I'm at 218 now. Let me see if there's one more book or two that I missed, and then I will mercifully be done with audio torturing you guys with that. I do feel like there's one I'm forgetting to mention. But let's see. The best thing I read all week was hang on.
Man, you read so much. It's like you live in this time warp.
I do.
Or maybe I live in a time warp.
I don't know what he's doing there. Do you just go to the bathroom at work, pretend you're shitting in there, and just read?
Oh no, I never.
He shits all the time.
The boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I take a shit on company time.
No, okay, so I think that may be all I read this week.
Do you pretend you have IBS or something, and you just read in the toilet all the time?
No, I don't use the public bathroom if I can help it. No.
I used to do that in high school.
So that's all I read this week. Those 7 or 8 titles. Yeah.
Very nice.
Gregor, I think you quit this show.
What's that? I did quit the show.
What are you doing?
Jeremy pays me now.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Am I getting paid for this fucking appearance?
That's false. I'm not paying him for the appearance. But hang on. There's one I'm reading right now. There's one I'm reading right now that I want to talk about though. As soon as I can track it down. As soon as I remember.
Well, in the interim, Mr. Strange, are you able to actually, is a human actually able to go to a retail outlet and buy Strange House smoke weed?
No.
Not yet?
No.
Or is that ever going to happen? Never.
Oh,
really? You got to support the, the Kickstarter or something?
Yeah, you buy from the crowdfunder or you don't buy at all.
Okay,
really?
got it.
Okay, I didn't know that.
This is one of them that I'm reading right now. Why didn't it pop up? Enjoy Me by Logan Ryan Smith. This one's actually pretty cool. It's about this kind of alternate reality with cricket people, and this guy is in a bar, and it's like everybody's becoming a cricket person.
But do they shove maggots up their ass?
Yeah.
God, no. Okay. At this point, like I said, at this point, synopses are going to have to suffice for some things because I'm just so. I didn't get much sleep this afternoon. So.
I mean, I like the cover for that.
Okay. Luke, a down-and-out, sometimes unemployed writer living in San Francisco among zombies, monsters, and cricket people, navigates this world in search of love, respect, drugs, booze, and satisfaction, often seeking others through a haze of fantasy, despite his evident misanthropy. It sounds like me, right? But fantasy and reality mix, leaving everyone involved with questions of which is which and whether it even matters. The other one that I'm heavily into right now, Unwrapped Sky. This one's pretty cool. It's about this girl, this orphan girl on the streets, and she has been hired to kill a certain what's the word? Not curfew, but quota. She has to meet a certain quota of when she kills minotaurs in order to secure her own freedom.
I've heard of this book, I think, or the cover looks real familiar.
Is there a big Minotaur problem out there?
In this world, there is. Well,
overbreeding.
It's this. It's in this. Takes place takes place in a city called Kylie Amur, and she actually befriends this Minotaur that she was originally going to kill, and that's as far as I've gotten. But it's showing a lot of promise, and it's not a.
Does she fall in love with him instead?
That would be weird, but I think she might.
Yeah, I bet she does. It looks like that kind of thing.
It's not a Twilight type book, though. I promise you that.
No,
did this person dress up as Belle from that Disney movie when they were a kid?
Yeah, exactly.
This chick diddled to Beauty and the Beast as a kid. This is
Oh, also, here's another one.
Minotaur diddler.
Here's another
one.
one.
That one already exists. It's called Beastly.
Here's the other one I'm heavily invested in right now.
You've talked about this before. The self-insert anime fan fiction.
And this time he gets it on with the blob girl who he adds to his harem.
Holy shit, what is wrong with her tits?
They're blob tits.
She's a blob girl.
You know what? They're facing in opposite directions.
Yeah, and one of them is attached higher on her chest than the other one.
Well, it's not her fault.
It's not her fault. She just has a botched boob job. That looks like a 1980s boob job.
No, she's a blob girl. She's a.
It looks like somebody was super coked up when they did her tit job.
It's a blob girl.
Yeah.
She took on this form to look less offensive to her would-be suitor.
And I'm sure.
Right. Okay, but couldn't she have gotten the tits straight?
Yeah,
I'm sure in the book he fucks her deformed blob tits.
And she looks forward to carrying his seed, in her own words.
This sounds awful.
Wait. Since I'm on this roll of reading really weird passages, let me read this one little paragraph. My smell? I gave my own armpit a sniff test. Seriously, that's the hottest thing about me? He asked. Yes, she said. It tells me that our cubs will be strong, she explained. Smelling you check this out.
I can hear Jeremy's dick standing up from here.
It's like bumping the bottom of his desk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me get it out.
Please keep your hands visible during this one, Jeremy.
Let me get it out.
Yeah, let him get it out. Let him get it out.
It tells me that our cubs will be strong. Smelling you makes my womb ache, and the place where my legs slip.
What the fuck?
Even if my mind did not love you, my body yearns to make cubs with you.
What kind of bullshit are people writing now? Oh my god.
Monster Girl Base 3.
My womb burns.
I have a feeling that the Monster
That's
Girl
fucking terrible.
Was that supposed to turn people on?
Apparently turns Jeremy on.
Yeah, he loves that stuff.
I have a feeling that in part 4, the next Monster Girl to add to his harem is going to be an Aztec demon.
Aztec demon's not very.
Why do you have a feeling about anything related to this book?
Is that has he already gotten the fox girl?
She was first. She was the first. Yeah.
Has he gotten the cat girl yet?
Yes.
He's probably gonna get a centaur. A centaur
Who is
girl.
that dude? The Georgie Marcus dude. He's all over mine too.
What are you talking about?
He's just a guy who reads a lot.
Okay.
Oh god.
You can get this in audio.
Don't you just imagine yourself like that, just laying in bed naked with the headphones on, listening to this?
Oh yeah, with Jeremy reading it to me.
Even if I couldn't.
Seriously, that was worse than I thought it would be.
Check out my Kindle dick.
We don't want to do that.
The place where my legs meet.
Yeah. It's down the street at the bar.
We should do like what they do with 50 Shades of Grey and like pass that around and see how long we can read them before we burst out laughing.
Look, other guys are getting involved in the Monster Girl thing. It's becoming a community. Dante King wrote a series called Monster Girl Dawn. Look, there's a Monster Girl Mafia now. Look,
Too many
right
degenerate weebs out there.
Monster Girl Dawn, right there. See?
I mean, this looks like it sells pretty good. I might have to start writing some Monster Girl books.
Yeah, there's
I mean, look at how
also,
popular Monster Girl VTubers are.
there's also a Monster Girl Island series and a Monster Girl Mountain series. I don't know. I've got to talk to one of these guys and figure out how this caught on as a thing.
Just anime, that's why.
No, but I want to talk to one of these guys. Maybe it'll be Eric Vall or Dante King. I know Logan Jacobs turned it down because clearly art isn't good enough. Isn't
and do you want to talk to the guy who wrote My Womb Burned?
My womb burned to me.
Okay, how would he sound? That's what I'm curious about. What would his voice be like? Someone mimic him.
And probably something like this.
So
I'm
anyway,
losing my shit.
It's probably Jeremy.
who else has some books to share before we move on to Strange?
Oh, you got Empress Teresa too. That's pretty funny.
Did we talk to about everybody else's reads or what?
I don't know. If Anne's read anything.
And
I'm just writing this week. I'm just writing, but I got to read the Monster Girl shit now. That's just put all other projects out of the way.
Kevin's doing some coke.
found your new calling.
Yeah, I'm doing
what did you read, Kevin?
Do they need a publicist? I'll work for free. I mean, the writing being that terrible is one thing, but also her tits are crooked on the cover.
It's like a perfect storm of bad erotica.
Like none of this is sexy at all.
Hey, is somebody missing from our group here?
No.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, so did everybody get a chance to talk about their books for this week? Or
Just Kevin.
Kevin probably has books.
So Strange, man, it's been a long time. What have you been up to, man?
drawing comics.
Right, like which one are you doing now?
Same one.
Well, you're gonna have to be more specific, man, because I don't know what you've been doing.
Jeremy, it's the same comic book I've been writing all year. We've talked about it 500 times.
Which was what?
Well, just remind me of the title because I have the memory of a spaghetti strainer, so I forgot the title too.
Cockhammer Lives, the graphic novel.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
Yes.
I've been working on it in February. I've got 2 pages left to color.
Oh, wow.
And then that'll be done.
So do you have an estimated release date yet?
What's up?
Do you have an estimated release date yet?
Yeah, I'm going to put it out on Indiegogo in March, mid-March. That's the release date for Cockhammer Lives, the graphic novel. It's going to be 150 to 160 pages long. I still have to put, little filler pages and title headers and things in it. But the main body of the work is like about 145 pages right now.
Wow.
Like I said, I have 2 pages to color and it's completely finished. And so I'm going to be putting the little finishing touches on that for the next couple of months, getting started on my next couple of projects, and that'll come out in March. And maybe by 27 we'll be back on we'll be out of the COVID country and I can go back to fucking conventions. And,
it's just super fucking. It's downright creepy the way they're wanting to box us in, and tell us how to live our lives, how to assemble at family gatherings, how to celebrate the holidays. It's really disturbing what's happening.
We brought it on ourselves. We would never stand for 5 seconds for them to shut down Netflix or Facebook. We'll let them take the entire physical world away from us for as long as they want.
Mm.
We don't care. I mean, it's our own. We deserve what we get.
But on the brighter side, though, what else has been, good?
Strange men smoke weed.
Oh yeah.
That's out now. That's like that's a physical thing that people can get, right?
Well, yeah, it's a physical thing people are running around playing.
Yeah,
the card game, we funded that from September to October. I fulfilled the remainder of the outstanding orders last week, so it's gone out to almost everybody. I think almost everybody has it by now, and there's already some groups that have been playing. There's a lot of I developed it like when I play card games like Magic the Gathering. I like one-on-one games. I don't like a bunch of players. It's really confusing and complicated. It's like playing chess with 4 guys at the same time. Like I want to focus on one opponent, but I designed the game to be able to be played for as many. I mean, I put between 2 and 4 players. You could play with 5 or 6. It doesn't matter. But it seems like a lot of people are getting together and playing like 4 and 5 player games and really having a lot of fun with it. So it is possible to get a whole bunch of buddies together and play, and they've been having a lot of fun. We play tested the shit out of it all year. I was going to release it in March, but with COVID hitting, I put it off for a while. So I had 4 or 5 extra months to really fine tune the logistics of the game and really make sure it's balanced and works really well, plays really well. And I'm delighted to see that there's a lot of people out there having fun playing the game.
So you don't have any plans of actually making this available for retail people? If the thing's closed, nobody can buy it, it's done. Is that right?
Right. I mean, I'll sell it at conventions and stuff, but it's a raunchy, adult-oriented game, so it's not like Walmart is going to fucking carry it anyway. There are some specialty card shops around here that I might approach. I'm definitely going to approach them from the context of trying to put together tournaments and game nights to be able to play the game. I would say I have between 12 and 15 guys right now that would come to a tournament and play, and that's without it being in any of these card shops. That's without it ever having been played in the tournament format before. So there may be some local shops that carry it on consignment, but it's not like there's any avenue for retailers to order it from me or anything.
You're not going to sell it direct, though. I mean, you can open up a online store for your own self and sell it, right? I
could. I have a Square store that I sell everything, but
right.
The focus of my releases from here on out is to fund them through crowdfunding. So I don't want to immediately make stuff available on my website to just buy willy-nilly afterwards. Right. I want people to get excited and back the crowdfunders and get involved in the crowdfunding process, because every backer we get, the more backers you get, the more excitement you build and generate for a campaign, it can grow exponentially. So I would be shooting myself in the foot to immediately offer a product on my website right after a crowdfunder. I need it to be special. Like, if you want it, you're gonna have to do the crowdfunder, and the more backers we get in the crowdfunder, the more the crowdfunders can grow and build. So it's counterintuitive to immediately make those things available.
Okay. Well, I mean, so how would somebody, if somebody wanted to buy it, how would they do it?
Through the crowdfunder. You got a month.
I thought it said it was closed.
It is. That's what I'm saying. Like, that product is done now. The next one we're gearing up for is Cockhammer Lives, the graphic novel, in March, and there will be tiers to add on the card game in that crowdfunder. So if you were leading me if you were trying to lead me down that path, that's it took me a while to catch on, but that's it will next be available during the Cockhammer Lives crowdfunder in March.
Okay, all right, I'm with you now. Now, 145-page graphic novel is pretty impressive as
big.
Thing. Yeah.
Been working on it daily for 10 months. It doesn't even take me 10 months to make a feature film. But I'm doing everything for the graphic novel. I wrote it. I did the pencils, the inks, the colors, the lettering, the formatting. So when one guy does the graphic novel, it takes a while.
Well, yeah. So how are you printing it? Like, what do you?
I have a print-on-demand printer that I use.
Oh, okay.
It
Wow.
specializes in comic books.
Wow. Nice.
It's like with Strange Will Smoke Weed, the card game. I have a print-on-demand specialty printer that specializes in card games.
Huh.
How much did that cost you?
What's that?
How much did that cost you?
It's not polite to ask.
Yeah. Why are we talking money? What do you mean?
I thought that was just.
I'm curious.
I mean,
what do you mean? Like, how much did what cost me?
The printer that I don't. I'm sorry,
The printer
man.
that prints the card game.
Yeah.
Again, it's a general question. What do you mean by how much?
I don't even know what I'm asking anymore. Let's just say I've had a traumatic weekend.
There is no minimum order requirement, and it's going to cost a lot more to order fewer copies than if you order a lot of copies. If you buy in bulk, it's going to be cheaper. If you buy just several copies, it's going to be a lot more expensive. Is that a satisfactory answer?
Well, yeah. So I mean,
Jeremy, how much do you fucking get paid an hour? I mean, that's it's not the kind of thing we discuss publicly.
I think $7.75.
That's not very much fucking money, dude.
You telling me?
Jesus Christ!
But I didn't beat you up about it for asking me, did you?
Is that what I'm doing?
No, I think it was more Gregor that did.
I'm not gonna fucking tell you how much I pay per fucking deck, and then you can sit and look and see what percentage of that I profit off of when I sell it at retail. You don't have those conversations.
Damn, dude, are you really gonna do that?
I'm just saying. I've never heard you ever ask anybody. How much you pay per book when you release that little novel there?
I think you read into it too much, dude. I don't have a sinister agenda.
I don't think you do have a sinister agenda.
So how is everything? I know you're not getting sick, right? Because that's all bullshit, or mostly bullshit.
I've got a really strong immune system, so if I have been sick, I haven't noticed. I don't get the flu or anything either. My doctor always asks me if I want a flu shot. I always tell him no.
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, I hate how they take your temperature at the door with that little thing with the laser light now. It's fucking shit. I make them feel bad about it. I don't have any problem with doing it either, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's all nonsense, but whatever. Like I said, we deserve it. We let them do it.
Now, in a bigger city, sure, maybe that's a thing, you know, but down here, it's just, I still have yet to know anybody personally who has had it.
Yeah, you don't know anybody personally that's refused to allow their temperature to be taken, that's refused to wear a mask while they're shopping, or any of the other draconian measures that we've just submitted to. I mean, it's our own fault.
I've known many people that have had it, but you know.
Yeah, I know a bunch of people that have had it. It hasn't killed anybody I know yet.
No, nobody's had any real major problems. Yeah.
My grandma had it right after she got done with chemo, and it didn't phase her at all. She has old world strength.
Well, one of the things that I find really interesting is how much of a virtue signal that these sports organizations are doing with COVID. They're like jumping through all these hoops to like isolate the players and prevent players from having contact with anyone else before they play these sporting events, making sure there's no one in the stands and all that. And then half the players get COVID anyway, and 2 weeks later go right back to playing sports. So what is the problem? What is the problem? Half the players of all the professional sports organizations have tested positive for COVID, and they're back playing sports. So what is the problem? The problem is that old people get sick and die. Old people are never going to stop getting sick and dying.
That is true.
Yep.
We're not going to develop a vaccine that's going to stop old people from getting sick and dying. They're old. They get sick.
How are we going to develop a natural antibodies if we're not out there? If we're wearing a mask and protecting ourselves from it to that extreme, how are we ever going to develop an antibody to it? You know,
I don't think they care. I think they're just going to use it to wreck our economy and then move in a new political system.
Seems to be the objective, and again, we're literally letting them do whatever they want to us. But if they shut down Facebook and fucking Netflix tomorrow, there'd be a revolt. You'd see 3/4 of the country out in the streets, fucking destroying, flipping cars and setting buildings on fire. But that ain't gonna fucking happen over this. We love it. We love the control.
Yeah, the Great Reset stuff's pretty freaky, to be honest.
I mean, they're out there talking about it in the World Economic Forum. It's not a conspiracy theory.
My question is, what is the World Economic Forum? Like, is it
I don't
always
even
been
know.
a thing?
Yeah, I don't know. It's this.
It's a cult.
It's
It's
evil.
only,
bullshit.
it's only what Alex Jones has been telling us about for 25 years.
I've never heard the term World Economic Forum. I mean, maybe I've just missed it, but is it just like, is it has something to do with the UN?
It's like Davos. You ever heard of Davos? Where all these, that's what it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Alex may be. Alex is eccentric. He may not be the most ideal messenger, but he's the person that's there at this moment in history who is willing to talk about it and throw himself on the fire.
I guess I'm just confused. Like, I don't get what this, like, I don't even know what you would call it. Not a company. It's just something like an official Bilderberg group or UN.
It's a bunch of movers and shakers talking about movers and shakers shit, and they don't, with no regard for the people, on like a more, microscopic level,
Unelected leaders, no accountability, no transparency.
But I mean, this is like bummer stuff. So I mean,
hey Jeremy,
into it, right? Yeah,
I am going to drop out of this show, but it has nothing to do with the topic. This is something I would actually like to talk about, but I'm just tired.
I understand, man. I probably won't go.
I need to get some rest, so I'm not sick this week. It was nice talking to everybody, and I think you guys should continue on talking about the Great Reset, and and expose it to the world.
I appreciate you, Gregor, and I guess I'll see you next weekend. Or
no, you won't see me.
Will I hear you?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, see your George R. Martin book that always shows up on your webcam.
Yeah, maybe I'll switch it up next week.
Yeah, that's like you really want us to know that you own Feast for Crows.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe I'll switch it up to something else. I have to switch it up to one of my books, so at least it's an advertisement when my camera goes on an accident. Yeah. So have a delightful night, everybody.
Nice talking to you, buddy.
Yeah, and watch out for Klaus Schwab.
Who?
Klaus Schwab.
What is that? I don't.
That's the guy that's the leader of the Great Reset. I mean, he's like the Bond villain that runs the whole thing.
Wow.
You not seen it, dude? Yeah, he's got like a German accent, big fat Blofeld-looking guy.
I've been apprehensive about reading too deeply into this, to be honest, because they talk about this shit with such casualty, like they're talking about something that is the worst game changer you could ever imagine in such casual language that
the guy's Klaus Schwab. He's a German dude. He was actually born in Nazi Germany.
So that's what it's like to be a sociopath, though. You can talk about these big game changing things, that change.
Are they sociopaths, Jeremy, or do they just know nobody cares?
They're psychopaths. They're not sociopaths.
It's both. It's both, I guess. But.
But anyway, I'm getting too excited about this. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Okay, yeah.
As long as you have 5G internet that streams Netflix on your phone, you're not going to fucking go out in the streets and flip cars.
Thanks for coming, Gregor. All right. So yeah, it's good to have you back on, Strange Man. I don't know. Things seemed rocky there for a while, and
because you're a fucking crazy person,
right?
Because I'm not allowed to have fucking opinions that you don't agree with.
I don't think that's fair, but you're allowed.
I don't think it's fair that I'm told that I can't talk about certain topics on your fucking podcast.
Well, you're talking about it now, aren't you?
No, I'm talking about it. It's like a fucking relationship. We're fighting about fighting.
Back to this again. If we've got to go back to this once again, after.
No, I'm done. No one in my fan base cares about spiritual warfare. No one. It serves Strangerville in no way, shape, or form to talk about spiritual warfare. And my friends in real life, like Jeremy Maddox, freak the fuck out when I talk about spiritual warfare. So there's no fucking reason to talk about it. I don't care. It's ruining society. It's ruining reality, and nobody gives a fuck. So just watch Netflix on your phone. Who cares?
How is exposing the occult origins
Wow.
in the shelved Morbius movie
God.
to benefit us in spiritual warfare? How is the occult stuff?
As long as you can watch Morbius 5G on your cell phone on Netflix for free, it doesn't matter.
This feels like
How is knowing
Like, all of a
that a
sudden-
movie has occult, symbolism in it going to help us battle anybody? I don't understand that.
It's not going to help us battle anybody. That's the entire point. All it's going to do is make my friends irrationally angry at me.
It's not irrational, though. As an adult, I was uncomfortable continuing to have the conversation the way it was dominating, just like it's dominating now.
Why
Why can't we just be like chummy? Like it doesn't have to be all doom and gloom, right? I
You
mean,
told me to send you the link, and then this happens like automatically.
I told you, Jeremy, I have abandoned any public discussion of the matter entirely because it's not fruitful.
Mm-hmm.
The human race is beyond redemption.
Hmm.
Far beyond redemption. We want Netflix. We want Netflix. We want free porn. We want social media in our fucking faces, and we want somebody to fight. Red team versus blue team, 24/7, no breaks, no holidays, no vacations.
Now, literally no holidays because they want to cancel Thanksgiving.
No. We're not going to shut down Facebook for Thanksgiving. If we shut down Facebook for Thanksgiving, the entire 3/4 of the population would go out and set all the fucking cars in the country on fire.
Oh, I don't feel like getting into the occult stuff tonight.
so how's Rocco?
He's good.
Yeah.
He's 11 years old this year and acts like a kitten. So
Oh.
maybe he'll just fucking drop dead one day. I don't know. I don't know if he's ever going to act like an old cat.
So you're really done with fiction writing, though, huh?
I fucking hate writers. I hate writers. I hate writing. I hate the whole culture. I hate the whole community.
That's sensible.
I've never had.
See, my
My
solution is I just keep writing, and I only pay attention to the writing community by coming in and insulting it. I realize this won't lead to any kind of career, but I hate them.
I did that for a while, but I do so many other things besides fiction writing. It's just Jeremy Maddox only cares about writing, so only is interested in my career as far as writing fiction goes. But I write films, I write comic books, I create board games and card games. I do a lot of things, but Jeremy doesn't like those things.
What's with the little personal digs like that? Come on, man. I mean, I liked your book. This is
your wheel spinning.
Stop fighting, or I'm turning the car around.
I mean,
the wheel spinning. You know how we do, Jeremy. Get off of this fucking screen so we can look at each other while we yell.
Oh, I thought we were. Okay.
No, we're still on. There you go.
Yell away.
You were accusing me of taking personal jabs at you.
Well, you were accusing me of whatever it was.
What are you drinking there, buddy?
Mellow yellow.
It's probably going to lead to some pretty severe diabetes.
Tell me, you never read sodas. You never drink sodas?
Water.
What about sparkling water?
Water.
What a teetotaler, huh?
Speaking of which, I'm about to go grab me a sparkling water.
Tell me something in the last week that happened to you that actually wasn't doom and gloom, that actually gave you hope or
I told you I only have 2 pages left to finish my graphic novel I've been working on for 10 months. It's the longest I've made feature films the shortest I ever made a feature film was 3 months, but the longest feature film I ever made took 8 months from beginning of production to the end of production. So being in production on this graphic novel for 10 months is the longest I've ever committed to a piece of artistic work, a piece of storytelling, and it's been extremely fulfilling and a fantastic way to spend this draconian lockdown, to just fall in love with and obsess over a story like this has been fantastic and far more satisfying than any novel. I've written 18 books, and creating these graphic novels is far more creatively fulfilling than any novel I've ever written. For me, writing novels is like since I write everything, I write screenplays for feature films, and I write obviously the scripts for comic books. Writing a novel is like the first part of the process. And so all those books that I released, even though I love my books, I love all the stories that I've told, they just feel unfinished because all I did was write them. I didn't do anything to them. I didn't film them. I didn't draw them. They don't exist visually, I guess. They don't exist visually. So if I feel like an element is missing, they're one-dimensional works to me. Again, I love the stories. There are several of my novels like Beetle Brain, Texas Chainsaw Mantis. Some of those novels are some of my favorite things that I've ever written, like favorite stories I've ever told. But the format that I told them in is less satisfying for me than creating a graphic novel or making a feature film.
Man, I miss the days when people could make the book visual with their heads.
Yeah, I mean, you can, and I do. I write very descriptive visual fiction. I don't write literary fiction. I write very visually oriented fiction, and I think that's wise because I'm such a visual storyteller. But at the end of the day, my enjoyment, my satisfaction, my artistic satisfaction from writing a novel is just there's not much satisfaction to it. And I wrote more novels and I spent longer writing novels than anything else I've ever done creatively, which is ironic. That is the thing I enjoy the least.
Yeah, I had a friend who she had an immense amount of talent as a visual artist, but for some weird, twisted, Catholic, self-punishing reason, she spent almost all of her life just writing, even though she knew she was better at painting and liked it more.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why I did that. I have a lot of stories to tell. I still have probably hundreds of stories in me to tell, and writing them is an efficient way to do it. Like you can do it fast. I wrote a novel. I tell these guys all the time when I come on here. I wrote the fastest I ever wrote a novel was 4 days. I wrote a 35,000 word novella in 4 days, and so it's easy. I can do it quickly. Again, I'm not criticizing my work. I think these are really fucking cool books. If you're into, and I'm a reader. The thing is I have in my living room, I have four tall full-size bookshelves, and I have hundreds of books. I don't have Jeremy's collection, but I own hundreds and hundreds of books, and I love reading novels. I'm just saying that like writing novels isn't as satisfying to me as other forms of art.
I just wish I was able to get into comics. I don't know what it is, but it's almost like a freaking, I'm not saying this, like how some of those people do, like they'll use like autism. Like there's a mental block. I cannot freaking understand comics. It's weird.
Let me tell you some of the ones I've been reading this year that are really fucking good. Jeremy, do you want to bring these up as I tell them to you?
Absolutely, yep.
Show them off. So I ran into this like 5 scariest graphic novels for the Halloween season, and I watched this video on YouTube, and I actually thought a few of them were really fucking cool sounding, so I bought them and read them, and they are really fucking good. The first one's called Black Hole by Charles Burns.
Oh, I love that one.
Yeah, I read that one. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that one's fucking killer. That's all black and white.
I still remember the one hilarious scene where the dude is with the girl in the basement and he's watching her roll a joint and it makes him come in his pants.
Yeah, she's got a tail and her wagging her tail is turning him on. It's a really fucking fucked up book. The characters take acid and have a bad acid trip. It's super cool. Set in the 1970s, all black and white, just like stark contrast, black and white, just like the cover there. The entire book is that drawn that way in that style, and I think it's over 300 pages. It's a big fucking book. And I think it took him 10 years. Me talking about 10 months. I think it took Charles Burns 10 years to complete the Black Hole Saga. I think he released it in 12 issues, and each issue took him almost a year to complete.
It's freaking intense.
Yeah, it's about like it's a lot of body horror. It's about like some, what is it, a virus or a disease? Or...
Yeah, it's a venereal disease that turns people into mutants.
The way you got away from the mic made your voice completely different, and I was like, "Who the heck is talking?" It was you.
What are you doing back there, Jeremy?
I'm looking for my copy of Black Hole because it's been a while, and I was trying to remember some of the better scenes in it, but it's here somewhere. But anyway, yeah, that's a classic for sure.
Yeah, my next work, I'm going to actually, it's going to be a really short comic, just like a little giveaway comic. It's only going to be about 16 pages long. So I actually do all my work, my ink work digitally on my iPad. I'm actually going to, using Black Hole as an inspiration, I'm actually going to hand ink in a really stark black and white high contrast style like that. My next work, it's going to be about 16 pages. It's just going to be a giveaway that I hand out at conventions and stuff, like a little promo comic. But I'm going to actually use pen and ink and draw it traditionally.
If we have freaking conventions in the future, I mean,
like I said, around 27, I think we'll be good to go. Do you want to know the next? You want to keep talking about Black Hole, or you want to go on to the next one?
We could stay on Black Hole or move on, whichever. This is what I live for, man. Is discovering books and helping other people.
Zach had said that he can't get into comics, but I think these are really good horror comics, and I don't think
do a lot of things. So.
I can't. What?
Zach can't do a lot of things.
I can get into pretty much anything. What it is, like, I mean, any like prose I can get into, but it's like some people, like when they're reading comics, like it becomes like a life for them. To me, it's like in a middle ground between like, well, technically cartoons and then like fiction that I just
you're thinking of like monthly Marvel comics and stuff like that. Jeremy, can you bring up the Amazon page for Black Hole and see if you can do like a look inside?
Oh yeah.
Because it's written in prose. Like there are huge, gigantic fucking not even dialogue, but like narration dumps all through the book. It's like it's very much written in a literary fashion. It's a very dense work that just happens to have visual elements that go along with it, like a storyboard. It's not like it's not like one of those throwaway monthly superhero comics. It's not Thor bashing a monster in the head with a hammer for a couple of pages, and then this is a literary work. This is a really good literary work of horror. It's got great character arcs and fantastic allegories towards, like I said, the whole storyline revolves around a venereal disease that turns people into mutates people's bodies and facial features, and it's sort of an allegory of sexually transmitted diseases, or it can also be looked at as an allegory towards adolescence and puberty and the dread of approaching adulthood. Can also be looked at as an allegory towards that. I mean, that's
kind of how I read it. I kind of read the mutating disease is almost like a subplot.
Right, and visually very cool, but it's
great.
It's definitely a metaphor for larger ideas. Did you find that Amazon page?
I'm looking for the preview part.
You might not have it since it's a comic book.
Okay, yeah. Well, but they got this thing here that shows some imagery. That was cool. The snake tongue, the snakes for a tongue. That part was cool.
You don't have it on the screen.
I don't. Oh. Okay. There we go. So,
that looks pretty cool.
Snakes for tongues. Snakes for a tongue. Medusa tongue.
I've never seen a comic like that before.
Body horror.
It's fucking weird. It's twisted. I mean, the visuals on it are just. Is there more stuff down below, or?
I think there's the last of it there. Yeah.
And there's no.
I don't see a preview unless I'm overlooking it.
Doesn't look like it. Nope. Some of them do, some of them don't.
Yeah.
Oh well. You ready to move on?
Yes.
So this is a really cool one called Harrow County.
I've heard of that one.
Harrow, Harrow County. It's a book about witches and Monster.
That's a great cover.
It's not on the screen.
You haven't put it on the screen yet.
Why is it not?
Yeah, the share screen thing on StreamYard's freaking annoying.
It's not following me like it should. Okay, there. I love that cover.
Yeah. It's just skin crawling out of a dresser drawer. It's a super cool, super creepy book, and it's like illustrated in like a almost like a children's book style, where the inking is kind of cartoony, and then it doesn't reflect as much on the cover here. This is like a painterly, but the inside pages are more watercolored in the illustration, and so it almost has like a children's book quality, which makes it all the more creepy when the weird monsters and witchy shit starts happening. Super cool book. Again, really fun read during the Halloween season, and maybe you'll quit busting my balls about spiritual warfare if I'm reading books about witches. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I didn't even mention it. I didn't say, no, well, Jeremy, this is going to corrupt your soul.
Right.
You're reading a book about witches.
Yeah.
It's really cool. I don't think the second volume has come out yet. So we're waiting on that. It does have like a twist ending that like sets you up for another volume. So hopefully that'll come out sooner than later. I don't really know who said that they had heard of it. Ben?
Not me.
Zach, where did you hear about this from?
I'm not sure. I think I actually may have seen a similar list about horror comics and that
Horror
one listed.
Yeah, it was good. I liked it. I was actually really, a lot of times I'll buy stuff based on recommendations from videos or lists or whatever, and they don't live up to the hype. But these two were really good. I was really happy with my purchases.
Yeah, I think I went through a period way back, maybe a year ago, where I tried getting into comics. And the only ones I could really get into, I read 2 graphic novels. One of them was like this Friday the 13th one, and I liked that. And I think it was just because, of course, I've always liked Jason. I read that one and one called Plastic, if you've heard of that one.
Plastic?
Yeah. It's about this dude, and I think it's called Plastic. It's about this dude with like this Drayton Sawyer looking dude who has a freaking sex doll, and then he wants to go. It wasn't that good, but I was able to get into it somewhat. As in, like, when I say get into it, like reading the comic, like I can actually sort of visualize it and get like a little movie going in my mind. But for the most part, I just don't know what it is. I think something like that last one would be pretty good for me, with a lot of prose and the kind of like illustrations.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that
it wasn't called Plastic.
If you group if you do too much of an overgeneralization of comics, you're going to lose a bunch of really, really good storytelling works. And kind of throw them in with, kind of superficial monthly kiddie books. They're not all like that.
Yeah. Man, I don't know. I thought that book was called Plastic. Maybe it wasn't.
That's
it.
Pretty crazy, man.
That looks cool.
It's like an 8 volume or 8 issue series, right? The creator of The Walking Dead gave it a blurb. All right. That is a great cover with him peering out of her now. Yeah. But
scroll down, man. You got fucking all the goodies right there. Show off some of the goodies.
Yeah, he looks like freaking Drayton Sawyer.
Yes, so yeah.
Drawing cars sucks.
Now, why is that? I mean, I can imagine that it would be.
You have to use perspective and make sure that the lines are all parallel. Otherwise, it just doesn't look right. The human eye will easily perceive if those tires are off perspective, or it's you have to draw it perfectly in perspective, or the human eye will know that it's fucked up. There's very little with the human body, and I mean, obviously, you can look at American style animation versus a Japanese style anime. You can see how much versatility there is in the human in human features, in drawing humans and human gestures, you don't get the same amount of the brain doesn't give you the same amount of leeway when it comes to buildings and vehicles. Non-man-made structures require a pretty disciplined hand to create perspective. Otherwise, the brain just knows something's wonky. That's why drawing cars sucks. You got to really do it right.
Cool.
You ready for my next one?
Yes.
It's called Blackwood. This is done by no, that's not. You might want to put Blackwood comic. There you go.
That's book two.
That's the second. That's the second one.
Yeah.
That's the first one. Yeah. So this is done by some of the people who illustrate Archie. So it's got a real like dime store comic look to it, but it's a very dense occult story about these kids that get invited to enroll in a university, in a college, and go live on campus. And when they get there, it is just absolute crazy occult shenanigans from minute number one. Spells and witches and warlocks and monsters and demons, and it just goes crazy. And it's cool because as you'll see here in a second, it's not going to show you anymore, but it has like a real Archie Jughead style art to it. So it's like juxtaposed this real serious, crazy occult story, and then and really goofy illustrations. And there's two volumes of that. I like the first volume enough that I bought the second volume, and it's really good too.
Great coloring. I mean,
yeah, real high contrast coloring.
Yeah.
And then I just have one more.
Okay.
It's called Batman Ghosts.
But is that one going on right now, or is it finished?
It's finished.
Because they've got about 3 stories going with Batman right now. It's insane how much attention he's getting right now. You said Ghosts. Is it Legend of the Dark?
There you go. The third one down. Nope.
Okay.
Back up.
This one
Third
here?
one. There you go. That one. So this is, can you hear me?
Oh, right. Sam Keith.
Yeah, so this is Sam Keith from the Max. He's also done endless work from Marvel and DC. He's done the Hulk. He's done Wolverine. But he actually wrote and illustrated this, and it is super cool. It's actually only maybe 10 years old. Maybe less, maybe like 8 years old. But this is like later Sam Keith. This is Sam Keith that's a seasoned veteran of his art, and you can tell how loosey-goosey he is. I don't know if it'll show you some of the art from the interior, but he is like super experimental, super he just doesn't give a fuck anymore. He's an old man. He's done everything good he's going to do in his career. Scroll back up to that. Check that out.
Right here? Wait, you here?
One more. No. Yeah, that one. That's Commissioner Gordon and Batman. Look how fucking goofy Batman looks. Look, he's in a Max pose. Yeah. You put Batman in a Max pose. Look how his back's fucking bent. His chin's almost touching his fucking knees.
He looks like that guy in the Max that Julie Winters, You
mean the Max?
No, the other homeless guy.
There is no other homeless guy.
She's a social worker, so she talks to other ones sometimes. And one of them's hunched over in that same position.
It's the Max with you're talking about the Max with a trench coat and a hat on.
No, but the Norbert was his name in the.
Was it? Okay.
Maybe it was only in the cartoon.
No, they pretty much. What do you call it? They pretty much adapted that word for word, panel for panel. But anyway, this is cool. This is, like I said, a really interesting. It's a supernatural Batman story, so it has a supernatural element to it, and that's kind of different for Batman. Batman usually fights weirdos and psychos. So having him fight a supernatural thing in this is cool. And there's kind of a Julie Winters stand-in, this girl that is a social worker, and this creature is picking off the homeless in Gotham City, and Batman befriends her, and they team up to try to figure out what's killing all these homeless people. So it's very Max-ish, and I recommend it. And the art is so off the wall. The art is insane.
That reminds me of that old movie Chud from the 80s. I'm sure you remember. Anyway, yeah. I mean, are you aware of how many stories they're doing with Batman right now? Though I think one of them. There's another Batman Sam Keith story that is not yet concluded. It was Batman and the Max. It was a crossover.
I haven't checked it out yet. I'll buy it when it's finished.
Yeah, if it finishes. He's not exactly punctual when it comes to turning stuff in, is he? That's just what I heard.
What's interesting is that's how he got the job on Sandman. His first mainstream work for Neil Gaiman. He got that gig on Sandman because he was known as. Look at that Batman logo. It almost looks like Sam Keith's fucking signature.
Wow!
Look how goofy that Bat logo is. It's awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, he got that gig because he was considered to be one of the most punctual artists around at the time. And over the years, and the Max came out pretty much regularly and didn't get stalled out too bad in the 90s under Image. But over the years, like I said, he's old. He's made his mark. He's made his money. He doesn't give a fuck anymore. So he's not moving as fast. I mean, he's an old man. He's in his 50s.
That's old? Shit.
For an artist that's been working since he was like a teenager, that's a lot of years. That's a lot of years at the grindstone.
It seems like he's never been able to transcend the Max. It's like he will forever be unanimously associated with the Max, but I don't know that he's ever been able to, capture that lightning in a bottle again. Can you think of anything?
I mean, he's done a lot of Batman work in the last 10 or 15 years. He's done a fuckload of Batman work. And the first time he's touched Max since the Max concluded in the mid-90s was for this Batman and the Max crossover. So he left the Max for a lot of years. And he's really well known. You got to remember, in the mid to late in the early 90s, Sam Keith was known mostly. He was famous for his Marvel Comics Presents covers, where he would do Spider-Man fucking weird. He would do Wolverine fucking weird. He would do the Hulk fucking weird. See if you can Google and find an image type in Sam Keith Nightcrawler and check out how fucking cool he drew Nightcrawler.
Oh, Marvel Nightcrawler. He drew that?
Yeah. I mean, it looks fucking cool.
Wow, I bet
he was really well known as a Marvel cover guy before he did Max, and Max did overshadow that. But I think that like big Marvel people still remember him. Like people that are really obsessed with Marvel comics still remember him as that cover guy. Did you find it?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. Is it showing? Okay, yeah.
Looks pretty cool.
There's better pictures than that.
Yeah, I figured. Let me try to find a better one. So that was for a Wolverine Nightcrawler team up. Come on, where?
Yeah, it's really stylized and goofy looking. That's what I like about it. That's what I like about this stuff.
What was the deal with him?
Look at that Wolverine. Look how crunched over that midsection is on him. And he didn't even draw it. He just colored it in black.
Yeah, now that's a cool cover right there.
Yeah, he's just got this unique style. I mean, all that looks like the Max. Every character he draws looks all bulky and weird and bent over and has giant hands and feet and it's not even like anatomically good. Like that looks like an amateur drawing. But it also looks so hyper detailed and stylized that it would be difficult to replicate. He has this fine line between amateur and professional that he just liberally stomps all over.
Yeah.
I think I can get behind that more than I can stuff that's like hyper realistic.
I love him. He's my favorite artist. He's. I love that style. My style doesn't look anything like that, but it's mostly because I'm just intimidated by it. I wouldn't even know where to begin to draw like that.
What was the deal with him on Sandman?
They hired him because he was really he was fast and he was reliable. He would turn in his pages on time. They wanted an artist that could work, do a lot of work and do it fast. And he was known at the time as a guy that was able to do that. Now he's known as the guy that takes. How long has this Batman and Max been going on? 3 or 4 years?
Really? That long?
I think so.
Damn.
He's taking his time.
I think the full story, when it's finally collected into a volume, it'll be released in like January or February. As far as how long it's taken,
Ooh.
I know the delays are really bumming a lot of people out, but was he bad about that with the Max?
No, he was pretty much on time with the Max in the 90s, but this was 30 years ago.
And why did he leave work on the Sandman?
He was Sam Keith is like famously his worst critic, and he hates the way he draws, and so he was constantly telling Neil Gaiman and the crew that he wasn't good enough and that his art sucked, and he was a real negative drain on the creative team. And they eventually just parted ways with him. They eventually told him like, maybe you're right, maybe you do suck. See you later. And that's when he started doing and he had been doing cover work for Marvel, but he just started doing more cover work for Marvel full time after that project. And I think shortly after that is when the Image crew all left Marvel and went over to Image, and then he was asked to come over and do his own creator-owned work, and that's where Max came from.
So I haven't read it personally, but the Batman Max crossover, Max ends up in Arkham Asylum. That seems like a no-brainer, to start it that way. But apparently this doctor, who's overseeing some kind of research thing with the patients, he's torturing them to try to gain access to all the patients' different outbacks. Because, in the Max world, everybody has an outback, like a fantasy realm in their mind that is an actual metaphysical dimension. That
can be accessed, access.
So this doctor is torturing them to gain access to their outbacks. I always loved that idea, though, man. I actually carried that into my adulthood, that whole idea. I feel like I have my own outback, not in a real sense, but in a metaphoric sense.
I feel like I really have it, but not really.
Well, that's the kind of stuff that the Max inspires, man. But
I love it. I actually have a friend. She became a social worker because of that comic book. Like, it influenced her so much as a teenager that's what she went to college for. She went to college to become a social worker
because of Julie Winter.
Yeah, it's a really influential work, and again, Sam hates it. And he'll tell you it sucks, and he'll tell you he didn't know what he was doing. Like, there's no deeper meaning behind it. He's just a bad writer, and you're looking too deep into it when you look for metaphors and things. But I don't know. I think he did. I think he's better than he lets on, and I think that he did write a deeper story than he publicly admits to. I think he's just embarrassed about his fame.
And you know what I always loved. What I loved about the Max is how Julie Winters, she was like, liberated and whatnot, and proud to be who she was, but she also wasn't like politically correct. Like when Max was saying they're coming out of the movies, maybe this was only in the cartoon, I don't know, but he's saying that scene where she was wearing, that scene was the detective noir scene, that was sexist. She was wearing high heels, et cetera, et cetera. And she says, Max, it was just a movie. And here Julie Winters is this, victim of a rape, and and she's telling him, calm down with the political
Yeah,
correct.
she's a really complex character. Everybody in the story, even Mr. Gaughan's daughter Sarah, is a really complex character. Mr. Gaughan is a really complex character. He's a rapist and murderer, and by the end of the series, he has this strange redemption arc where his daughter forgives him for being a fucking psychopath.
Yeah.
Sam is really good at character creation and writing. His writing is as weird as his drawing is, which is really, really cool. Oftentimes you'll see some of these artists / writers, like Rob Liefeld is a way better artist than he is a writer. Don't put him behind a script on anything, because he's pretty crappy with it. And Todd McFarlane is a way better story guy than an actual script writer. A great artist, but some of these guys they lack in the writing department, where they excel in the art department. And Sam is one of those dudes that just does them both really well. Really weird. Like, they're both, none of it's mainstream. You can't plop the Max down in front of a normal comic book person and have them make heads or tails of it. It's so fucking dense and weird, and all those characters are very three-dimensional. They have good traits about them and they have bad traits about them. There's things that are going to make you not like them, and there's things that are going to make you, identify with them.
Yeah, I do think that the characters in the Max did kind of wear their neuroses, almost like, badges of honor, shields and whatnot. But they were very self-aware characters, And they
knew their fucking weird flaws for sure. They like to talk about them a lot.
Yeah, I'm not an artist, or like, I don't even consider myself an author, but I had never seen characters, quite as self-aware as that before, like Sarah and all her problems, But did I mention I'm 19,000 words into a new story?
That's a lot. 19,000 is a lot.
I really want to go all the way with this one, for real, seriously.
Yeah, do it.
Sometimes I have to take a break in order to catch up on my reading, because and yes, that really is a thing when you're dealing with the volume of books I got. Did somebody else dip out? We got everybody still here? Ben?
Yeah, Ben just hasn't talked in a while.
Yeah, Ben, you okay?
Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna dip out. I'm really tired.
Bummer.
Yeah, me too. I'm at my limit here.
Yeah, I'm about done too.
Okay, we'll close it down. But Ben, one more thing before you did go, I did want to bring up. I wasn't sure if you had heard, but were you a fan of System of a Down at any point?
Not really.
Really? You seem like I thought you seemed like the type that would be, but they're finally getting back together. Is anyone here a System of a Down fan?
I heard Serge Tankian's song on the Praxis album. That's about it.
Well, anyway, they finally got back together, and I guess I'm the only one that But I'm not happy about it, because they got back together because there's yet another Armenian genocide on, apparently. If I'm understanding right, I don't know. It's something to do with the leader of Turkey and all that shit going on over there. So they're doing an album, I guess, to raise money to fund those soldiers that are defending their territory over there. I don't know. I'm disappointed that's the reason they reunited, instead of just the love of the music and their band. But I realize this is a major shit situation. Hang
on. You're disappointed that they got together to fight a war, and not just to play fucking music together?
I'm disappointed because I feel like
they fight a fucking war, Jeremy.
Yeah, okay. I just felt like it would be over.
Is that not the most honorable fucking reason to get the band back together?
Okay, maybe you're making me take another look at it. I don't know. It just feels artificial because they didn't do it purely for the music. And I realize we're talking
They
about
only wrote the music because of the Armenian Jews.
way bigger than just music. I get it. And but I don't know. It feels like a temporary thing.
They've always been all in on that shit, man. I have a friend. She's dead now. She died of a heroin overdose a few years ago, but she was a big System of a Down groupie in the '90s, and she would say that they wouldn't let people smoke Camel cigarettes on the tour bus because they were Turkish made cigarettes. They're all in. Like they are a very political band, and it's always been. They've worn that on their sleeve. Like that's never been in question.
Secret. Yeah, it's no secret, but I guess I just expected the reunion to be for different reasons and a different purpose. And I realize we're talking about something that's way more important than, just a band, a new metal band, a second wave new metal band that just kind of, popped up and then we're gone a few years later. But, well, hey, I know, at least we know one thing, that Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks, whatever's going on, she'll deny it, right? Or is it? No, it's the other guy that denied it.
It's both of them. I mean, he denied the
Anna Kasparian is
genocide.
Armenian.
Yeah,
So-
she is Armenian, but she refuses to talk shit about Cenk because obviously he's her meal ticket.
Right. He's the one that.
To be fair to Cenk, he took that back a while ago.
Yeah.
They didn't change the
took him long
fucking
enough.
name. They didn't drop the fucking name.
Wait, what do you mean?
The Young
Young
Turks were
Turks.
basically the name of the group that committed it.
Well, what else would they? What
Yeah.
else were they going to call it? I mean,
So,
What else
sorry,
were- what else
there's
was
so
talking
many
about?
reasons to dislike those people. I don't even know where to begin.
me too. I don't. I'm not crazy about them either. In fact,
Dead
I'll never forget how they had to eat crow at that 2016 election. They went
Actually,
into
my oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
My favorite Young Turk story is how, after complaining about no one else allowing unionization in their companies and their industries, their employees tried to unionize and they snuffed it out.
Oh yeah, I did hear about that. Yeah. He had a
Yeah,
meeting
that was-
saying, "Don't talk to the media. You're going to destroy this company." Yeah.
My favorite.
Yeah,
Young
and his
Turks
excuse was, well, I'm a tiny company, so I can't afford to pay them all this money. Everyone's like, how much money are you getting from Al Jazeera, Chunk?
Yeah.
Yeah, millions. My favorite Young Turks moment was their confrontation at CPAC where where Alex Jones confronted him.
That was pretty funny.
That was a good moment.
What they
Clash
do?
of the Titans.
Yeah. Clash of the Grifters. Clash of the Millionaire Grifters. They Alex
Yeah.
Jones was at a political convention. I think it was CPAC. This was early 2016 before the election? I think it was early 2016 before the election, and Alex Jones just tried to go up and say hi to Cenk, and Cenk was in the middle of doing like a podcast or something, and Alex Jones walked up and went to shake his hand, and Cenk just fucking loses his shit. Fuck you, Alex! Fuck you! Get the fuck out of here, Alex! What do you
That
think
was
this
great. Trigger! Oh my god!
It was a bit more than that. Like
And it
Alex did try to provoke them, but even then, Jake probably should have.
Alex is so fucking annoying. Alex is so fucking annoying. Cenk should be fucking ashamed of himself for taking the bait. Like, everyone knows that dude is annoying. Just ignore him. But no, he had to roar and pound his chest. And then there's, plastic surgery Anna standing there screaming at him about how fat he is.
She did.
That was pretty funny.
Fuck you fat fuck!
It's not like Alex Jones doesn't know he's a fat, ridiculous fuck.
It's not like Cenk isn't just as fat standing right next to him.
Yeah, exactly. And, all the times Anna's shamed people for fat shaming, and there she is.
And he pulled it out.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess it's time to release the hostages.
Wait, do you mean that literally? You have hostages?
No, I'm talking about you guys.
Don't act like that.
Oh!
Don't act like that's
He
surprising.
doesn't have hostages. He has sex slaves, and he'll never release them.
Sorry, I clearly need to sleep, but I won't. I still have a bunch of work to do tonight.
Well, glad to have you back on, Strange.
Yeah, it's good to see you as a human. I haven't seen you as a human since BizarroCon 2014.
Yeah, really.
Does he look any different?
And maybe
Exactly the same.
maybe even less human now.
Is there going to be Bizarro? Is there going to be a BizarroCon 2020? Is there going to be a?
Is Bizarro still around?
Is there going to be a Wonderland Award? Is there going to be any? Does Bizarro exist anymore?
Does it matter?
Apparently, the haunted vagina went viral again.
Good. It always does every Halloween. It's a.
It's not his best work. It's not his best work, though. You know,
but he deserves it. He deserves all that success that he gets. I mean,
he is the one that started the whole thing. You know, somebody there was a booktuber who reviewed The Cannibals of Candyland just 2 days ago. It's weird that there are still people who are just now discovering Carlton Mellick. Think about that. That's how big the literary world is, man. It's like,
yeah, and that's one of the things about having such a giant catalog like that is there's always new people discovering it.
Yeah,
he's got 50 books. There's somebody new is always going to run into one of them, and they're so weird. Haunted Vagina, Baby Jesus Butt Plug, Cancer Cute. I mean, with titles like that, it's people are never going to stop running into that crap.
Cancer Cute. That must be one of his rarer ones. I've seen the title, but
that was like a collection of his early chapbooks, which was like only given out to a select few people.
Yeah, I had a copy of it, but there's a girl that I know who is a huge Mellick fan and has almost his entire catalog in paperback, but didn't have that. So I sent it to her as like a, I don't know, early birthday present or something, because I figured I'm a big fan too, but I only own maybe 15 or 16 of his books. So I sent I was like, well, I'm not going to do anything with this. I don't like his early surreal work. I think it's shitty. So I was like, I'm never going to read this thing. So I sent it to her. She was pretty hyped up about it.
I started reading A Sea of Patchwork Cats, and I actually dug it a lot more than some of his, Kidnapped by a Woman, the Candy Woman or the Devil Woman or and Tortured and
I dig that stuff. I like his.
But I mean, he did it over and over there for a while, and
sure, I don't care. I like it. I like he's able to tell it a little bit different each time. And do
Patchwork Cats is more imaginative, I feel like.
Are you sleeping, Zach?
Almost.
There's a fan base of his that only reads his surreal stuff and think that his more story or plot oriented stuff is shitty, and they don't. It's like when Iron Maiden introduced synthesizers. You got the pre-synthesizer Maiden fans and then the post-synthesizer Maiden fans. I personally like the plot-driven Mellick stuff, and I don't like literary. Dang, Jeremy jumped the fuck up. You jumped for that kitty.
My girl wanted in. All right.
You jumped quick. What do you need, princess?
I'm cucked out by my cat. Yeah.
You're a simp for that kitty.
Look at her, though. Can you blame me? All right.
Good-looking kitty.
Yeah. So, I guess that wraps up another episode. I don't know. You want to
still doing one Thursday?
You want? Yeah, I'll be up for it, or maybe even tomorrow if you wanted to. But whatever,
Tomorrow I can't.
Okay, well that's fine. Strange, do you want to participate in our end of the year top 10 best books list? Even if you haven't read that.
I didn't give you my shit. That's my shit.
That's it. We want to.
Yeah, that's. In fact, you're lucky you got that much out of me. That's the most I've read. As Halloween, as October approached and ended, that's the most I've read all year. I blew my whole load on this show. That's everything I've read most of the year.
Well, you could just participate as a fly on the wall. We're planning on having a lot of people drop in for their top 10 lists. Like I want to get Mike Klein in here. He'll probably come, and Chris Lesko agreed to come. Chris Lesko agreed to come in too, and Mike.
I still need to finish Mike Klein's book. I stopped it at like page 200, and I need to get back into it and finish it up.
I have to be in a rare mood to read Mike Klein's work. You know, he's very, I don't know, he's got a very puzzling style. I don't quite understand it, especially the ones where he spends a whole chapter explaining what's name like making a list of everything that's on the character's bookshelf. I feel like that's like OCD stuff.
Yeah, this one doesn't have any there's no real story or even order you have to read it in. It's kind of just like page art, if that makes sense. Like there's stuff there, but it's all broken up. So you can
I hate it when they do that. They're trying to make a collage out of words. I hate that shit.
Yeah.
That doesn't propel the story forward any. It's just like pyrotechnics in words is all. But
there's really no story in Lonely Men Club. It's a conceptual piece.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. That's not to disparage Mike, because he's an all right guy. But just like the same reason I hated what was it? Something the well-dressed wound. Hated that shit. Sometimes there would only be like a period on one of the pages. What am I supposed to get out of that? There's no value in that. I mean,
Jeremy, let me blow your mind. If you don't already know about this kid, you're going to want to read this book.
Okay.
For the shit, what the fuck value? I watched a documentary on YouTube today about this kid. I haven't read the book, but I watched a documentary about this kid. Full autist who kind of documented his crazy autism.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, the dude. So go to Amazon and look up Legend of the 10 Elemental Masters.
Ula Layla is his name or something like that.
Legend of the 10 Elemental Masters.
That does sound autistic.
You have no idea how
he apparently describes colors with their hexadecimal value.
Wait a minute, that's that guy who was making that video game for 5 years, right?
Yeah,
he's been more like 20.
It's like Life, the video game, or something like that. Yeah, I know. I've got one of this guy's other books.
Do you?
I remember hearing about that in elementary school.
He's got two, I believe.
Wait a minute. If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's Secrets in the Basement.
I don't know.
Yeah, right there. I've got that already. That's one of his older ones, I guess. 649 pages. That's longer than Phoenix's. That's longer than Phoenix's longest work.
Are you sure it's the same guy?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have anything up on the screen as usual.
I knew that.
Well, usually I do have something up on the screen, though. There it is.
Here we go. Yeah, I guess that would be him. That looks exactly like this other book.
Dude.
649 pages. Have you read it, Jeremy?
No, not yet.
So, I mean, as far as I can understand, it's incomprehensible. Like, there's no way to dig into it's not actually, you're never going to read this dude for pleasure. It's just the sheer.
Well, from what I understand, the legend of the 10 Elemental Masters is basically a basic fantasy. The main character is named Knuckles. And it's like I said, he describes colors with, their hexadecimal values.
Yeah, but it goes way beyond that too. He has graphs that show you where characters are in relation to the room that they're in, and describes the physics of the room and the measurements of the rooms and stuff. Like, it's just as autistic as you can possibly imagine.
This does not sound fun at all.
That's what I'm saying. You're not going to read this for pleasure. It's just going to be like the
I don't know. It sounds
here's a passage from the book. This is the beginning of the book. Knuckles glides north 1,500 feet above Lake Sakawea at 800 miles per hour following Highway 83. A small thunderstorm is somewhat visible to the south. The sky is 3/8 scattered with cirrus clouds and 1/8 scattered with alta stratus clouds. The wind is 15 miles per hour with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. A few small patches of snow in ditches, some with water, are visible but hard to see due to the speed. A 40-second pause in speech occurs while credits display on screen. I mean, this is incomprehensible.
I don't know.
Not like comprehensible, but you can tell he's like writing it almost as if he's like trying to like describe like a video game or a movie like in extreme detail.
Honestly, I think that I could have fun with this actually though.
Jeremy, why am I big?
Because you were reading something.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm done.
So, all right, I'll shrink you now. Happy?
Yeah, I was
happy, little guy.
Yeah, I was nervous. I wasn't expecting the spotlight.
So, I don't know. I think I could have fun reading that.
I don't know, man. That looks fucked up. I would own it just as a novelty. And if I read it, I would read it as a novelty. I don't think
I hate that cover though.
I don't. Well, I mean, it's just as autistic as everything else about it. I mean, I don't think I can read something that describes 3/8 of a thing.
Here's another one that this one's become a meme. It's I don't know too much about it other than that a lot of people have gone in on this guy and basically turned him into a lolcow because he wrote this book, and it's along that the same line of what you're talking about, where he like builds his own world, but it's not logical. It's not logical world building or even surreal world building. It's just, no, I want this to be here and that to be here, that kind of world building, you know? So, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't mean to drag it for show. We've been trying to end the show for half an hour. I don't mean to keep dragging it on.
Well, I know. But I mean, I'm just saying, I was about to say, I also read Onision's book, and it was actually, I didn't have a problem with it. Even though the guy is he's like layers of creepy in his personality. I don't know how many of you guys know about Onision, but
I've heard people talk about him. I don't know. I've never watched a video of his.
It's actually,
you don't need to.
It's actually a good book, but he's that guy who would tell, he would like rate girls if they sent him like pictures of them like in bikinis or something. And we're talking about underage girls, and he would rate them honestly. They would pay him for this quote unquote service, and he never got into any kind of trouble, no kind of penalty or punishment. I don't think he does it anymore. God, I hope not. But doesn't that sounds like downright alarming? Does it not?
But, actually, hold up,
but it's an interesting book anyway. So you know, and
let's not bring him up anymore. He doesn't need any more attention.
Well, I mean, it's not about attention. It's about, hey, this was written, so it exists, and so, you know, we can talk about it. That's all. I won't spend a large amount of time talking about it. I'm just saying it's there. It's out there, you know. But
I think we should end this before we all die.
I know. I think I killed all you guys. I think it's too late.
Yeah. I've always been dead inside, so what's it matter?
I haven't live streamed in a long time, and I've worked all night. I got on as soon as I came in the door, so I've already been tired.
Well, thank you for dropping by, man, and it's good that we've established communication. I just wanted to, give you some space so I wouldn't negatively influence you, and that's not sarcasm or anything else. That's legitimately, I did not want to influence you while you were soul searching or whatever. So
maybe you should not tell your friends they have to think exactly like you. Get weird and crazy when they don't.
Never did. Come on, dude.
And
okay.
I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, it's good to talk, man. And we'll do it more often. Again, when you're up to it. But okay, so I'm going to switch over now. Anything you guys say is going to be echo from here on. So, and I know that you like to echo, but maybe just, leave on, and put some change in the jar on your way out.
I'm just going to say that if we do the show, it's already echoing. Thursday, I have a freaking paper due Saturday, so I might be like maybe 2 hours Like not another like 8-hour stream or something, or 5-hour stream.
Yeah. Also, as far as next week's guests, I'm looking at having Edward Lorne, the BookTube reviewer, on, who's brought me to, introduced me to several great horror novels that I wouldn't have heard of otherwise, and also the retiring female wrestler Baby D, which that's a possibility for next week as well. So,
well, I hope you.
And you might get enjoyment out of that, right? Talking to a fellow so.
Yeah, I'll ask her what body parts she's lost.
All right. Well, thank you all for coming, and I appreciate everybody really. This is the only time of the week that I'm like genuinely having fun being social. So.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So,
Later. Good
Take
night.
see.
Yeah, no, I'm forgetting.
Where's
other
the
stuff,
music?
too. I'm getting there. Why you? Don't worry about it. I'll set up the music. What are you talking about? Don't worry about my music.
I want to. You gone?
Hang on. I'm getting there. I swear. I'm not falling asleep. I'm not gonna fall asleep. I'm not gonna fall asleep.
I'm going to listen to a podcast before bed.
Okay. I'm just trying to find something good to settle on.
Get some new metal.
There we go. And now the music, right? God, my mind is dead.
Where is my mind by the Pixies?
Okay. No, absolutely not.
Why?
No.
Why? What do you have against the Pixies?
I can never see you anymore. was a rapture.